3 years ago. Earth shattered. Flora and fauna underwent a feral, chaotic evolution. To prevent total collapse, humanity awakened the divine power to command monsters in battle. These elites are called monster trainers. In Chang'an High, Ms. Mu Deng commands the lecture hall. She drills the class on critical survival stats that will define their upcoming exam scores. The bell rings. She announces tomorrow's high-stakes monster training competition for all aspiring hunters. Families are invited. Meet Gao Peng, an 18-year-old student standing at a life-changing crossroads. For 18 years, Gao Peng's heartbeat has synced with one goal: becoming a legendary trainer. But lately, strange disturbances have begun to haunt his every waking moment. Bizarre windows flicker in his vision. Surprise, the monster evolution system has successfully initialized. This interface identifies hidden stats and monster traits. Use this god-tier power wisely. Host, Gao Peng wonders if academic burnout is finally causing these hyper-realistic hallucinations. Ascending the stairs, a grotesque silhouette looms in the shadows of the next landing. His jaw drops. A massive, mutated spider clings to the ceiling, vibrating with predatory intent. Red eyes burn. Ding. Target level 3 spotted spider identified. Tier common. Attribute wood. Status healthy, but extremely agitated and ready to strike. Weakness fire. This pet belongs to neighbor Mrs. Chen. Usually a docile, harmless creature. He tries to bypass it, but the beast lunges. Fangs bared in a lethal arc. Reflexes kick in. Gao Peng dives, sending the monster crashing onto the cold floor. Before the beast recovers, he bolts up the stairs, lungs burning with frantic adrenaline. He screams for Mrs. Chen, warning her that her pet has gone rogue and bloodthirsty. Amidst the wreckage below, those crimson eyes lock onto him with terrifying, predatory focus. A web shot erupts. The sticky trap misses his head by a mere hair's breadth. Thinking he's safe, he looks back. The spider is closing in with Godspeed agility. Panic sets in. Then he remembers the system's tip. This nightmare's fatal flaw is fire. Fumbling for his lighter, he flicks a flame and hurls it at the charging beast. The sudden flare forces the monster into a frantic, mid-air retreat as heat singes it. It writhes in pain, but the small flame dies out quickly. The beast remains unscathed. Now enraged, the spider shrieks, its killing intent saturating the air as it charges again. Suddenly, a crimson system warning flashes. The threat level has reached a critical peak. Bad movie. He sprints for the final floor. His own beast, 𝐸𝐶𝐸, is waiting inside. It's a desperate race for survival. The predator is gaining ground with every step. The gap closes. Just as he reaches his door, the spider leaps, legs poised like spears. 𝐸𝐶𝐸, he bellows. His apartment door bursts open with a violent, metallic crash. A massive, chitinous limb lashes out from the darkness. Gao Peng ducks just in time. The heavy strike connects, sending the intruder flying back into the stairwell like a ragdoll. Faced with a superior predator, the spider's aggression instantly dissolves into pure, unadulterated terror. A monstrous centipede emerges behind Gao Peng. It's his loyal summon, his ultimate deterrent. Gao Peng smirks, his eyes cold, ready for round 2. You overgrown pest. Terrified, the spider scurries back into the ceiling, vanishing into the shadows of the building. He adjusts his glasses, cool and collected. Through their contract, he and 𝐸𝐶𝐸 share one soul. The fierce centipede softens, nuzzling Gao Peng's shoulder like a giant, affectionate house pet. It shifts to non-combat form, chirping for snacks. Most monsters possess dual physical states. While in this dormant state, the creature's power is suppressed for maximum efficiency. Shrinking their size conserves vital mana and accelerates the healing of minor battle wounds. With a playful sigh, Gao Peng preps a meal, his knife skills flashing with professional precision. With the precision of a master, he slices the meat thin. He tosses a carrot up, dicing it mid-air with flashy blade work. A perfect meal is served. 𝐸𝐶𝐸 devours it like a beast. Cao Peng turns his gaze toward his loyal companion. Suddenly, the system interface flickers to life before him. Name: Purple-Back Centipede. Level 7. Attribute: Poison. Status: happy. Scanning the stats, he notices a hidden evolution slot. It's possible 𝐸𝐶𝐸 can transcend from normal to elite. Quality defines power: normal, elite, and the legendary perfect tier. Higher quality means limitless potential for the monster. Cao Peng beams. If elite is possible, then so is perfect. A perfect tier beast can break through and become a commander. Overwhelmed with excitement, he pulls the centipede into a hug. He's already dreaming of the massive fortune they'll make. I'll make you a legend, he vows. 𝐒𝐿 just blinks. He checks the requirements. 3 rare materials are needed. First, 10 stalks of yin-grown grass from the shadows. Next, a single piece of rare lightning-struck wood. It's a precious material forged by heaven's own thunder. Finally, a lightning essence crystal from a powerful beast. The grass and wood are easy enough to buy. But that lightning crystal is a real financial wall. 10 credit points. Cao Peng closes the system in shock. In this world, credits are the only currency that matters. 1 credit equals $10,000. It's a king's ransom. He remembers the 20 credits the government gave his family. He only has 11 left. Upgrading means going totally broke. 𝐒𝐿 finishes his bowl and begs for another round. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 centipede? Not a pig. Cao Peng sighs. The monster throws a tantrum until he finally caves in. Watching him eat, Cao Peng worries about the upgrade costs. Then, a flash of pure inspiration strikes his mind. If this system is real, he could be the ultimate trainer. Seeing hidden evolution paths is a total cheat code. He imagines a future filled with endless wealth and power. He realizes the Beastmaster exam is happening tomorrow morning, with 3 seconds left. He hammers the registration button. The next day, he knocks on his neighbor's door. Tang answers. Looking stunning even in her sleepwear. Blushing, Cao Peng clears his throat and greets her. He asks if she can babysit 𝐒𝐿 during his exam. She smiles and tells him to focus on the test. Relieved, he waves goodbye and rushes off to the arena. But as soon as he leaves, her expression turns cold. She sneers at 𝐒𝐿, disgusted by his low-tier appearance. How could Cao Peng bind Big Purple? The beast lunges at Tang, eyes burning with sudden rage. A simple head pat freezes the monster. If the old man saw this, he would lose his mind. Tang calls grandfather from the couch. Listen carefully, she warns. Don't blow a fuse just yet. Peng signed a contract. His familiar 𝐒𝐭𝐮𝐤 purple-backed yellow-clawed centipede. Rage explodes on the other end. The old man yells, blaming her for not stopping the boy. Tang sighs, pacing by the window. How could I? He's your grandson. After all, he is exactly like you, calm on the surface, but stubborn as a mule underneath. He won't budge. That centipede was his parents' legacy. She twists her hair. How is the situation over there? If it were me, I would execute the traitors and replace them with loyal dogs immediately. She hides the dark details. Just trust your grandson, she tells the old man. He is ready. I am watching him. She hangs up. In a high-rise, the old man stares coldly at the skyline. He turns to his secretary with a chilling gaze. Tell the research lab they are out of time. 5 months. Succeed, or they cease to exist. I do not pay for useless failures. And the Chang'an branch mess, I want it resolved in 7 months. No more excuses. The secretary trembles and retreats. Alone. He gazes at a photo of his grandson with a smile. 1 year. Bang. Then I will find you. No one will ever hurt you again. I promise. At the Breeder Association, thousands pack the square. The air is thick with ambition and power. This profession is the ultimate career. Everyone wants a piece of the system and its rewards. Cao Peng. A voice cuts through the crowd. It is his classmate, Li Xihong. Waving him over. Li's family is there. Where's your family? Why did you come to this event alone? I am here to take the exam, he says. The shock on their faces is priceless. Li's mom pats his shoulder. That is the spirit. Maybe a young prodigy will awaken today. A sneer ripples through the crowd. The youngest breeder in Chang'an City, give me a break. Since when did the bar drop so low? This is not a playground for every degenerate. A blonde brat named Wang-Shu struts up, flanked by 2 massive, intimidating bodyguards. Zigong balls his fists, but Peng stops him. Dante, waste your energy on common trash. Wang-Shu spits insults, hoping for a reaction. Peng's eyes remain cold and completely unfazed. If barking made you a master breeder, you would be high-ranking by now. Too bad it doesn't. Wang-Shu's face turns purple with rage. He storms off, cursing under his breath in frustration. That is Wang-Shu, a rich failure who has flopped this elite exam 4 times already. The massive doors creak open. The gateway to the breeder profession is finally revealed. Guards in tactical gear clear the way. Chief Examiner Feng Shu steps forward into the light. The exam begins now. All candidates enter the arena in order and stay silent. Inside, Feng Shu explains the trial, a 2-part test of both mind and soul. Phase 1 theory. 3 monster encounters will flash across the massive screen for analysis. Identify their hidden stats and traits accurately. Precision is your only lifeline in this world. Begin. The system interface flickers to life as the hall lights dim for the first round. A vast ocean appears. A dark silhouette ripples beneath the crushing deep blue waves. A massive creature dances in the deep Then. Total darkness. The video feed cuts abruptly. Feng Xiu checks his watch. You have 20 minutes. Analyze the monster you just saw. Panic erupts instantly. The hall transforms into a chaotic hive of worried whispers and fear. Candidates grab their heads in despair. Too fast, I could not see anything. Hope dies. Silence, Feng Xiu roars. One more sound and you are disqualified. Get out now. Wang Xiu grins. This year is brutal. But he already bought the answers beforehand. Suddenly, he narrows his eyes, focusing intently on the next challenge on the screen. Glancing over, Wang Xiu sees Cao Bong looking suspiciously calm. He sneers, convinced it's all just a pathetic act, while Wang Xiu wastes time judging. Cao Bong is ecstatic. His consciousness has synced perfectly with the system interface. The hidden stats of the monsters on screen began flashing before his eyes, revealing everything he needed. Storm whales, they love soothing music, sunbathing, and feasting on shrimp and fish, vulnerable to shadow attributes and disrupted by noise. Cao Bong records the data as the next monster video begins. These were newly evolved species. In this world, such data was incredibly rare and valuable. On B1, the monster's secrets were laid bare. All he had to do was copy. Third was the sickle mantis, a violent predator that fears fire-based skills. Finally, the written exam ended. The papers were promptly collected. An hour later, results were in. Feng Tu stepped up to announce the survivors. He critiqued the Califiers. Despite many errors in their work, their passing status remained valid. Hearing this, Wang Xiu mocked Cao Bong, laughing because Bong's name hadn't been called yet. Cao Bong sat in stunned silence, his mind racing to find answers. Did the system glitch? Suddenly, Feng Tu shouted. Who is Cao Bong? Startled, he stood up quickly, bracing himself for the worst possible outcome from the judges. Unexpectedly, Feng Tu burst into applause, praising him as the exam's top-ranking scholar. The hall erupted in whispers. In an instant, Cao Bong became the focal point of everyone's attention. Smirking, Bong locked eyes with Wang Xiu. The top scorer disappointed you, didn't I? Wang Xiu gnashed his teeth in fury, swallowing his insults to avoid the examiner's wrath. Phase 1 complete. Feng Tu led the successful hunters to the second trial. They entered a massive sunlit arena. There, the rules for the practical evolution test were revealed. It was simple. The rooms behind him held monsters provided by the Monster Trainers Association. They had exactly 1 week. Candidates must trigger a monster rank up. The guild would cover all material costs used during the trial. However, failure meant paying back the association for every single resource wasted at market price. Worse yet, resources were strictly limited. Overuse would result in immediate disqualification. Examiner Lai Tian entered, inviting each hunter to draw a random room key for their assignment. Cao Bong realized then why the Monster Trainer license was the hardest tier to achieve. The random draw meant you had no idea what nightmare beast awaited you. Wang Xiu lurked behind, wearing a disgusting grin. He was clearly plotting some kind of public humiliation. When his turn came, Cao Bong prayed for a decent draw as he reached out. Unbeknownst to him, a hidden familiar inside the box had already rigged the selection process. The examiner watched him draw the slip, a sinister smile creeping across his face. With all tickets drawn, Feng Tu officially declared the start of the practical exam. Bong arrived at room 10. The supervisor, Tu Win, approached him to offer a formal handshake. He swiped his card, but as the door opened, his expression froze in total horror. Inside a heavy cage sat a beast, so wretched it made his blood run cold. The system window pinged. Name Flood Ape. Leviathan. A dangerous creature indeed. Quality, normal. Attribute wood. Status mutated. Depressed. And critically unstable. Weakness, yin energy. Stunned. Cao Bong demanded to know what happened to this creature. Chum Wen looked away. This ape was a failed experiment. Its body ravaged by conflicting energies. It was scheduled for disposal. But mysteriously, it was the only monster left for him. A flashback revealed the truth. Examiner Lai Tian had orchestrated this entire sabotage. That degenerate Wang Xiu had bribed him to ensure Cao Bong's awakening would end here. Helpless, Chu Wen whispered that the Flood Ape only survived this long through sheer willpower. Its upgrade potential was a total nightmare. Far beyond standard difficulty tiers, Chu Wen offered to bank his score. Hoping to save him from failure, Cao Bong stared at the Flood Ape, then coldly rejected the offer. With a shrug, Chu Wen left him alone with the degenerated beast. Alone at last, Cao Bong activated his interface to scan its hidden stats. Its massive arms were mutated and swollen, a clear sign of degeneration. The creature trembled in despair, its eyes pleading with the young man. It hungered for evolution. Yet every previous hunter had abandoned it. Desperate. The ape let out a soul-shaking roar that echoed everywhere. Tears fell. But Cao Bang refused to turn away from the beast, placing a hand on its head. He promised to unlock its potential. He began calculating the optimal skill evolution for the broken monster. Suddenly, the system window flickered, revealing 2 paths for its awakening. Path 1, normal elite tier evolution. Path 2, twisted mutation through yin energy. This hidden path promised a legendary evolution into an entirely new species. Minimum rank elite. But standard costs exceeded the guild's exam limit. After weighing the risks, Cao Bang chose the path of twisted mutation. The system quest began half a pound of black bellygrass daily. Then, consume a rare elite tier undead monster core to catalyze the change. A final acid soak with skull mushrooms would complete the trait shift. Chu Wen balked at the list. Horrified by the material's extreme toxicity, the staff wondered if he was training the beast or killing it. Fight poison with poison. Cao Bang replied with absolute, unwavering confidence. He slammed the door shut, leaving the examiner bewildered and confused. Chu Wen stormed off, muttering that the boy was a delusional bookworm. 3 days later, failed hunters were dragged out. Broken and defeated. Some entered as proud warriors but left as empty, hairless shells. Yet, despite the poison, the flood ape's spirit burned brighter than ever. Its wounds healed as the undead core rewrote its genetic code. Now, only the final hurdle remained. The baptism in the acid vat. The danger was real without a contract. Communication was nearly impossible, tortured by past failures. This monster was a ticking bomb of rage. Cao Bang took a slow, deep breath. Stopping now meant losing everything. It was time for a high-stakes gamble. Trusting their bond, he reached out and unlocked the cage door. The ape lunged, but instead of attacking, it nuzzled him with loyalty, gently comforting the beast. He revealed the cauldron of mutation. The vat bubbled with green acid and black smoke, a lethal concoction. Submerge yourself, Cao Bang commanded, his voice steady and firm. He promised a rebirth. Skeptical, the ape tested the liquid first. The hair disintegrated instantly. Fear gripped the beast as smoke billowed. It recoiled in terror. But Cao Bang offered words of calm encouragement. I can give you power, but you must find courage. Steal it. The ape stepped in, triggering the building's loud fire alarms. Sirens blared in room 10 as the final evolution began. Security scrambled to contain the blaze. Nearby, Wang Shu smirked, certain his sabotage had finally paid off. The crowd whispered, convinced Cao Bang's incompetence had triggered a catastrophic failure. Guards kicked the door down, but the sight inside left them utterly speechless. No flames, only thick, suffocating black smoke. Cao Bang turned, looking genuinely baffled by the sudden intrusion. Trung Win pointed to the screaming fire alarm, explaining why everyone had rushed to his room. Cao Bang chuckled. He'd been so focused on the evolution process, he'd tuned out the entire world. Realizing there was no danger, the alarm was silenced. However, the commotion caught Chief Feng Shu's eye. An aide whispered that this was no accident, it was a rare phenomenon during monster cultivation. Other candidates gathered, mocking what they assumed was a failed experiment. Wang Shu searched for the monkey. He was ready to celebrate Cao Bang's downfall. But right then, the room's atmosphere shifted. The still water suddenly erupted. 𝐒𝐿 wreathed in eerie violet light, breached the surface. A full skeleton emerged, glowing with necrotic energy. Twin flames flickered within its hollow eye sockets. Spectators shivered in terror. As if a vengeful spirit had manifested in the light of day, the creature leaped from the tub, landing gracefully while the crowd watched in absolute disbelief. It was a marvel, a pristine skeleton without flesh, held together by glowing red threads. The room fell silent. Even the veteran Feng Tu stood frozen by the sight of this anomaly. The system window flashed. A twisted evolution was successful. The monkey had become a skeleton void ape. Level 11. Elite rank. Perfect quality. It was currently weakened, yet its soul rhythm pulsed with excitement. This was just the beginning. With the right materials, Cao Bang could evolve any creature into a legend. He circled the beast, examining his handiwork with the keen eye of a master summoner. The purple mist felt tangible, and the bones possessed the cold, indestructible sheen of tempered metal. Li Jin shouted in shock, realizing this was a brand new, ultra-rare undead-type monster. Feng Shu's pulse quickened. Even within the Hunter Alliance, undead types were legendary rarities. But his true interest wasn't the monster, it was the boy. You actually created this. As Cao Bang turned to leave, the skeleton tugged his sleeve, looking like a lost, lonely child. Hey, I just upgraded your entire existence, Cao Bang whispered softly. gently prying its hand away. What's with that look? The skeleton stared back with pitiful eyes. Terrified of being abandoned, Li Jin watched with a greedy smirk. Usually, high-tier evolutions were claimed by association elites. He'd ignored the trash before. But this masterpiece, he wasn't letting this one go. This rare beast had to be his. He'd do whatever it took to claim the prize. Observing the creature's deep bond with its creator, Feng Xiu made a shocking call. It's yours. Gao Peng. Silence fell. Li Jin's jaw dropped. Cao Bong pointed at himself, needing to hear the words again. It was an undocumented variant with hidden stats, making its true potential an absolute mystery. Yet its power was undeniable. This was a successful evolution in its most pure, terrifying form. Rewarding the creator was only fair. Cao Bong checked the system stats. It had jumped from common quality to perfect quality. Just 20 more levels, and it would evolve into a true boss-tier monster. But as he scrolled deeper into the hidden interface, his eyes widened in surprise. The skeleton void ape already met the requirements for a leader tier. This was a god-tier undead. Li Jin stepped forward, his face twisted in protest. This is against the rules. Chief, he argued that successful test subjects belong to the association staff. Aspirancient protocol. This ape failed 6 times before. There's no way a brat like him succeeded, he barked. Before he could finish, Wang Shu rushed in, eager to pour gasoline on the fire. He's just a degenerate kid. He couldn't evolve a dying monster. He must have cheated. Feng Xiu turned a cold, piercing gaze on them. Cheated? Tell me exactly how he did it. Li Jin stammered, unable to find an explanation. Yet he stubbornly insisted that foul play was involved. He dismissed the challenge as impossible, exceeding any beginner breeder's rank. Li Jin assumed Gao Peng just gambled on a lucky fluke. To him, this victory was luck, not true evolutionary skill. Feng Xiu stayed calm while Li Jin finally revealed his spite. He proposed giving the certificate while still doubting Gao Peng's integrity, but the monster had to be seized. Feng Xiu laughed aloud. He apologized to Gao Peng for his staff's embarrassing incompetence. Real talent is rare here, letting arrogant fools act superior. Gao Peng 𝐒𝐿. Age doesn't mean he cheated on this exam. If humility earned only insults, it was time for some arrogance. His gaze sharpened. Time to school these ignorant, low-tier fools. The name Flood comes from a river, not a water attribute. Only a total amateur assumes a name dictates a creature's stats, analyzing its state. The truth was obvious to a real pro. Previous experiments failed by ignoring its fatal weakness to yin energy. Gao Peng mocked their ignorance, calling them useless, decorative statues, though unnamed. Wang Shu felt the sting of total humiliation. He desperately claimed the monster's weakness was actually the wood element. Feng Xiu disagreed. While fearing wood, yin is its true weakness. This was basic exam knowledge. Wang Shu was instantly silenced. Gao Peng explained the monster's chaotic, deep-rooted energy further. Conventional methods failed, so he chose a path defying all logic. 3 days ago, he used black bamboo to fortify its soul. He then used undead materials and a soul core for evolution. Gao Peng shared his method but issued a stern, professional warning. Without precise ratios and sequences, this technique is a death sentence. Feng Xiu applauded. Gao Peng's talent far surpassed the beginner rank. He awarded Gao Peng an intermediate breeder certificate right then. Senior rank required a trip to Yanjing, but he had potential. Feng Xiu's gaze turned icy, questioning who the real cheater was. He looked at Li Jin with disgust. Knowing his corrupt secrets, why was it discarded? Failed experiment, even used in today's test. Chu Yuan spoke up, exposing Li Jin's plot to rig things. Li Jin took bribes from Wang Shu, and the evidence was clear. Terrified, Wang Shu collapsed, his face pale with pure dread. Feng Xiu's rage exploded. All evidence and witnesses were present. I disqualify Wang Shu and ban him for 3 years. Proctor Li Jin didn't escape the president's righteous fury either. He was fired and blacklisted from the association for life. Afterward, Feng Xiu politely apologized to Gao Peng for the chaos. He invited him for tea, needing help with a small matter. At the stop, Gao Peng saw the certificate earned 30 points. He gained an elite monster and a legendary new status. Feng Xiu wanted him for the World Breeder Championship representing Chang'an, because right now, the city's talent pool was looking very pathetic. Chang'an's record utterly pathetic. 3 years post-shift. No limits. Everyone starts at 0 now. Genius, Gao Peng growth S unlimited. He politely tries to decline. Prize money, absolute game changer. 10,000 credits. Money talks. Cash Gao Peng's fully invested. Duty calls. Count me in. Whispers start about his skeleton. Punk reaches for 𝐿 bone. Red silk binds him instantly. Cold aura. Death stare activated. Punk S silenced by the silk. Stop. Gotta feed my kids. Raising 2 monsters. Expensive work. Smirking pride. Pure genius energy. The passenger's whispers continue. Bus stop reached. Off he goes. Sudden chill from behind. 𝐭𝐮𝐤 shoves him. Danger sensed. Blocked wait. It's just 𝐒𝐿. Gao Peng stands there stunned. 𝐒𝐿 tank. Tang Tang greets him warmly. He's fat, she calls it sturdy. Nothing but the best supplements. System window. Obese? A and Guy judges. Asterisk, I am clearly the superior familiar. So. How was the exam? Casual mid-tier. Evolved rank 6. President even gave me 𝐿𝐿. Tang Tang's mind goes blank. He flashes the official license. Your growth? It's absolutely terrifying. Ready for a real secret. Soul Link. Damage transfer. Unstoppable. Shift damage to your familiar. There's one major catch. Range limited. But defense massive. Link forged. Invisible. Where did she get the secret? He spots 𝐒𝐿's face. Purple potato 𝐿𝐿. The mirror. Reflection. Seen? 𝐒𝐿's crushed. He ordered his familiar to slim down before its grade could upgrade. Riding a bloated familiar into battle made Gao Peng's skin crawl. In Chang'an? Tang Tang invited him to her monster training agency. An embezzling partner vanished, leaving the company desperate for elite talent. Gao Peng grew suspicious. Prime real estate rent was far too high. Tang Tang flinched at his words. Business collapsed after their top-tier trainers abandoned the guild. Seeing her nervous laughter, Gao Peng sensed something was definitely wrong. She acted out of character while ushering him toward the office. She offered top pay plus a 20% stake in equity. Only weekend shifts. She promised his studies would remain his priority. Light work. Elite pay. The offer felt too good to be true. Certified trainers weren't rare. She could have easily recruited anyone, but Tang Tang insisted that preserving prestige required a true professional style. The prime location and generous terms felt like a trap. It was a setup. And Tang Tang was the mastermind. As an orphan, he owed his survival to her secret support. He dismissed his doubts. She would never try to harm him. The high pay actually matched his hidden potential and skill perfectly. He'd make her wealthy. With a smile, he accepted her terms. She beamed with joy, relieved to have secured their new partnership. Internally, she panicked, fearing he'd detect the truth as they ascended. A cheerful girl named 𝐒𝐭𝐮𝐤 rushed forward to greet them, dressed in a sharp suit. She took over as Tang Tang left. Gao Peng sighed. Her attempts at deception were amateur at best. 𝐒𝐭𝐮 immediately began processing his registration into the system. She was shocked that such a youth held mid-tier credentials. She worried her gullible boss was being played by a handsome face. Gao Peng planned to maximize revenue, starting with a fee restructure. His perfect success rate meant his services demanded a legendary price. He wasn't greedy, but he knew his worth. Low fees would insult the power of his god-tier system. He set his rate at triple the max market value. 𝐒𝐭𝐮𝐤, asking if he was serious about those prices. Without corporate experience, he clearly didn't understand the market risks. High prices could ruin them. Gao Peng's gaze turned cold. He prepared to retort, but a man suddenly burst in. The intruder demanded proof that his skills justified the outrageous price. With bloodshot eyes, the desperate man lunged toward Gao Peng. Heal my beast, and I'll pay 10 times your rate. Upgrade my familiar, and the reward is yours. Do it. 𝐒𝐭𝐮 tried to intervene, but Gao Peng remained unfazed. No need. He smiled. Consider this a special VIP trial. Triple is enough. I'll let my results do the talking. Where is the beast? I need to see it first. Holding the blue box, Old Man Ma glared at Xiaobong. Fine. I'll trust you once. He revealed a tiny, shivering creature covered in wounds. The sight was truly pitiful. What is this? Xiaobong observed the beast. Purple fur was stained by spreading red streaks of mutation. Can you fix it? Ma barked. Suddenly, a system window flickered with hidden stats. Target purple electric rat. Status mutated conflict. Level 19. Rank elite. Element lightning. Trait agony. Weakness mud. Xiaobong's eyes widened as the system interface flashed a crimson warning. Warning, critical mutation conflict, immediate intervention required for survival. What did you feed it? Xiaobong demanded. Ma flinched, losing his composure. A blood jade Lingzi. Mestamul. I just wanted to force an evolution. Mepekul. Save him. Please. Xiaobong went silent, his mind racing through solutions. The evolution process had already ignited within the creature's veins, but the clash between blood and lightning elements was tearing it apart. System recipe: grind shadow fruits, red maple heart, and thunder gold leaves. Requirement: add 1 elite tier blood monster core to the medicinal brew. Xiaobong realized he must balance these conflicting powers to trigger a successful evolution. Get me shadow fruits, maple heart, and a blood core now. Xiaobong ordered. Huin hurried away. Xiaobong turned to Ma with a professional chill. Trainer rules you pay for materials and my fee. Money is no object, Ma cried. Cao Bong looked at the rat. Don't worry. Little guy. You won't fail today. The door's locked. Under harsh lights. The summoner prepared for the awakening ritual. The atmosphere turned heavy. Ma and the assistant watched with bated breath. Is this really how you upgrade a monster? Ma asked. His voice trembling, knife in hand. Cao Bong gave a sharp, confident smile. Got a problem with my style. Asterisk splash times. He dropped the rat into the pot. Ma lunged forward in total horror. The assistant sighed. Checking her calculator. How much will the refund be this time? The rat spun in the swirling broth as Cao Bong stirred with predatory focus. He offered Ma a spoonful. Want a taste? It's a great stamina tonic. No, Ma wailed. Cao Bong laughed. Relax. I'm just breaking the tension. Look, the rat was floating on the surface. Looking incredibly relaxed. It's a medicinal bath. The heat accelerates the absorption of the hidden traits. Cao Bong's eyes glinted with a dark, determined intensity. He slammed the lid. This rat has a big quest ahead. Stew for 10 more minutes. Ma stared at the mad trainer. Asterisk, I have to stay calm. I have to trust him. High-level trainers in this city are rare legends. There was no other choice. Asterisk. If my beast dies, this boy will pay a heavy price. 10 minutes passed like hours. Is it ready yet? You're overcooking it, Ma hissed. Patience. Cao Bong replied coolly. The power-up is almost complete. Suddenly, the pot began to rattle violently. A massive surge of energy erupted. Ma froze. Asterisk. Boom times. The lid flew off as white steam filled the room. Through the mist, the rat's eyes snapped open. Glowing with lightning-fast power, it rocketed out of the pot like a bolt of purple energy. Shattering the container, it blurred across the room, sending documents flying before landing perfectly. Ma's jaw dropped in awe. It worked. My beast has finally evolved. 𝐒𝐿 ground. Not the infirmary again. A system window pinged, revealing a purple-striped beast. Purple electric blood rat LV. Device at elite. Quality perfect. Attributes, lightning and blood. UV hit the jackpot. Gao Peng hrint. Perfect dual attributes can reach leader tier. Mr. Ma cradled the beast. Eyes wide. Forgive my earlier disrespect. He apologized. I never thought evolution was possible. Thank you so much. Mr. Cao truly. Cao Peng slid the invoice over. No thanks needed. You paid for the service. That covers office damages and consultation fees. Please settle the bill downstairs. Mr. Ma nodded instantly. No problem at all. Consider it done. Gao Peng turned to 𝐒𝐿. Ship these materials home. Deduct it from my pay. Mr. Cao Meester. Ma beamed. My other beast needs help. Can we book tomorrow? Cao Peng hesitated, rubbing his neck. Tomorrow might be a bit tough. Triple the price, mister. Ma shouted. Desperate. I'll pay whatever you want. Namate. Cao Peng raised a hand. Declining. It's not about the money. Sir, I have school tomorrow. Mister. Ma froze. School, with your god-tier hunter skills. Are you a master's secret disciple? Cao Peng just sighed, throwing on his white jacket. Bay in hand. He paused at the door. Just standard high school. Man, gotta go do homework now. Peace. The onlookers stood frozen in pure shock. Are high schoolers monsters now, mister? Ma gasped. 𝐿 just watched him leave. Sister Duong lied to us. She whispered. She bought this place just for him. A hidden master in training. Elsewhere, a hand gripped a glowing monster spirit core. Duong sipped wine as her phantom dragon beast monitored the room silently. Catch, she teased. Tossing the core. The dragon's eyes shimmered with draconic power. Invisible. The phantom dragon stalked through the window, watching the centipede. Daisy. It dropped the core. Daisy poked its head out, sensing the massive surge of energy, driven by instinct. Daisy lunged and swallowed the rare spirit core in one bite. Pure joy turned to agony as the surge of mana overwhelmed its tiny body. Daisy thrashed violently. Outside, Cao Peng walked home, lugging heavy bags of monster meat. Dai is perfect quality now. One more step and he hits epic tier. Epic beasts are legends. Stuff you only see in books or elite guilds. I'll focus on nutrition first. Suddenly, he stopped, his face pale with dread. As for Daisy, a level 10 lightning core is impossible to find right now, even if I found one. There's no way I could afford the market price. A sudden chill hit his spine. Wait. That's my house, something is happening. He dropped his bags and sprinted, his heart hammering against his ribs like crazy. He flew up the stairs and kicked the door open with a loud bang. Daisy was foaming at the mouth. System purple, backed centipede. Evolving level 8. Trigger lightning diamond core consumed. Evolution path, Thunder King centipede. The air crackled with electricity as the beast's hidden stats began to skyrocket. Evolving 𝐒𝐿 Peng gasped, eyes wide. But how is this even possible now? He knelt down, touching the trembling beast. A lightning diamond. Who fed you something this rare? He glanced at the door. Sister Duong. Duong stepped out, coughing awkwardly. Did you give this to him? Sister. 𝐒𝐿 Peng's voice rose in panic. You should have told me, this is dangerous. Aha. I just wanted to help, she stammered, hiding her true nerves. Internally, she winced. Maybe I went a little overboard with that core. I knew you wouldn't take them if I asked. Sis Duong said, setting the bags down. Look at you. Leaving things a mess. She hurried toward the door, waving with a smile. Seriously. You just started earning money. Donned? Go wasting it. Before he could reply, she stepped out of the room. All right. Get some rest now. I'll stop bothering you. 𝐶ao Bong stood frozen. Only managed to call out. Wait. Sis Duong. He sighed in defeat. There's a special kind of forced care that only someone like her can provide. He turned to the dizzy centipede and scolded the glutton. Stop eating everything you see. You hear me? He sat cross-legged, staring at the *** system window ***. I can't leave him like this. How do I trigger his *** evolution ***? He rummaged through his items, screws, potions, and random branches. Not this. No pay. Not this one either. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a branch with a glowing purple flower. Found it *** mid-tier purple venom flower ***. Ground into medicine. This is the key to his evolution. Without wasting a second, 𝐶ao Bong rushed to the kitchen and fired up the grinder. He poured the concoction into the centipede's mouth. Suddenly, its eyes flared crimson as a golden aura erupted. A blinding radiance filled the room, the raw power shattering the window glass into 1,000 pieces. Through the thick smoke, a massive, golden-scaled silhouette emerged with a sharp, wicked horn. The new form solidified a beast of pure power standing majestically before its master. *** system alert evolution. Complete *******. Name Purple-Back Thunder Centipede. ****. Level 9. Rank Elite. ****. Attribute. Thunder Poison. Quality Perfect. Next path Silver Leaf Powder NA. *** Leader Tier Thunder Core ***. 𝐶ao Bong breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he actually reached the *** elite rank *** that easily. Talk about a lucky break. But then, the beast face planted onto the floor, leaving a Dai stunned. As the centipede lay exhausted, a Dai rushed over in worry. 𝐶ao Bong just stood there, hands on hips. He laughed, comforting the skeleton. He pranks you every day, and you are still this concerned. Don't too worry. He's just drained. 𝐶ao Bong handed some bean curd to a Dai. You way too kind for a monster. Here. A special treat for you. A Dai looked at the snack, confused. Before taking a bite, he started chewing. But the food just phased through his hollow body and fell right out. 𝐶ao Bong grabbed a broom to clean up, gently reassuring him. It's okay. Try again. He looked at a Dai with a bright smile. You just finished your upgrade. Let's focus on stabilizing first. Once I find the perfect materials, I'll make you the strongest summon ever, soon. The centipede was back on its feet, full of life. The centipede glanced at the sofa, seeing 𝐶ao Bong slumped over in total exhaustion, head down, with a Dai resting behind him. Grinning, the monster grabbed a pink towel and scurried toward its master. Sis Duong peeked through the door. Was this the calm before the storm? She watched the trio skeleton, centipede, and boy huddled together in a warm, chaotic embrace. Grow up fast, 𝐶ao Bong, she whispered. Meanwhile, a new morning dawned at the academy. Inside the office, a white-haired man slammed his desk. I absolutely refuse to agree. How can you even think about bringing monsters into a school? These students are just kids. They aren't trained for this, Don. Do you care about their safety? The brown-haired man opposite him sighed. In times of peace, they are children. In times of war, they are soldiers. The elder gasped in shock. Is the global situation really that dire now? The official looked away. His expression filled with restless anxiety. Every nation is racing for new tech. But nature is evolving faster. Mutation diagrams flashed on the screen. Once harmless creatures were turning into massive apex predators. It's still too slow. He muttered. If our technology can suppress them one day, then it will truly be too late. Back in class. All eyes were fixed on Cao Peng. A classmate leaned in, whispering urgently. Hey? Gao Peng, is it true? Did you really pass the *** mid-tier monster breeder *** exam? Cao Peng blinked. Surprised. How do you know? The boy slammed a newspaper onto the desk. It's all over the morning news. Man, Chang'an's youngest monster breeder just shattered every record. Look, you're on the front page. The classroom erupted. Everyone crowded around Gao Peng with endless praise. You're a legend now. You've made our class famous. Though poor Li Zigong is suffering. Word is, his mom saw the scores and gave him a brutal beating. He's probably grounded for life. Damn. Tian approached Gao Peng with a nervous grin. Buddy. I have a tiny favor to ask. Before he could even finish, Gao Peng cut him off. If it's a favor, then don't say it. Tian froze like a statue. Gao Peng 𝐒𝐿. You said it was a small problem. Why turn your awkward situation into a shared one? It's just not worth the trouble. Fuming. Tian clenched his fists. But a massive shadow suddenly loomed behind him. Whack Times teacher Mu Rongqiu delivered a sharp strike to his head. Settle down. To your seats. Now, I have an urgent announcement to make. The students scrambled. Run, the boss is angry. The teacher cleared her throat. Her face dead serious. She stood tall on the podium, scanning the room. A heavy silence filled the air. A global education reform begins today. Monster mastery is now a mandatory core subject. On the screens, a live broadcast flickered to life. High-ranking officials were making a historic pact. It was a joint operation between the ministry and the military. The world was shifting toward a new era. Top-tier monster trainers would now be fast-tracked straight into elite guilds and military academies. The class watched in stunned silence. The gravity of the news finally started to sink in. Military instructors arrived this afternoon. The awakening of a new generation starts today. Training begins immediately. If you want to survive the new world, sign up now. Murmurs filled the room. Why the sudden change? Is something happening at the border? Rumors of monster outbreaks were everywhere. The atmosphere turned cold and tense. Amidst the chaos, the teacher called out, Gao Peng. A word. Outside. Now. He followed her into the quiet hallway. She turned to him. Arms crossed. You surpassed expectations. Obtaining a mid-rank breeder license at your age is unheard of. The principal even praised you in the meeting. Tomorrow, delegates from Middle School 7 arrive. We want you to give the keynote speech. Gao Peng waved his hands. A wry smile on his face. Respectfully. Teacher. Public speaking isn't really my style. I prefer staying in the shadows. His expression shifted, becoming intensely focused. Actually, I want to enroll in the combat specialization. The teacher blinked in shock. What? Why would you choose the front lines? Your talent as a breeder is legendary. Combat training is dangerous. And for you? Unnecessary. Suddenly, a low rumble shook the windows. A convoy of heavy military tanks rolled into the courtyard. With your grades and breeder status, any elite university would beg to have you. Even international academies are within your reach. Why risk your life in the dungeons? Below, soldiers were seen restraining massive, snarling beasts. The scale of the mobilization was terrifying. Keep them secure. The hunt begins soon. The orders echoed through the campus. If you want to fight, go through the academy first. There's no need to rush into the fire. Gao Peng watched the soldiers, his grip tightening. I appreciate your concern, teacher. Truly. His eyes narrowed with a cold determination. But the academic path is too slow for me. I need real-world experience. I need to evolve. I need to become strong right now. He gave her a reassuring, yet mysterious smile. I won't miss this chance to reach the top. Trust me. She 𝐒𝐿. Defeated by his unwavering resolve. You stubborn kid. She looked up at the darkening sky. Fine. I won't stop you. Just make sure you survive. Thank you, teacher. By noon, the campus was buzzing with frantic energy. Crowds gathered to watch the new recruits. Are these the ones who will face the monsters? Exactly. Their aura screams confidence. Good luck to the seniors. Cao Peng turns to find Tan Qianjin waving frantically. Hey. Cao Peng, you retrying out for the summoner department too? Tan shoves through the irritated crowd to reach the front. 𝐭𝐮𝐤 muttered. Clearly puzzled. Aren't you already a top-tier student? Why risk it as a hunter? Tan asked with a wide grin. Cao didn't even look his way. Your grades are solid too. Why are you signing up? Tan's eyes sparkled with pure, childish excitement. Man. It's been the dream since day one. I grew up on those monster taming shows. Those beasts were legendary. I'm gonna be the world's strongest summoner. Cao smirked. The world's strongest man, or just his man, careful how you word that. Tan's face went pale as he waved his hands. No, it's a title. Not a. Wait. You know what I mean. Cao kept walking. His voice cold. Whatever. Just keep up. The arena is right ahead. At the basketball court. The crowd gasped. Whoa. Look at those new-gen mecha vans. I've only seen those in magazines. The atmosphere here. It's heavy. These guys aren't playing around. The instructor gestured toward a massive figure. Lieutenant Shang-Yi. The floor is yours. Cao stood silently. Hands in his pockets. Observing everything. Beside him. Tan just scoffed. Arms behind his head. So that's our coach, just looks like a gym rat to me. Nothing special. Suddenly, Shang-Yi's eyes narrowed, flashing a dangerous crimson. Tan froze, his face turning ghostly white instantly. Dumb. Cao's brow furrowed. That killing intent is suffocating. This lieutenant is a monster. On the podium, the lieutenant's voice boomed. I'll give you credit for showing up unlike the cowards. But do you really think you're ready to be summoners? His aura exploded like a wildfire, choking the air. Without a heart of steel and an unbreakable will, you are nothing but fodder. The moment a wild beast roars, you'll piss yourselves and your legs will turn to jelly. The students erupted in anger. Hey Don, look down on us like that. Yeah. We know what a summoner is. The lieutenant's lip curled into a cold smirk. Oh, not convinced. He signaled his men, who brought forward a massive, snarling white wolf. Then, let me show you reality. Standing tall with an overwhelming presence, the lieutenant stood before the trembling recruits. Beside him was his contracted beast, the silver moon wolf. Its blue and white fur shimmered with predatory intelligence. Target ready, he barked. An officer snapped a salute. Sir, yes. Sir. The officer's voice echoed across the yard. Target set at 10 centimeters. Triple-layered reinforced armor plates are locked. Shang-Yi looked down at his wolf. His eyes filled with absolute trust. Go. He whispered. In a blur of motion, the silver moon wolf lunged forward. It moved like a streak of lightning, closing the distance faster than the eye could follow. With a powerful leap, the wolf struck. The impact sent the heavy armor plates flying. Those indestructible plates were torn apart like paper by its claws. The students stood frozen in shock. Cold sweat poured down their faces. Even Gao Peng felt a chill run down his spine. One strike, and that thick armor is scrap metal. The lieutenant turned back, his voice like cold iron. See that? That is the destructive power of a combat-trained beast. The monsters you'll face in the dungeons, they're even faster, even deadlier. His voice thundered through the stadium. This is your final chance to walk away. At first, one student stepped forward, hesitant, shaking. Then, a flood followed. Anabi won. The crowd began to thin out, watching his peers flee. Cao realized most were just here for the hype. They weren't ready for a real war. Heads up, the lieutenant roared at those leaving. He hated seeing them look so defeated. A man of his stature couldn't stand seeing such cowardice. Yet he spoke with surprising weight. You haven't committed a crime. There's no shame in knowing your limits. Beneath that fiery exterior was a true mentor. He smiled at the departing students. Go. Focus on your studies. Even studying is a viable path to survival. You aren't deserters. Just rational. Now, get lost and go hit the books. He turned to the others. His gentle gaze vanished, replaced by the eyes of a predator. His voice grew cold. But you chose to stay in this hell. From now on, quitting makes you a true degenerate. I hope no cowards remain. Understand? The survivors whispered, their voices weak. The captain loathed such pathetic, timid weakness. Louder he barked. A thunderous roar shook the courtyard as they awakened. Understood. While the atmosphere inside was boiling, the world outside remained eerily calm. Back at the hideout, Cao Peng collapsed. Man, this hunter life is soul-crushing. He sighed deeply. The survival rate was even more brutal than the system predicted. Suddenly, his cute summons sensed his return. They crawled over, whining for some mana. Hunger waits for no one. As he checked the stash, the principal's warning echoed. According to Principal Tran, 1,200 hopefuls citywide had entered the ranking tiers today. The elimination rate was terrifying. He opened the cabinet, only to find it completely pillaged. He raided the drawers, practically shaking the furniture. Where's my silver frost pine? I had a full stack of evolution materials right here. Where are they? One solitary needle remained. He turned, eyes blazing at his summoned beasts. Explain this. 𝐸 pointed a claw at 𝐒𝐿. The gluttonous familiar just stared back, blissfully ignorant. 𝐸 did it. Cao Bong's anger softened. Just let me know before you feast next time. Fearing a system penalty, 𝐸 pressed his face against the wall in pure shame. Cao Bong was stunned. This guy really was a lovable, low-tier idiot. He opened the system window to trigger 𝐸's evolution. He needed 600 kilos of pine. Only then could he finalize the first stage of the growth quest. Success. Order placed for 30 kilos of frost pine and 10 thunder fruits. 1.5 credits a day. A steep price, but manageable for a rising hunter. Eating well meant faster stat growth. The path to awakening was paved with materials. 𝐸 was only elite rank. Reaching legendary tiers would burn through his entire fortune. Some materials were priceless. He glanced at 𝐸, another money pit in the making. To reach perfect quality, 𝐸 required 200 kilos of high-tier thunderfruit. Thunderfruit was cheaper than frost pine, but 200 credits still hurt the wallet. Being a solo summoner was a financial nightmare. Raising these beasts wasn't easy. Day 2. The academy had transformed into a chaotic, low-level beast dungeon. The courtyard was a mess of roars as students struggled to maintain system control. Screams erupted everywhere. Stop, Don. Let those two familiars trigger a duel. One pet refused to descend. Below, a massive beast blocked the entire corridor. 𝐒𝐿. Of all the trait to manifest, this giant pig was the most inconvenient. He approached the girl cautiously. Is this your summon? Could you clear the path? The student jumped. Oh, sorry, he's just taking up too many grid squares. Her face flushed with shame. She remembered when this behemoth was just a tiny pet. It used to be so adorable. Now, it was a literal wall of meat and stats. He wasn't like this before, she sobbed. Cao Bong stood there, completely speechless. Suddenly, an instructor appeared. Status report. Why is the progression stalled here? He sized up the situation. Ngan. Clear the entrance. Show them true power. The silver moon wolf bared its fangs, its predatory aura locking onto the stubborn beast. Despite its size, the wolf radiated a rank-crushing pressure that chilled the air. The beast cowers, trembling behind its master. The instructor smirks. Show us over. Thraines. Let's get to work. The class gathers, each hunter paired with their summoned beast. I know you all dream of commanding a full combat squad. The instructor bellows. But first, master the basics, beast command. It's the foundation of every top-tier hunter. He stands tall. Without command, even a rank S beast is nothing but a liability. Contrastingly, the silver moon wolf pants with a goofy grin, completely breaking the tension. The instructor's voice booms across the grassy training field. The girl with the pig beast blushes, shyly clutching her skirt as eyes turn toward her. You've seen the raw power. Now, let's talk about the system behind the bond. He kneels to pat the wolf's head. It leans in. Today, lesson begins now. To evolve a beast, you must master its traits and synchronize with its habits. This instructor treats his moonwolf with the care of a legendary tamer. I feed him the rarest black pork. We hunt together. We play together. He pours his years of veteran experience into the eager trainees. Live and breathe with them. Loyalty is what makes them follow your every command. The students gasp, their interest in beast syncing peaking as they take notes. You saw that armored plate get pulverized by a tail whip earlier. That wasn't a natural stat. Systematic training hardened that tail into a lethal weapon. The instructor points out the beast's evolved traits with a confident grin. We expanded its attack diversity. That's how you gain a tactical advantage in the dungeon. He calls another veteran, Old Lee, to the demonstration stage. Old Lee, show them your silver wolf's specialized bite. Lee nods, a true master hunter. Same beast, different build. He explains, addressing the curious crowd. Different tamers yield different evolution paths. Watch the execution. Lee hurls a stone. The silver wolf blurs. A streak of gray death. It catches and shatters the rock instantly. Speed and destructive power, perfectly synced. Cao Bong and 𝐸 are stunned. That bite force, it is off the charts. Beasts are categorized: attacker, tank, support, healer, and crowd control. The instructor explains. High-level tamers often run multi-role beasts for maximum dungeon efficiency. He uses a clear example to break down the complex battle roles. The green demon vine can tank or control. Expert hunters even unlock its attack path. He claps his hands. Setting the objective for the day's training quest. The demo is over. Your practical training starts right now. I suggest starting with low-tier wood before moving to high-hardness materials. Ape-type beasts begin hauling massive crates of training resources onto the field. Supplies are unlimited. Focus entirely on your beast's skill evolution. Register your path and grab your materials. Cao Bong hesitates. How to buff 𝐸. He stares at 𝐸. Weighing his options. They already have damage transfer. Let's focus on a defense build. But what's the most efficient training method? He notices a small ape hoisting a massive barrel, a clear strength-type beast. Wait. Apis. A memory from a hidden archive flashes in his mind. He recalls the berserk fist ape, a violent, low-defense creature from the ancient records. Those beasts were born with a legendary, untamable aggression. Their parents forced them into brutal training, body-slamming trees until their skin hardened. When they finished, their physical defense could withstand even the most devastating strikes. Gao Peng recalled how repeated impacts and healing turned soft skin into a reinforced, iron-like hide. He envisioned the tyrant ape's raw dominance. Realizing that as an alpha monster matures, its muscles fuse with calloused scar tissue, forging a natural suit of heavy organic armor. Even crashing into cliffs won't leave a scratch. He decided this method would evolve 𝐸's defense. With the training regime set, it was time to begin this brutal hardening process. After finalizing the plan, Gao Peng approached 𝐸, who was napping peacefully in the grass. Hearing his name, the familiar turned its head, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Come here. 𝐸. I've found your path to power. But it's going to hurt. Determined. He told him, sweat more now, so you bleed less in battle. This is for you. Pain now means survival later. He grabbed a heavy weight as 𝐸's eyes widened in horror. With a wicked grin, he whispered, I'll be gentle. Immediately, 𝐸 bolted, leaving him annoyed. You think you can run? The familiar fled while the master gave chase until breathless. Their shadows blurred under the morning sun, a chaotic dance of growth. I'm doing this for you. But how could a little centipede outrun Gao Peng's long-legged, high-stat sprint? Caught at last, Gao Peng wheezed, his arms aching from the relentless pursuit of his pet. The training was grueling. That day, 𝐸 experienced a hellish upgrade to his physical limits. 1 week later, the alarm blared through the room until a sluggish hand slammed it shut. Silence returned. Gao Peng groaned. No training today. Just 5 more minutes of sleep. But a thunderous banging from outside shattered any hope of a peaceful morning. Stop hitting the door. Breakfast is coming. 𝐸 was literally knocking for his morning meal. Groggy and exhausted, Gao Peng stumbled toward the kitchen, playing the role of a weary parent. I am the one leveling you up. So why am I the one suffering like this? He felt his own stats, rising speed and skills were finally reaching new, more refined tiers. 𝐸 looked on with puppy dog eyes while 𝐸 sat like a statue, waiting. Gao Peng 𝐒𝐿. Realizing the extra rations and effort weren't going to waste after all, 𝐸 had surged to level 10. And even 𝐸's rank had successfully climbed. Being a monster, Dad is soul-crushing. He joked, tears practically welling in his eyes. Arm nearly broken and bank account drained by food. Maintaining these two was a struggle. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. 𝐸 quickly fetched it and handed it over to his master. An urgent voice came through. Is this Mr. Gao Peng, Director of Blue Shield Security? Director Liu, how can I help? Gao Peng wondered. Never having heard of Blue Shield before, the man on the other end sounded eager. Greetings, Mr. Gao. I represent Blue Shield. We have a massive opportunity to discuss. Can we meet? The next day at Faibong Studio, an assistant named 𝐒𝐿 greeted Gao Peng. Mr. Gao, your guest is already waiting in the lounge, she said with a polite bow. Got it, he replied. Liu Senlin stood up immediately as Gao Peng entered the room. Mr. Liu. I presume Liu nodded respectfully, his tone professional and soft-spoken. I am the CEO of Blue Shield Security. It's an honor. They shared a firm handshake. I am here to offer you the position of Chief Monster Consultant. Gao Peng paused, surprised. Why me? Surely there are plenty of mid to high-rank trainers in Chang'an City. I didn't realize I was famous enough for a major security firm to come knocking. Liu laughed heartily. Mr. Gao? You are being far too modest about your incredible talents. He then explained the reality of the high-end monster trainer market to him. Chang'an has experts, but Chairman Tran is far too busy leading the association, and the other master, Jianglin, is already signed as the government's exclusive advisor. Sam Lam bowed low. showing the utmost respect to Gao Peng. I trust your talent more than any mid-tier breeder. Gao Peng replied. Still stunned. First. The terms. If you can accept these. We're done here. Rule 1, I have classes. Don TOT, unless the world is ending. I'll consult. But I'm not signing an exclusive contract with any guild. My only guarantee is that I won't help your direct competitors. Without hesitation. Sam Lam agreed, and slid over a non-exclusive contract. Master Gao. Check the terms. It's exactly what you're looking for. Gao Peng scanned the page. His brow furrowing. It felt too good. 500 credits annually, plus a 50 credit commission for every mantis evolution. This wasn't a legal trap, it was a straight-up blessing. He signed immediately. Wondering if this boss was just drowning in money? A knock at the door broke his thoughts. Master Gao. Mr. Ma has arrived. Sam Lam stood up to leave. I won't take more of your time. I look forward to our partnership. Let's make this legendary. As Sam Lam entered the elevator, his professional mask finally slipped. He answered his phone. His voice dropping to a cold, calculated whisper. It's done. He signed the non-exclusive deal. Just as you planned. Uncle. Why him? There are so many trainers in Chang'an High. Fine. I understand. Back in the lab, Gao Peng turned to his next client. Is this the one? Mr. Ma beamed with excitement. His eyes filled with hope. System window. Name 4 seasons begonia. Rank tier 3. Attribute wood. Status happy. Evolution path requirements, 100-year wood essence and 100 drops of spirit dew. A rare plant type summon. Gao Peng's eyes sparked with genuine interest. She's beautiful. Look at those crimson-toothed leaves and that ethereal scent. You want to trigger her evolution, Mr. Ma nodded. Looking slightly sheepish. The Chang and Flower King pageant is in 2 weeks. I want her to win. Gao Peng froze. A Flower King contest, you mean? A monster beauty pageant. He stood there with a deadpan expression. This was a first. Sentient plant types were incredibly rare. Usually reserved for top-tier healing traits. Most hunters would kill for this beast. And here it was. Entering a pageant. 𝐒𝐭𝐮𝐤 tilted her head. Aren't those contests, usually for girls? Mr. Messiah. I know. An old man in a flower pageant looks ridiculous. He reached out. And the begonia gently coiled its vines around his hand. She's my second summon. I want her to have the best possible start. I don't care what people think. I just want her to be happy. He looked at Gao Peng with absolute trust. Master Gao. Please. She needs to evolve. It's the only way we stand a chance at winning. Gao Peng felt the weight of his conviction. Leave it to me. He snapped his fingers. Standard rules triple the fee for custom work. 𝐒𝐭𝐮𝐤 swiped the card instantly. Ready for the materials list. Master. 2 units of 100-year wood essence and 150 drops of spirit dew. Add golden spirit seeds. Great sea seeds. And 1 black wind grass. Got it. All materials are in stock and ready for processing. 𝐒𝐭𝐮𝐤's voice crackled with excitement. Everything is prepped. Master Gao. Materials secured. Caobong flips the script instantly. Get out. Don disturbed my work. 𝐒𝐭𝐮𝐤 pales as Mr. Ma begs. Stop looking. Disturbing Master Cao is a death wish. Arrogage. Degenerate smirk creeps across Caobong's face. Pure mischief. He approaches the trembling begonia beast. Be a good girl. 1 sting, and it's over. Despite his words. The beast shudders. Drenched in a cold, fearful sweat, the needle strikes. It screams. Mr. Ma lunges forward in agony. But 𝐒𝐭𝐮𝐤 holds him back. Stay back, she cries. This is for the sake of your beast's evolution. It's finished. Caobong signals the door. Procedure complete. You can come in now. Success. The begonia has transcended stronger. Yet still adorable. Observe and learn. Caobong boasts. Rank elite, level Shtiri. A wood-type beast with hidden fire and lightning traits. A masterpiece. Mr. Ma's face lights up with pure, unadulterated joy. It worked. 𝐒𝐭𝐮𝐤 gasps at its beauty. Mr. Ma rushes to embrace Caobong. Master Cao. I'm forever in your debt, Caobong winces. Gratitude is fine. Hands off. Their laughter echoes. Elsewhere. Marked an Zeiss overhair fallen summon. Another failure. Nearby. 3 students whisper. Their spirits crushed by the harsh reality of the system. Why risk our lives? Even passing doesn't guarantee a spot in a top guild. True. We'll just end up as corporate degenerates or unemployed hunters anyway. Quitting isn't easy either. We retrapped in this cycle of mediocrity. Only 1,200 spots, let's just coast for a month, then take the academic exams. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐞𝐚𝐤. Her eyes cold. Their lack of ambition is pathetic. Fools. She needed real power. I have to find him. Classmate Cao Peng. The scene shifts to a vast, emerald wilderness. A forest teeming with hidden dangers. The grass rustles. A squirrel-type beast emerges. Eyes wide and deceptively cute. Its fur is reinforced with natural armor plates. A survival-type threat, it spots a cluster of mushrooms. Drool pools as it locks onto the prize. A trap. Silk snares it instantly. The creature looks back, trembling in pure terror. Suddenly, survival instincts kick in. Razor-sharp spikes and claws erupt from its skin. Bony protrusions burst from its spine. Its hidden stats are finally awakening. It spins violently, shredding the webs. Gravity takes over as it plunges downward. It falls straight into a dark abyss, a pit swarming with venomous spider monsters. The swarm closes in. The squirrel is paralyzed, pinned by thick, sticky webbing. The vibration draws a massive horde. The Black Forest is waking up. Back at the city, Cao Peng enters the material shop. Old Chen. Yuan. 30 kilos of yin snow pine gold. Faust. Old Chen scowls, chewing a toothpick. Out of stock. Master Sale. There's only 10 kilos left in the entire city. What? The plantations are full of it. Chen flips his screen to the news. Forget it. A week ago, a demonic spider swarm devastated the entire sector. Military blockades are everywhere. The headlines scream, Superclass Spider Outbreak. Survivors describe a living nightmare. Many were nearly turned into spider feed. Alert Chang'an Black Forest sealed. New high-tier arachnid variant confirmed. The government warns trespassers will be prosecuted. Chen slams the table in frustration. Everything in that forest is being hunted. The owner barely escaped with his life. A new customer barks an order. Old Chen, got any high-grade spirit wood? Coming up, Chen turns back. Master Cao. We'll talk later. Business calls. Cao Peng nods silently. His eyes darken with a trace of mounting unease. Cao Peng replayed the last few days in his head. Something felt off. From the military to security firms and now unknown spiders. It didn't add up. An inner voice whispered a warning. A massive crisis was looming. A sudden ringtone broke his trance. It was Sam Lam. Gao. Heard about the brutal spiders. Brutal spider demon. He repeated the name. Where was the world heading? At Shield Security Tower 1. Sam Lam rushed out, screaming for his arrival. No time for small talk. Sam Lam panted. The situation just hit critical. Those spiders are launching massive raids on our resource zones. It's a massacre. The government is drafting private guilds to find a weakness in these monsters. Sam Lam kept talking, explaining the gravity of the situation. We've immobilized. We deploy in 3 days. But our combat beasts aren't ready. We need you. If you can evolve our ghost mantises, our survival rate triples, even if it fails. I appreciate you coming on such short notice. Cao Peng adjusted his stance. Let's see the mantises first. Please. Give it everything. Sam Lam urged. The alliance is desperate. Rules are changing. He swiped his keycard, still briefing him on the political shift. Mutations are out of control. The government can't keep the peace anymore. Massive policy changes are coming. The alliance is evolving. Take a look. Dozens of mantises stood in perfect formation, their blades glinting. The entire unit is here. My staff is ready to assist you. Gao. Get results. And your pay will be legendary. Cao Peng smirked. I won't disappoint. He walked through the rows, touching them. A staffer whispered. What's he doing? He's just petting them like he's taking a casual stroll. I don't get it. The worker muttered. Does this kid even look 20 years old to you? Sam Lam snapped. Shut your mouth. One more word and you're fired. I'm betting my whole future on this kid. Sam Lam thought. He better be real. Cao Peng pushed up his glasses. His eyes flashed with a cold, sharp light. Row 1. 8, from left. Row 4. 4 from right. And that big one. He smiled. Keep those 10. The rest are useless for this. Prepare a lab. I need low-grade insect serum, earth cores, and steel powder. Sam Lam barked at his team. You heard him. Move it. Sam Lam's heart skipped. Cao had instantly picked the 10 strongest out of 100. That speed. That accuracy. He's faster than any high-rank appraiser I know. A grin spread across Sam Lam's face. And he's not even 20 yet. The lab became a blur of motion. Cao Peng worked like a man possessed. He stared at a glowing green essence. A prideful smirk touched his lips. Time ticked away. Suddenly, a shout woke the dozing Sam Lam. It worked. Sam Lam bolted upright. Let me see. Gao. A brilliant emerald light flooded the room. Vibrating with power, the mantis had transformed. Its aura was suffocating. Its form truly terrifying. It evolved. The staff cheered. Sam Lam's gamble had paid off. A perfect quality. Elite Tier 4 Winged Emerald Mantis. Absolute perfection. Sam Lam looked at Cao Bong with pure reverence. He's a literal goldmine. Test Phase 1. Cao Bong whispered. The mantis moved like a bolt of lightning. 7.47 seconds. Gao Peng's pace improved. He patted his purple-backed centipede's head. Good job. He offered a favorite bug treat. The creature's mandibles twitched in delight. Gao Peng glanced at the lazy slackers nearby. They were just wasting training time, flirting. Let's hang out later, a girl giggled. The atmosphere was far too relaxed. Gao Peng 𝐒𝐿. Some degenerates never learn. The instructor only focused on the true hunters. For those ignoring their quests, there was no mercy. The instructor prioritized elite potential. Your basics are solid. The officer noted. Now, build your stamina. The student bowed gratefully. Gao Peng knew the truth. Those without grit wouldn't survive the coming dungeon crawl. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. Hey. Gao Peng. It was Mu Tianying. A classmate. Your summon is impressive, she said. Gao Peng looked up. Stunned by her massive height, he broke a sweat. If she were a guy, she'd be a legendary tank. Thanks for the compliment. Tianying reached out. Gao. Let's form a guild squad together. Why me, he asked. Tianying's expression dimmed. Combat trials are coming. And teamwork is mandatory. Ranks will be calculated by party performance. I need a real partner. Not trash. Gao Peng grinned. This girl had high standards. Finally, someone who spoke his language. Where's your familiar? He inquired. Tian looked slightly nervous. Her confidence wavering for a second. She whistled loudly. A massive shadow charged toward them, shaking the ground beneath. Meet my partner. Tian introduced shyly. It was a beast of pure steel. An iron rhino. Gao Peng and his centipede stared in absolute shock at its size. Wait, she warned, petting the beast. Before we party up. Lianzi is a bit timid. She remembered the rhino getting spooked by tiny insects. It lacked a killer instinct. He's passive, but his defense stats are off the charts. She pleaded for a chance. He barely feels pain. He can endure any boss monster's strike without flinching. Gao Peng stroked his chin. A system window flickered, revealing the rhino's hidden traits. Most rhinos were common tier. Only a few reached the elite ranking in this world. This one was perfect quality. Gao Peng began calculating his tactical move on the board. His centipede focused on poison DPS. A high defense tank was exactly what his team needed. With a frontline shield, he could unlock devastating skill, evolutions, and aggressive strategies. Tianying bit her lip. He's thinking too long. I guess I am rejected, she thought. She turned to leave. It's unfair to hold him back with a cowardly beast. Hold on. Gao Peng called out. I am in. Let's conquer this quest together. He extended his hand. Timid or not, we'll train him into a monster. Besides, I'm tired of dealing with low-rank losers. Tianying's face lit up instantly. She grabbed his hand, hoisting him into the air with pure, unbridled excitement. Nearby, the high-level hunters and guild leaders gathered at the designated clearing. Captain Song smirked at Director Liu. Never thought I'd see a big shot here. Liu's gaze turned icy. Reports say the demon blades fear fire. You are up. Song, since your squad specializes in fire-type skills, you'll be our vanguard for this raid. Don't tell yourself short. Your mantis is a jungle assassin. You'll finish first. The tension between the two powerhouses was thick enough to cut with a blade. The instructor signaled. Look at the data. A new threat has emerged underground. These arachnid monsters are hoarding food. They're preparing for a massive spawning event. If that broodmother finishes feeding, an unstoppable swarm of spiderlings will be unleashed. The officer clenched his fist. Cooperation is mandatory. We must finish this mission. Failure is not an option. The survival of this sector depends on us. The bounty for this hunt will be legendary. But the military is on edge, fearing the guilds will start a bloody civil war before the quest even begins. If we don't focus, internal friction will bleed us dry long before we reach the dungeon boss. What's your take? Director Liu Captain Tong asked. Liu remained stoic as the tactical instructor adjusted his comms with a grim expression. Silence means consent. Mission start, all units. Initiate fire suppression on Sector 3. Open fire. The soldiers moved with lethal precision. unleashing a devastating barrage toward the third sector as ordered. Missiles streaked through the air like lightning, obliterating the terrain and sending earth-shattering debris flying in every direction. Director Liu chuckled. See, talk is cheap. But they still have to flex their muscles to keep us irregulars in line. Tong shot a cold glare at Liu. Mock them if you want. But the government is dead serious about this expedition. That artillery strike was a warning to us. A show of force to ensure no one steps out of line. But it does thin out the monster hordes. We can afford to walk away from this mission empty-handed. Tong gestured toward Liu's insect summons. A leader-tier beast, you're actually bringing that thing out for a real fight. Liu smiled thinly. Every major guild has 3 or 4. Unlike the elites. My guild doesn't have a hidden trump card. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the very foundation of the earth. Everyone froze. What was that soul-shaking sound? The insect summon began to shiver uncontrollably. The instructor's voice cracked over the radio. Director, the demon mantis is losing it. It's paralyzed with fear. Liu couldn't believe it then. A massive shadow loomed as a gargantuan foot crushed the earth, bathed in a blinding golden aura. A titan emerged from the dust. Director Liu stood frozen. His face pale with pure terror. That aura. It's a high-ranking leader-tier monster. The beast's crimson eyes burned with a primal, predatory fury. It's the Lord of the Ninth Forest, Liu screamed. The colossus threw back its head and let out a devastating roar. Chaos erupted as hunters scrambled in a desperate frenzy. Run, move, get out of my way if you want to live. Hold your positions, the instructor barked. His teeth gritted in frustration as he watched the hunters flee. Seek. Absolutely pathetic. A flash of golden light pierced the darkness. And from within the glow, a radiant avian summon manifested in the sky. The crowd gasped in awe. It's the Golden God, the military's ultimate ace. We're saved. The Golden God circled the Titan, unleashing a torrent of divine flames that forced the massive beast to fall back, intimidated by the overwhelming power. The Forest Lord retreated into the shadows. Silence finally returned to the battlefield. Hunters began picking themselves up, trembling. Is it over? I really thought we were going to meet our end right there. Director Liu turned back to the instructor. I suggest we move now. Our window of opportunity is closing fast. Our air support has reached its limit. The instructor warned. All units, listen up. Chang'an Guard. Move out immediately. He scowled at the ragtag groups. Why the military needs these degenerates is beyond me. We could handle this solo. A man with sharp green hair and spectacles adjusted his glasses, his expression turning grave as he surveyed the area. We had the jump on this awakening. But the world is evolving much faster than our systems can track. The situation is escalating. To survive what is coming, we need the guild leaders at the front lines right now, deep within the dungeon. Captain Tong led the charge, ordering his summons to purge the spider hordes with fire. Captain. Wait, Liu Xiaowu shouted. This is an inefficient use of mana. We were bleeding energy way too fast. We can handle elite tier mobs, but their sheer numbers will drain our summon's core energy before the boss room. Tong didn't hesitate to adapt. Adjust formation now. Switch to a resource-saving stance immediately. Tanks to the front. Support in the core. Attackers on the flanks conserve all long-range skills. Melee units. Move. Suddenly, 2 shadow spiders lunged from the ceiling, spraying thick, restrictive silk at the advancing party. Flower Spirit. Now Zhao Wu commanded with authority. Activate Thorn Armor Shield, the front line. A protective buff enveloped the Nighthound. Meanwhile, Captain Tong pulled out a tiny, unassuming rodent summon from his cloak. The tiny beast lunged forward, unleashing a concentrated blast of fire that incinerated 3 spiders instantly. Incredible efficiency. Cao Wu marveled. Our training is paying off. Tong gently patted his pint-sized powerhouse. The sound of steel clashing echoed from the depths. Someone's already engaged. We're not the first guild here. The acoustics in these tunnels are deceptive. We're still a few levels away from the main objective. Pick up the pace, Tong barked, sprinting toward the noise. All recruits, stay on my 6 and don't fall behind. Below them, a chaotic battle raged. The commanding officer's voice boomed. The left flank is crumbling. Reinforce it now. The hunters unleashed a relentless barrage on the giant spider. But a shimmering mana shield blocked every strike. Its massive size was a deception, merely a side effect of its current breeding cycle. Its combat stats are pathetic for its rank, Liu Senlin barked. Slay it now. Rewards based on damage dealt. Trust my command. And I guarantee every hunter receives their fair share of the loot. Backline. Snipe the eyes. Frontline. Keep hacking at those legs. Move it. Degenerates. The recruits roared in unison. But the spider's eyes flickered with a secondary barrier. Damn it. More defense. Zhao Yu rushed to Captain Song. Sir. Look at the battlefield, we can just stand by. If we don't intervene, the military will strip our merit points. We'll be blacklisted from the guilds. Song's face darkened. You're right. Staying neutral now is suicide. But something about that spider feels wrong. My survival instincts are screaming. This isn't a normal hunt, it's a goddamn death trap. The onslaught continued until crack. The creature's protective shield finally shattered into glowing shards of light. The eye barrier is down. Kill it, Lu screamed. Tang Lang leaped forth like a demon unleashed. His twin blades carved deep into the monster's flesh. Suddenly, the spider's eyes ignited with golden fury. Song's eyes went wide. Get back. Now the spider unleashed a deafening, soul-shaking screech of pure agony. The sonic wave tore through the air. Hunters collapsed, clutching their bleeding ears. The pain was absolute. Who said this thing was weak? Liu gasped, trembling. Then, he saw it, the boss aura glowing beneath, perched atop his mantis summon. He realized the horror. It's a peak boss tier monster. And it's evolving. Our interference just botched its transformation. The system has triggered a berserk state. We're finished. Panic erupted instantly. Run. This is beyond our rank. Abandon the quest and flee for your lives. 3 hours passed at the extraction zone. The instructors grew restless. Where is the vanguard unit? A shadow flickered in the sky. Someone's back. Did they actually clear the dungeon this fast? The lead instructor tapped his headset. All units. Battle stations. Prepare for a high-threat contact. Hold your fire, it's us, Lu screamed as his mantis crashed into the dirt. His body broken. Only you. Where's the rest of the unit? Report the status of the mission. Hunter. Lu grabbed the man's collar. You sent us to die. That wasn't a weakling, it was a Lord-tier evolution. The chief instructor stepped in, prying Lu away. Get a grip. Soldier. Explain the situation clearly. We entered the hive and found the beast mid-evolution. Liu stammered. His eyes filled with trauma. The power gap was insane. It was a slaughter. Our strongest familiars are dead, erased by that monster. The compensation for this failure will be astronomical. The loss of life is simply unimaginable. The instructor glared at the researchers. So, this is the accurate data your department provided us. The researchers stammered, unable to explain how they misranked a Lord-tier monster as a mere weakling. A bloodied figure emerged from the tree line. Look, another survivor. The broken ranks are trickling back. Where's the Spider King? The instructor barked. I don't know, it's hunting anyone who moves. We scattered like rats just to survive. The officers exchanged grim looks as more survivors appeared. Captain. I'm sorry. I couldn't save them. Stop. You made it back. That's all that matters. The instructor crossed his arms. If we knew it was a Lord tier, we'd have sent a Master Guild. Capturing a Lord tier would have revolutionized our military. But those bureaucrats ruined everything with their incompetence. Bureaucracy and bad data. They've crippled our strength and sent good hunters to their graves. 𝐒𝐿. The evolution failed. It's useless now. Let the other wild lords finish the job. 2 kings can't share one mountain. The Black Lord will hunt it down. 𝐷𝐀𝐍𝐿. Return. Gao Peng patted his companion's head. Great work out there, buddy. You've earned a rest. A nearby youth cursed his own beast. Jealous of Gao's bond. The creature snarled back in defiance. Gao Peng watched the chaos. Lu Senlin walked into a trap involving 3 Lord-tier entities. Evolution is brutal. Standard monster remains were becoming worthless. The economy of the system was shifting toward the elite. Elite-tier corpses barely pay for snacks nowadays. He mused. To reach the top? I need bigger prey. I need to get 𝐷𝐼 and 𝐷𝐍 to commander level quickly to boost our survival rates. Once they evolve, my reputation as a top-tier monster breeder will finally skyrocket across the city. I'll head to Yanqing for my official high-level certification. Following this path is my key to absolute power. 𝐷𝐼 effortlessly hit level 14. But the guild's recent hunting quests remain uncompleted by everyone else. He devoured all the snow-silver metal. Now, that skeleton just stares blankly at the empty fridge all day, staring like an idiot. Meanwhile, after intense training, 𝐷𝐍, the centipede, finally reached level 10. Suddenly, Mu Tiyang approached Gao Peng, clutching a worn notebook tightly in his hands. Gao Peng. These are my personal notes on training defensive familiars that we talked about before. Gao Peng examined the notes. For a team to survive, tactical planning based on specific traits is essential. The notebook emphasized one golden rule for all defense-type beasts. An iron will is more vital than physical armor. Daily courage training is key. Tying is dead serious. Mu Tying looked confused. What? Gao Peng patted his shoulder. Nothing. I just realized you've worked incredibly hard. Suddenly, the speakers blared. All students, assemble at the podium. Regular training is cancelled for the day. The instructor stood tall with his hands behind his back. Listen up. Students, Phase 1 is over. Before starting Phase 2, I'm announcing the disqualification list. He flashed a sharp grin. Liu He, Xie Yongyi, Hu Jiudang, Wu Yonghuan. You are all cut. Leave the training field immediately. The crowd erupted in anger. What? Why me? You can teach us, kick us out like this? The instructor's eyes flared with an intimidating light. Does anyone else have a problem with my decision? We've watched your every move. You know exactly how lazy you've been during these past few weeks. Xie Yongyi froze. Remembering his secret phone sessions. Hu Jiudang hid his face in absolute shame. Sleeping on the training ground. Jiudang, go back to the classroom tomorrow. You're finished here. If you are too lazy for basic drills, you have no place in the life or death training ahead. He barked. The instructor then pivoted to explain the brutal details of their next evolutionary stage. Phase 2 is live combat. Slack off now. And you won, just fail, you'll get your familiars killed. Panic swept the ranks. Real combat. Students looked at their beasts with trembling, fearful expressions. We have to fight monsters. My teddy is a beast. He'll tear them to shreds without a scratch. Please. That teddy just looks scary. It's completely useless in a real dungeon raid. He freeze instantly. You need a powerhouse like my golden tail centipede king to actually survive. They started bickering. King. That's just a regular centipede you found crawling in the dirt. I named him that for a reason. He's destined for an elite tier evolution. Just you wait and see. The instructor cut them off. The rules are simple. You'll be divided into 5-man squads. Each team gets a mentor. Move fast and pick your allies. The rivals split up to recruit teammates. We're joining Gao Peng's squad. The atmosphere turned electric as everyone scrambled to join the elite. Our squad is cracked, Gao Peng. We're in. I've been waiting to team up with you forever. Gao Peng gave an awkward laugh. Suddenly, a familiar face appeared and waved. Hey there. Gao Peng. The instructor stood tall. I am Zhang Renbai. I'll be the one overseeing your little field trip. Your survival is in my hands. Behind her, a monster with glowing cyan eyes materialized from the shadows. With a wicked smirk, she asked, So, who's brave enough to be my first volunteer? A massive iron bristle boar appeared. Level 9. Common grade. Slightly injured. The trainees began to tremble. Instructor. Can we fight something else? Anything but that beast? They stammered in fear. Zhang pointed to a smaller, more vicious creature. Fine. How about this one instead? A level 10 elite hairless bloodhound. Gao Peng broke into a sweat. It was far more dangerous. If pushed into a frenzy, its attack power would eclipse the boar's. Gao Peng knew he had to act now. He couldn't let them switch to the deadlier beast. Gao Peng stepped forward. I'll go first. Let's go. Cao Bang and Da Tu face the steel bristle boar. Go. Da Tu. The familiar golden aura explodes outward. The beast roars, slashing claws at the golden summon. A massive slam misses as Da Tu teleports above. Golden eyes flash. Fangs sink deep into monster flesh. The boar howls, flinging the familiar across the field. Crimson rage fills its eyes. Da Tu trembles slightly. Is it over? The students stammer. Drenched in sweat, Cao Bang smirks as the system window pings nearby. Target poisoned. Minor internal ruptures. Damage scaling active. Green venom leaks out. The game was already decided. The bite injected a neurotoxin deep into the system. The more it fights, the faster death's poison spreads. The boar collapses. System. Critical status. The hunters gasp. How the beast had the total upper hand before. Da Tu approaches while the onlookers stare in shock. Instructor Zhang analyzes the skin. Acute neurotoxin poisoning. Clearly. Impressive. Zhang says. UV passed today's hunter evaluation. That venom is lethal. But don't over-rely on it. Against poison-immune enemies, your combat power will plummet. Understood. Instructor. Cao Bang rewards Da Tu with food. Zhang stares. He's training a monster, like a puppy. The boar lives. Who's next to face the trial? My turn, the black-haired student shouts. Stepping forward. You're just kicking a down dog. The fat kid mocks. Watch and learn. Fatty, my beast will finish this. Enough talk. Zhang interrupts. Continue the field training now. The Golden Scorpion King strikes the weakened monster's tail. Use the poison needle. Kill it for the rewards. He laughs, imagining a legendary victory for his familiar. Suddenly, the scorpion collapses. foaming at its mouth. My familiar. Why did it just fall like that? Poison backlash. Cao Bang notes. Tai An agrees nearby. He's right. Tai An explains the hidden combat mechanics. Toxin residue from Da2 reacted with the boar's blood. Poison types aren't automatically immune to every external toxin. So he poisoned himself. The fat kid wheezes laughing. King of jokes, he insults his rival with glee. Look behind you. Fatty, your own beast is straying. The fat kid turns. His familiar is eating trash. Wait. Stop. Get away from that disgusting pile. No. That's not food, please. Stop eating that. Tai An asks Cao Bang for advice while others heal. Zhang sighs. Another chaotic morning in the city begins. Da2 stares into the fridge. It's completely empty. Dum Dum slammed the fridge. Scoured every shelf. Still. Absolutely nothing. Poor guy thinks food spawns by magic. Adorably stupid. He kept munching scraps. Suddenly, my phone buzzed. The screen flashed to life. Finally, ID 0101. Monster Hunters Association. My evolution materials are here, I answered quickly. A professional customer service voice greeted me. Mission 001-34872 complete. Item dispatched. Please prepare for immediate delivery. I scrambled for my shoes. It's finally here, no more waiting. One more delay, and I would have changed his evolution path. A delivery bot approached. I waved it over. Nearby, two shady figures were whispering and pointing. Boss. That's the guy who bought the silver snow tongs. Confirmed. Followed the truck myself. The leader smirked wickedly. Tonight, we hit the jackpot. The youngest stammered. B-boss. Are we sure about this? A glare silenced him. Pathetic. The second brother slapped his head. It's survival of the fittest. Don't get caught. Ow, stop hitting me, the boss grinned. He's right. Kid. We aren't attacking yet. Just tracking for now. If he's too dangerous, we bail. Genius. Boss Knight fell as they crept toward the tower. Hurry up, this is better than petty theft. Wait. Why is this place so trashy? Looks poorer than our slum. Is this guy really loaded? Even better, he's just a lucky peasant with no backing. Perfect prey. They huddled close. This score is going to be legendary. Keep it down. Why hit me again? The boss picked the lock while they watched. Almost there. Suddenly. Footsteps. A woman appeared at the opposite door. Duong Duong yawned. Middle of the night. What are you guys doing? Sorry. Miss. It's so dark. We can find the keyhole. Yeah. Super dark. She turned to leave. Wait, the boss blocked her way. With a greasy smirk. He leered. We thirsty. Sweetheart. Spare some water. She smiled curiously. Why not? Come on in. The thugs traded sinister grins. Hey. Thank the nice lady. Boys. They crowded inside. Thanks. Dole. The second brother locked the deadbolt. Oh, why lock it? It's late. We wouldn't want to disturb the neighbors, she chuckled. Completely unfazed. Oh. Don't you worry about that? The walls are soundproofed. She whispered coldly. Nobody will hear a thing. Their faces went pale. A giant green lizard materialized. Her eyes burned blood red. A rank 3, they trembled. Cold sweat drenching them. He pulled a blade. Quit the tricks. You witch. He lunged at her. Clang. The knife flew across the room. Her hands flickered with eerie energy. He collapsed. Clutching his shattered wrist. My hand, the brothers froze in terror. Venom Quill Hedgehog. Attack. The youngest desperately summoned his beast. Gulp. The lizard's tongue snatched at midair. Goni na second. My beast, she stroked her pet. Careful. Don't eat trash. Sweetie. Sharp projectiles whistled through the air. The boss forced a final command. Die, let's see you act tough now. Her sleeve shredded. But her skin. Not a single scratch. Impossible. Killing intent flooded the room. You wouldn't understand the answer. Her crimson eyes locked onto them. But don't worry. I'll teach you. Personally, Duong Duong's wicked grin paralyzes the trio. Meanwhile, Cao Bang hears weeping outside his home. She really messed up. Cao Bang wonders who's causing this late-night ruckus, while Duong Duong makes a call. The thugs are bound tight. Ulti. Send your men. I've got 3 volunteers here. They redisciplined and ready to defend the border. At school, the familiars lie defeated. The crew is absolutely speechless at the sight. Cao Bang's gaze shifts. System window mutant water bear detected. Level 12. Elite Tia. Quality common. Status Lazy. Weakness is fire. Dehydration via lemon juice. Or physical fragmentation. Unique threat cryptobiosis. Activating cryptobiosis drops metabolism to 0. It becomes an immobile, indestructible fortress. A water bear. It's my first time seeing a monster with such a trait. Cao Bong ponders his third contract. Should he choose this resilient creature? Imagine its tenacity. Surviving the vacuum of space and lethal radiation levels, from freezing depths to microwaves. It's immortal. Is it the perfect third familiar? Post-cataclysm evolution boosted its vitality. It resists almost every abnormal status. He looks at Dazi and a die. Defense is great. But there's no synergy. I need a familiar that balances offense and defense. A flying type or a healer would be much more effective. A loud crash. Lian-Tu's massive frame crushes the opponent as Mach Theodon cheers. Nice work. Zhang Renbai warns her to keep back from the heavy hitters. Stay calm. Mots. Get clear of the battlefield to avoid collateral damage. Gao Peng smirks. Lian-Tu has certainly grown under her training. That cowardice is finally fading. Suddenly, Cao Peng's phone vibrates. Hey. Mr. Gao. Got a minute? It's Director Lu Sanlin on the line. What's up? Lu invites him for a formal dinner while driving. Some influential friends want to meet the famous summoner in person. Cao Peng senses the flattery. After the Black Forest incident, their guild is desperate. They need a high-tier hunter like him to stabilize their ranks. Fine. Let's meet at the school gates after class. Evening falls. Cao Peng hops into Lu's car. Thanks for the ride. No sweat. I was picking up my daughter anyway. Lu Chaowu leans forward. Dad. This is only your third time here. Her cat familiar meows loudly. Lu steals a glance at Cao Peng. Sigh. Mr. Gao. Could you take a look at my daughter's familiar? System window silver cat. Level 12. Wood attribute. Rade. But its quality is only common. Cao Peng turns back. Drop by my office this Sunday. I'll check it then. Really, to your office, Xiao Wu asks. Her eyes lighting up. All right. Xiao Wu. Head home. Mr. Cao and I have business. She waves goodbye. It's a date then. Gao Peng see ya. Strange. Why send his daughter away for a friendly dinner? Something feels off. They arrive. Lu gestures politely. After you. Mr. Gao. The decor is exquisite, a masterfully designed forest garden style. This isn't just a meal. Lu's friends must be high-ranking officials or guild leaders. Lu leads him into a crowded room. Everyone. Let me introduce Mr. Gao. He starts the introductions. This is Captain Song of the Fire Battalion. Tongzi offered a casual wave. Meet Captain Jiang Gu. Lu Senlin announced. Leader of the Sky Star Hunter Squad. Jiang Gu sneered. Lao Liu. You hyped him up so much. But he's just some brat. Cao Peng's gaze turned icy. It was no coincidence. He was surrounded by dangerous squad leaders. His fists tightened. They're suspicious. Prying eyes felt like daggers. Lu Senlin suddenly broke the heavy silence. Everyone's here. Let's eat. Jiang Gu's face twisted into a menacing grin. Wait just a second. The massive captain loomed over him, radiating pure bloodlust. You look pale. Peng. Are we bothering you? Cao Peng stayed silent. Calculating. Tongzi stepped forward with a glass. Captain. Why scare the boy? If word spreads, we're bullying a student. I'll never hear the end of it. Lu Senlin broke into a nervous sweat. My mistake, I should have warned Mr. Cao about the guests. Forgive my lack of foresight. Brothers. Jiang Gu let out a hollow, boisterous laugh. I see. We've heard of your legendary skills. Mr. Cao. We've been dying to meet you. You're a hard man to book. But today, fate aligned. 𝐒𝐿-𝐿. Give us the honor of a toast. The others joined in, raising their glasses like vultures. Yes, to our new friend. Mr. Cao. Drinking is boring. We'd rather learn some of your secrets. Exactly, don't be a stranger. Their smiles were fake. Every word was a hidden barb. This wasn't a dinner. It was an interrogation. Liu Senlin handed him a drink. Sorry for the poor planning. Cao Peng remained stoic, his mind racing. He looked at the glass. He had already given Lu Senlin more value than he was ever paid, and yet, the man was still trying to play him for a fool. He stared at the wine. Let's see how this trap unfolds. Asterisk clack. Asterisk. The sound of chopsticks broke his trance. Jiang Gu leaned in. Look. I'm a blunt man. There are things I need to say. The rumors claim you're a genius with a 100% upgrade success rate. He chuckled darkly. You're a special case. But are you really as miraculous as they say? Cao Peng gave a thin smile. You flatter me. If you need a consultation, visit my company's office. Jiang Gu's expression hardened. Mr. Cao. Why act like a stranger? That hurts my feelings. He swirled his wine, looking down at the boy. If you're Lu's friend, then you're my friend too. Friends help each other. Why bring the company into this? It's so cold. Their manipulative voices echoed in his head. Exactly, we're all friends here. Forget the business talk. You're still young. Little Cao. You don't understand how the world works. We're just teaching you. Little Cao, I have some monsters that need your special touch. Surely you can find some time. A cold sweat broke. Do these idiots really think I'm that easy to manipulate? Soon. They stood outside the restaurant. Cao Peng turned to the squad leaders with a polite nod. Captains. I'm just a student. I lack the experience to handle such high-level tasks for you. Lu Senlin's face crumpled. Mr. Cho. I truly messed up today. Let me drive you home. Cao Peng waved him off with a calm smile. No need for that. He flashed his phone screen, showing a confirmed ride. I already hailed a car. Don't bother. As the car sped away, a young man with a bowl cut spat on the ground. Ungrateful brat. Another hunter scoffed. Let him go. He's just a kid. Not worth our time. Lu Senlin sighed at the captains. I tried my best. But it seems we all lost out today. The leaders grumbled and headed back inside. Whatever. Let's finish the meal. Li was just trying to help. That kid is just too green for his own good. Suddenly, a hand gripped Lu's shoulder. Jiang Gu leaned in, eyes flashing with a predatory red glow. Director Liu. Our deal is done. I helped you corner him and ruined his reputation with the other guilds. Consider my debt paid. Liu Senlin grinned, his facade vanishing. Come now. Captain. We're partners in crime. 𝐒𝐿. Jiang Gu pulled away, waving a dismissive hand. Don't get ahead of yourself. We aren't the same. He walked into the night. Casting one last suspicious glance behind him, Lu Senlin smirked to himself. He'd played Gao Peng like a pawn. Just another tool to use for his own selfish climb. Night fell over the city lights. Inside his apartment, Gao Peng threw his jacket aside. The weight of the day heavy. 𝐒𝐿 crawled over from the shadows. Gao Peng grabbed the remote to check the nightly news update. Breaking Zhilong Group's Blue Demon Serum is a disaster. Reports of horrific side effects are flooding the entire Federation. Malignant mutations are spreading. Familiars in the Neon District are turning into monsters after using the tainted gene fluid. Bloodlines are degenerating. Zhilong Group has announced a global recall. The system is failing those seeking easy power. Customers are frantically returning the poison for full refunds. But the damage to their familiars is already permanent. Scientists warn of genetic instability. The public is urged to stay away from the failed Blue Demon products immediately. Suddenly, Gao Peng's phone rang. A familiar name flashed on the screen, shattering the silence of the room. Liu Senlin. Why is that snake calling now? Gao Peng wondered what hidden agenda the man had this time. Gao Peng answered with a cold tone. Director Liu. What's the reason for this call? Be quick. Lu's voice was sickeningly sweet. My apologies. Mr. Gao. Those hunters were disrespectful. I should have warned you before. Gao Peng tightened his grip on the phone. Forget it. I'm not angry over small fry like them. I'll handle them. Lu promised. Disrespecting you is an insult to me. Starting today, I will make things right. Gao Peng didn't wait for the lies. He ended the call instantly. Silence returned to the dimly lit apartment. Rage boiled in his veins. He gripped his phone until his knuckles turned white. He was done being weak. They look down on me because I lack power. 𝐒𝐿 watched him, sensing his master's growing fury and determination. This wasn't a setback. It was fuel. The fire of revenge was finally lit in Gao Peng's eyes. I'll follow the rules for now, he whispered, until I'm strong enough to tear this whole board apart. The TV flickered to the Dog King finals. Han Ning stood tall alongside his massive, terrifying beast. The competition ended in a total sweep. Hunters from all over the region watched as a legend was crowned. 21-year-old genius Han Ning claimed the throne. A true prodigy among the hunter tiers and the common degenerates, only a university student. Yet his influence was reaching the top tiers of the elite science university. System Window Starburst Hound. Level 39. Rank Commander. Quality Perfect. A monster among common beasts. Gao Peng was impressed. Reaching commander rank in 3 years. That is the absolute peak of human potential. Wait for me. Gao Peng muttered. I'll reach that summit soon. My own evolution has only just begun. Back at the lab, the grind continued. Gao Peng dropped rare ingredients into the mixer to start the process. He poured a glowing purple liquid. Drink up. 𝐻𝐸𝐿. This is your ticket to power. 𝐻𝐸𝐿 hesitated. Elsewhere. The elevator dings. Lu Chaowu and her friends arrived at the studio. Whispering about Uncle Gao. Is this the genius studio? Her friend asked. You said he was a legend. But this looks normal. He's our age. Chaowu replied. But his skills are legendary. Don't let the shop's modest look fool you. They teased her. Laughing playfully. Just teenage drama in a world filled with monsters and rising hunters. The receptionist smiled. Welcome to Tianpeng's studio. Do you three have a scheduled appointment with the master? The girls looked around. Unimpressed. Does this place really do business? It seems pretty empty to me. Maybe he's not as famous as people say. They whispered. The receptionist remained perfectly calm and professional. If you don't have an appointment, I can check if the boss has time to see you now. Chaowu frowned. Her father called him the top genius in Chang'an. But his fees were incredibly high. Maybe that's why there are no crowds. Suddenly, the air began to vibrate. A heavy pressure hit them. The girls gasped, clutching their chests. The atmosphere grew thick and suffocating. What? What is this terrifying aura? Inside, 𝐻𝐸𝐿's bones were cracking. A divine light surged through his skeleton. The evolution was finally triggering. System alert bone ape. Level 16. Quality epic. The status window glowed with a magnificent golden light. Type undead. Weakness, holy. New trait unlocked blood thread heart. A hidden stat had finally awakened. Yes, Gao Peng roared. Eyes wide with triumph. The breakthrough is complete, we finally did it. 𝐻𝐸𝐿. Suddenly, Gao Peng gasped in shock. An extra trait awakened during the upgrade. This is incredible. Trait blood thread heart. Passive effect, consumes blood threads and energy to condense a powerful core heart. The blood thread heart grants this skeleton a total stat overhaul. If shattered, buffs vanish. Active heart resonance mastery over every pulse. Scanning the trait data. Gao Peng's heart quickened with pure excitement. This skill is broken. With this, Dumby's power will reach God tier, but Dumby's massive frame is a problem. Not exactly low profile. Gao Peng stepped out, gesturing toward the room. Hey. 𝐒𝐭𝐮𝐤, need a disguise for him. This look one fly downtown. She froze. Unbelievable. Another evolution already. His growth speed is purely monstrous. Uncle Gao, he heard. Ah. Director Lu's daughter. Liu Xiaoyu. He remembered the director's puppet strings. Even his daughter was a pawn. Is the old fox testing me after that hang-up, using her as bait? Then, a strange glow caught his eye. A nearby familiar. Fascinating. A beast adapting to a completely unique ecological niche. It drifted through the air like a sea. Uncle. Help me check him. You again, Gao Peng muttered. His expression shifting instantly. Drop the uncle. We were the same age. It's weird. Just call me Gao. She blinked at his sudden warmth. Rules apply. You know my rates. Cash up front. This elite rank mint cat has a common grade soul. That'll be 60 credits. Consider it a professional courtesy. She clearly knows nothing of her father's schemes. No need for grudges. For your dad's sake. Materials are on me. She beamed. Thanks. Master, where is it? Then, he looked around. She panicked. Searching. Wait. Where'd my cat go? Her friend pointed to the corner. The mint cat was paralyzed. Shaking before Dumby's terrifying aura. Huge. Teary eyes looked up. She scooped the furball into her arms. It's okay. 𝐒𝐿. It buried its head. Lecherous little cat. Gao thought. Where do you find this jellyfish? The friend asked. Into spatial types. Mr. Gao. Never seen this attribute before. Just satisfying a professional curiosity. It's barely a beast. She laughed. Just a low-level space-type creature. Basically a flying wallet. She tucked her phone right into its body. See, it has its own internal storage dimension. Super convenient. They repung city imports. Vendors are flooding the plaza with them. Over at Wuku Square. Gao's eyes sharpened. Slot 3. Found. Wuku Plaza. Get your flying jellyfish here. Don't miss out. The ultimate flying wallet, Peng City's hottest trend, stepped right up. Cute jellyfish drifted like bubbles. The girls were instantly mesmerized. Babe. It's so cute. Can I have one, please? Anything for you? Gao Peng stepped forward. Can I see one? Here you go. The merchant moved on to the next customer. The crowd surged. Level 1. Common. No. Not these. Can I see the entire stock? I want to handpick mine. The seller led him back. A heavy mist filled the room. Hundreds of tanks lined the walls. Take your pick. Kid. Born from spatial rifts during the OS7 disaster. Mutated jellyfish. They thrived for centuries in those rifts. Predators couldn't even touch them. It narrowly escaped being devoured by predators. Cao Peng sighed. This was the most pathetic space attribute beast ever. The merchant chuckled. Space attribute, it just floats. Inside its body? Tiny. Useless sub-dimension flickered. With 0 attack power? It only survived because it was too beautiful to eat and tasted even worse. It would have been extinct long ago otherwise. Cao Peng stared at the jellyfish. Is it really that bad? The tank was crowded with level 1 and 2 trash. Domesticated ones were no different from the wild ones. Suddenly, Cao Peng froze. Wait. This one? In the quiet tank. One specimen was acting completely berserk. Why was it so different while the others drifted aimlessly? This one radiated a strange, hyperactive energy. Cao Peng turned to the seller. How much for this one? The man grinned. Sharp eyes. Kid. The boss says it's a rare variant. A perfect grade jellyfish king with a high-speed mutation trait. 100 credits. A total steal. Cao Peng countered. Be real. Man. It's just a floating balloon. 50 credits. The seller didn't even argue. He just wanted it gone. Fine. 50 for a new friend? Cao Peng transferred the credits via phone without a second thought. Even at 50 credits. The shop made a profit. The seller begged for more customer referrals. Kid. If your hunter friends want jellyfish, bring them here. I'll give you a massive discount. Gao Peng scoffed. 100 credits for a jellyfish. He just hoped the guy wouldn't scam him again. But Cao Peng smiled secretly. His hidden system interface flashed a startling notification. Monster flying jellyfish. Level 4. Quality elite. Attributes, space. Wind. Weaknesses, lightning. 𝐒𝐿. And predators. It shrinks in fear when confronted. The seller seemed terrified, just looking at its hidden potential. Dual attributes and elite quality. My hunter squad is finally coming together as a powerhouse team. Cao Peng looked at the floating orb. You look like a balloon. Let's call you dummy. The jellyfish looked confused. Later at home, 𝐿𝐻𝐍 was resting until the doorknob suddenly turned. I am back, Cao Peng announced. Stepping inside while carrying the cage containing the new jellyfish summon. 𝐿𝐻𝐍. Meet our newest family member. Upon hearing this, the giant centipede froze in pure shock. 𝐿𝐻𝐍 bolted into the bedroom, waving its legs frantically before slamming the door shut in protest. Cao Peng sighed at the dramatic scene. It seemed his familiar had finally learned how to be jealous. Cao Peng cracked his knuckles, releasing a wave of killing intent. You ungrateful brat. Time for a lesson. Then, he softened his voice. 𝐿𝐻𝐍. I bought your favorite dried worm bread and rare star leaf herbs. Inside the room, 𝐿𝐻𝐍 flinched. The temptation of high-grade monster snacks was starting to work. I even spent 301 credits on a boss-tier lightning core. That's a whole family's living cost. 𝐿𝐻𝐍's eyes turned into credit symbols as it began to drool uncontrollably at the news. A single claw peeked through the door. Cao Peng teased. Want it? 𝐿𝐻𝐍 nodded hungrily. Cao Peng dodged the lunge. Not so fast. You don't get to slam doors on your master. 𝐿𝐻𝐍 scrambled for the food bag. Give it. Give it. The two began their chaotic daily dance. Talking back now. Are we? Meanwhile, Adar ignored the chaos and stared intensely at Dummy. Cao Peng massaged his shoulders. Without a daily scolding? These monsters would tear the roof off the house. He approached Dummy's tank, channeling his internal aura. His current soul power should be enough for this. Time for the contract. He reached out, but Dummy shrieked and covered its head in terror. Cao Peng closed his eyes. Its consciousness was tiny and incredibly fragile. This was going to be difficult. The jellyfish was too unstable. If he forced the system link now, he'd feel like a total degenerate. He stood there scratching his head. Flanked by his two powerful and intimidating familiars, he needed to lower its guard. A true bond required time, affection, and building trust through interaction. Cao Peng's face flushed with excitement. Tomorrow, you are coming to school. We'll bond there. 𝐿𝐻𝐍 whimpered. The next morning at the training grounds, 𝐒𝐭𝐮𝐤 stood there, sweating and stuttering nervously. Good morning, Cao Peng. The orange-haired student beside her stared in complete disbelief at the sight. Cao Peng strolled in with Dummy, perched right on his head, greeting everyone with a cool smile. Students snickered at Gao Peng's bizarre hat. Look at that hideous thing, they mocked, ignoring the jeers. Gao Peng retrieved a chilled bottle from his familiar's spatial storage. He offered the water to Mu Tieying. Thirsty, it's ice cold. Tieying stared in total confusion, waving him off. No. No. This hat of yours, Gao Peng chuckled, pointing to his head. It's not actually a hat. Avoid jellyfish, a spatial type familiar. Tieying murmured, gently stroking her own lotus familiar with a wry smile. I've heard they quite timid. But forget that. Have you seen today's training boss monster yet? The lotus familiar purred under Tieying's touch. Soon. The entire group gathered with Gao Peng before the beast's massive iron enclosure. Yeah. The system window identifies it as the purple-gold centipede. Gao Peng narrowed his eyes. This quest looks brutal. Tieying eyed the monster before turning to Gao Peng. So you taking point as the lead hunter today? Dumby chirped excitedly. The classmates sighed. Great. Gao Peng's sweeping the MVP bonus points again. Typical. Well? His power-up stats are insane. We should just study his combat tactics for later, as long as we secure enough survival points to pass. I'm satisfied. Surprisingly. Gao Peng declined. Let the others take the vanguard. It's not fair if I hog every awakening opportunity. The crowd erupted in shock. Wait. What, he's actually stepping back? A student adjusted his glasses. If Gao Peng's passing. Instructor. I'll claim the first strike mission, Gao Peng pondered silently. A mother long hen level 11. Elite Tia. A common quality. But enough to test the boss's hidden stats. Suddenly. Gao Peng turned back to check on his familiar. 𝐻𝐸. You seeing this, pay attention. Hey, where are you looking? 𝐻𝐸 was literally drooling. He tapped 𝐻𝐸's head. Stop thinking about food. Analyze that centipede's attack patterns and survival traits. You were up next. So wipe that drool. It's embarrassing. Instructor Zhang dropped the red flag. The mother long hen stood tall against the predatory purple-gold monster. A crimson battle aura enveloped the hen, while the centipede radiated a toxic, emerald-colored mist. The two familiars locked eyes. The centipede struck first, its tail whipping like a lethal blade toward the hen. The hen leaped into the air, dodging the blow. Before diving with razor-sharp talons aimed for the kill, the centipede counterattacked instantly, its pincers crushing the hen's legs in a vice-like grip. The bird struggled desperately. The glasses-clad student panicked. His familiar was caught in a devastating disadvantage. Not good. Instructor Zhang noted. Lucky for you. It's not venomous. Otherwise, your familiar would be dead already. The centipede's sharp stinger drove deep into the hen's leg bone. The hen's durability is high. Zhang added. The monster's tailhook lacks the piercing evolution for a fatal blow. The mother hen's eyes burned with a murderous crimson rage. It hammered its beak directly into the centipede's skull, sending dark ichor spraying across the training ground. We won, the student cheered. Beside them, Dumby winced, hiding its face with its tentacles. Gao Peng remained stoic. Not quite. Suddenly, the fallen centipede's eyes flashed with a sinister red light. The monster hooked the hen's legs and wrenched them apart. The bird let out a soul-piercing shriek of agony. The student screamed in horror. A sickening crack echoed from the hen's lower body. The hen wailed, eyes streaming as it faced the sky. Every male student nearby instinctively covered their vitals, trembling in fear. Yikes. That's rough. A steady footstep entered the arena. A beast radiating an overwhelming murderous aura approached the fallen bird. That's enough. Match over. Zhang commanded. The centipede recoiled in sweat. It released the bird, which scrambled away. Sobbing in utter humiliation, the panicked student chased after it. Mother hen, wait up, take it easy. Zhang turned to the class, hands behind his back. Anyone else brave enough to challenge the centipede? Everyone recoiled. Zhang's face darkened. Earlier, you all complained that Gao Peng took every first-round slot. You felt I was being biased. Right. You thought I looked down on you. Well, here's your chance. The students shuffled back, avoiding eye contact. No way. Let the top ranker go first. We're good. Instructor Zhang looked at Gao Peng. Without a word, Gao Peng fed 𝐻𝐸 a snack and gave the order. Go. Dumby cheered from his head as 𝐻𝐸 slithered into the cage to face its prey. 𝐻𝐸 rose, his massive frame towering over the beast. Tieying stepped up. 𝐻𝐸 was strong, but so was the foe. Xuan grimaced. Cao Bong suspected the monster was hiding its stats. His hands shook. He had to put his faith in 𝐻𝐸 now. The Gold Slayer struck first, whipping its lethal tail toward them. 𝐻𝐸 pivoted, dodging the strike. Tian cheered for the win. Cao Peng watched closely while 𝐒𝐿 sat there. Totally dazed, the beast lashed out again. Slamming its tail into Daisy's head, Daisy countered with a heavy blow. Leaving the monster reeling, Daisy tore flesh away. Blood spraying everywhere in a brutal display. The students cheered. Amazing. That power is terrifying. Daisy coiled around it. System. Status critically wounded. Relief hit, Cao Peng. 𝐒𝐿 celebrated the successful hunt. 𝐼𝐴 shouted. You're the best. Gao Peng. Relax. He smirked. Everything is going exactly as I planned. But internally, the young summoner was sweating buckets. My heart was actually racing. He admitted to himself. Recall him, Truong yelled. Daisy was devouring the monster's flesh. Stop, training targets are expensive. Don, let him eat it all. Daisy's face was soaked in green ichor. Meat in his mouth. Students trembled. Is that thing even tamed? It looks savage. So brutal, they whispered. 𝐿𝐴 silenced them with a glare. Cao Peng whistled. Daisy looked back. Annoyed, but he obeyed. The massive familiar crawled back under the crowd's shocked gaze. Cao Peng grabbed a cloth. You're such a messy eater. Cleaning the slime. He warned. You'll scare the weak-hearted, but it's tasty. Daisy hoofed. The onlookers froze in fear. How arrogant. Someone hissed. He's just showing off now. Ignore them. 𝐿𝐴 said. Cao Peng remained cold and calm. You pity monsters because you feel safe behind these bars, but out in the wild? There are no safety nets. Will a wild beast show you mercy in a real fight? We were here to kill. Quit now if you're not ready. They fumed. But a slow clap suddenly broke the silence. Instructor Truong stepped forward, pointing at the stunned class. Training is over. Next is the Wilderness Outpost Expedition, a 1-week mission. Your leave has been officially approved. Registration is 5 credits. Talk to your families tonight. Finally. Real combat. But are my stats high enough? Cao Peng wiped his brow. A massive opportunity was coming. Instructor. Why isn't this free? The students complained. Truong smiled sinisterly. Her killing. Intent. Chilling the room. Don Tio go then. Or head to the death zone for free. 20 credits for tickets, gear will cost even more. The students slumped. Their wallets feeling the heavy pressure. Talk about being dirt poor. If you truly broke. I'll just hit up my old man. Chang'an High smirked deviously. Besides paying yourself, you can sign with Lin Min. They'll cover every cent of your awakening and training fees. The soldiers stood in rigid formation. Sign that contract. And you rebound to 8 years of service after graduation. Relax. Your years spent in the military academy count toward that 8-year term. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 crossed her arms. Faire point. 5 credit points is a fortune for commoners. It's a steep price. But this policy at least makes it reachable. Cao Peng countered. It's a clever trap. They give us the choice to join, making it seem non-coercive. Cao Peng's expression darkened. Whether you graduate as an officer or serve as a grunt, the military always wins. Truong Nanbok turned serious. Final warning if you register. You must sign this death waiver. Fear rippled through the students. A death waiver, are we actually going to die? Truong Nanbok stepped forward to address their rising panic. Hunter trials aren't like normal school exams. Treat this training as your one shot at a real awakening. Signing doesn't guarantee death. It's a formality for the risks ahead. But if you stay this naive, that knot will disappear from your fate. The class erupted in nervous laughter. The girl scratched her head. Blushing. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 glanced at Cao Peng. Hey. Let's team up tomorrow. They shook hands firmly. The honor is mine. Cao Peng smiled. Behind him, 𝐒𝐿 peeked out. Grinning mischievously. Military transports roared down the road. Iron beasts cutting through the wind with absolute, crushing power. Hua. It's gorgeous. The girls pressed against the glass, eyes wide as the landscape blurred past. Look at that peak, it's massive. And look over there, actual wild beasts. This is insane. Suddenly, the truck slammed into a massive boulder. The violent jolt sent everyone flying from their seats. What the hell was that? The driver smirked in the mirror. Oops. Missed a rock. Meh, bad. Kids. Cao Peng sat stoically. Old veteran tricks. He's just shutting us up because we were being too loud. Cao Peng sighed. Thinking back, Sister Duong hadn't answered her door or any of his calls this morning. She is a high-ranking hunter. She wouldn't just vanish without a trace. Would she? Could this be linked to that hidden secret she always refused to tell him? Another violent jolt shattered his thoughts, nearly throwing him from the vehicle. Ugh. Cao Peng gritted his teeth. Again seriously around him. Bruised students groaned, ready to confront the driver. That's enough. Stop messing with us, yeah. 𝐒𝐭𝐮𝐤 just bully students like this. The soldier wiped his brow, laughing it off. Sorry. Sorry, my hand slipped that time. Honest. They reached the wild training zone. 3 massive transports hissed to a stop. We're here. End of the line. The group piled out. Eyes locked on the commander. That valley. That's your new home for the week. The zone is cleared. We've left only normal and elite rank monsters for your progression. Rest assured. No boss-tier entities will appear in this sector. Thuong Wai tapped his tactical watch. Your system interface includes GPS and an SOS button. Your quest survives 7 days. Cao Bong stared at his device, lost in thought. Thuong Wai's voice boomed across the clearing. There is no quitting. Withdraw now, or you fail the program. Any questions? Sweat dripped down their faces. Sir? Are there any supply points or caches inside the valley? Fly. There are safe houses made of reinforced steel. Only a boss tier could breach them. They have basic rations. Thuong Wai stood tall, hands behind his back. If you just want to hide for 7 days, you can. The choice is yours. How will you evolve? Move out. Hatchlings. The valley gates groaned open as the students surged forward into the unknown. Dai Long. Move, we find a safe house first. Then we prove our real strength. Let's go. 𝐒𝐿 and Cao Bong locked eyes. The commander's voice blared, pick up the pace if you get eaten. The GPS will lead us to the monster. We'll make sure to avenge your remains. Move it, stop staring 𝐒𝐿 nudged Cao Bong. Hey. Top student. What's so interesting? Cao Bong turned, pointing out a rain sparrow to 𝐒𝐿. These birds track moisture with precision, always flocking toward rainfall. They re-natural sensors. 𝐒𝐿 nodded. Right. The city weather towers keep them for tracking storms. Their attack power is low, but their flight speed is legendary. Truly high-tier flyers. Cao Bong watched it soar. This wilderness was far more exciting than the city walls. And monsters paradise. Teeming with rare beasts. 𝐒𝐿 laughed, spoken like a genius, while everyone else rushed into Bone Valley like headless chickens. You already analyzing the environment. That composure is your real power. Cao Bong shrugged. Not really. I just hate crowds. I am waiting for the rush to clear out. 𝐒𝐿 looked skeptical. Fair enough. Shall we get moving then? Let's go. Cao Bong said. 𝐒𝐿 followed eagerly. Cao Bong suddenly frowned. Was that a shadow? I thought something moved in those trees. He looked down. Inside the room lay basic supplies, bottled water and sealed survival rations. 5 kits and 10 bottles. This lasts a week if we were careful. A military test. Foraging while fighting monsters causes casualties. They're giving us a baseline for survival. 𝐒𝐿 was fully armored. Aren't you wearing your protective gear? Gao Peng. Cao Bong stared blankly. 𝐒𝐿 sighed and explained the danger of the woods. Toxic gnats lurk here. One sting will leave you paralyzed and in agony. Cao Bong just smirked, waving her off. 𝐿. These herbs will do the trick. He cleared his throat. Let's scoot. I want fresh prey instead of dry crackers. I won't eat biscuits for a week. With 𝐿 clearing the path, they moved. If things get dangerous, we can retreat to this safe zone. It's solid strategy. 𝐒𝐿's eyes lit up. Impressive. Your tactical thinking is on another level. 𝐿 used its massive frame to bulldoze a path while Dazi scanned for threats. We need a water source. Cao Bong directed. That's our first priority. Predators always congregate near water. Suddenly, a strange purple mist drifted toward them. The floral scent is overwhelming. And there's rot underneath. I feel dizzy. 𝐒𝐿 stumbled, clutching her head. Cao Bong caught her before she collapsed. She tried to thank him, but Cao Bong signaled for absolute silence. Shh, he whispered, then ordered 𝐿 to strike a specific branch with full power. 𝐒𝐿 was confused. That tree, there's nothing there. Is there? Why attack a random branch? But she trusted his top student instincts completely. He must have sensed a hidden monster. 𝐿 follow your lead. She signaled 𝐿. Strike. 𝐿's eyes flashed crimson as it prepared a devastating heavy charge. The target didn't react. 𝐿 launched forward like a cannonball toward the foliage. Its horn pierced the branch with a sickening crack. A hidden snake tumbled out. The serpent hit several branches before slamming violently into the forest floor. It died instantly. 𝐒𝐿 shivered. A monster. Its camouflage was perfect. Cao Bong identified it instantly. His knowledge of hidden monster traits was absolute. A green hand snake. It mimics the color and texture of the canopy perfectly. Its meat contains toxins. Monsters can eat it. But for humans, it's lethal poison. Cao Bong paused. Wait. My contract transfers all damage and toxins to 𝐸𝐍𝐻. A wicked grin spread across his face. Which means I can actually eat this. They say the most poisonous prey tastes the best. Let's find out. 𝐸𝐍𝐻 looked horrified at the suggestion. Suddenly, another sound echoed from the trees, scanning the surroundings and finding nothing. Cao Bong rubbed his chin. Strange. Was I just hearing things, hidden behind a massive trunk? A snake trembled before slithering away. Suddenly, Tai Ying waved. Hey. Cow over here. She pointed ahead. I found a water source. A shimmering river appeared. Its surface dancing with golden leaves. Tai Ying dipped her hand into the stream. The water was crystal clear, devoid of any foul scent. Cao Bong beamed at the sight. With clean water secured, their survival odds for these 7 days skyrocketed. Suddenly, a strange green creature surfaced. It spat a mysterious liquid directly onto Cao Bong's leg. The fluid soaked into his pants, and an unbearable, pungent stench instantly filled the air. Cao Bong gagged, his face turning purple. What is this foul smell? Suddenly, his system window identified the beast despicable frog. Level 2. Common grade. Trait obsessed with spitting on others. Weaknesses, lightning and earth elements. Third weakness, hates being spat on. Cao Bong glared at the creature with pure, unadulterated disgust. Is this thing crazy? It loves spitting but can't take it. Who would even bother spitting back at a frog? The despicable frog kept soaking his hem, finally snapping. Cao Bong growled. That's enough. I was trying to be nice. Avoiding trouble is my motto. But this monster is literally asking for it. He needed to purify the water. But first, he looked down at the frog with a cold, silent gaze. The cheeky frog actually stuck its tongue out, mocking him with a taunting croak. Enough talk. Cao Bong puckered up and spat right back. He even struck a proud pose, adjusting his glasses. You wasted your chance. Did you really think my system couldn't handle a pathetic green runt like you? Tai Ying and the others watched in disbelief. Even the frog seemed shaken by Cao Bong's petty revenge. Suddenly, the frog burst into tears. High-pitched croaks erupted as dozens of frogs began leaping from the lake. Tai Ying gasped, her eyes wide. I had no idea this pond was crawling with those things. Sweat poured down Cao Bong's face. Behind her, an entire army of despicable frogs was rising from the depths. Confused, she asked, "What's wrong? You look pale." Suddenly, one frog unhinged its massive 𝐒𝐿 energy began swirling in its gullet, condensing into a glowing, dangerous sphere of concentrated power. Cao Bong grabbed Tai Ying's hand instantly. Run for your lives. The entire party bolted into the dense woods. A barrage of toxic spit rained down on them. They ran as if the gates of hell had opened. Tai Ying wheezed, her lungs burning. After a frantic sprint, they finally stopped to catch their breath. Is it safe? Yeah. I think we finally lost that slimy mob. Collapsing against Lianzi. Ying sighed. Never thought I'd be hunted by frogs. Cao Bong sprawled out, exhausted. Don't underestimate them. 1 is a joke, but 1,000, that's an instant game over. Lianzi glared through tears. And this nightmare only happened because you picked a fight with a frog. Cao Bong stroked his chin, shifting back into strategist mode. All right. Let's analyze our current coordinates. To the north lies the frog-infested lake. To the west is the valley's main entrance, our primary exit point. The terrain there is sparse, and I haven't detected any high-tier boss monsters in that sector yet. Then, he recalled those massive viscous, chilling footprints he'd discovered earlier, deeply imprinted in the damp soil. To the south is a dense, suffocating jungle, the confirmed territory of a massive carnivorous predator. The thick trees would hinder our movement. That leaves only one viable path. We head east. East leads to a slope and a vast grassland, likely home to herbivores. Tai Ying nodded in agreement. That's all the intel we've gathered. Should we push further and expand our scouting range tomorrow? Cao Bong paused, his eyes suddenly igniting with an unexpected, fiery intensity that startled the group. Time to head back and cook dinner. Tai Ying stood there, completely dumbfounded by his sudden mood swing. Only 𝐸𝐍𝐻's eyes sparkled, drool dripping from its mouth. Cao Bong just grinned and crossed his arms. Relax, partner. We've done enough today. If we burn out now, we won't survive this week. Fine. Ying sighed. Then let's at least find something edible on the way back to camp. No need for that, Cao Bong smirked, holding up the green tree snake he'd caught earlier. As she stared in shock, he pulled jars of spices from his pack. Mint, cloves, and even cardamom. 𝐒𝐭𝐮𝐤, wondering where Cao Peng scavenged such high-quality spices. When did you loot these? More importantly, where were you hiding them? Cao Peng simply shrugged. Survival is about preparation. He replied coolly. 𝐒𝐭𝐮𝐤 fell silent, leaning against her hand. Every calculated move they made was being transmitted live through surveillance lens. 17. They weren't the only targets. Every hunter in the zone was being tracked by the eye in the sky. Command Center. Pull up lens 13. Candidate 31 sent a distress signal at coordinates 173. 824. 3 squads converged on slope 3A as safe room 7 was located. The instructors watched intently. Is 17 that Zhang Byron kid, the one they said has hidden? Explosive potential. Confirmed. The signature beast and appearance match. Most would just flee from a green-skinned frog. He didn't just run. He scavenged for food. Mid-escape. If he catches a break, his survival rating will hit the top tier. Don't you think? Lieutenant Niamni interjected. You are overestimating him. He's just a student with basic training. The lieutenant analyzed his movements, terrain, mastery, survival tactics, and his cold-blooded decisiveness. His performance eclipses the rest. Focus all primary surveillance on him. The soldier saluted instantly. Understood. Lieutenant, meanwhile, 𝐒𝐭𝐮𝐤 followed Gao Peng, eager to taste his cooking. As she reached for the shelter door, 𝐒𝐭𝐮𝐤 suddenly froze in place. Cao Peng sensed the tension. What's wrong? She turned back with a frustrated look. It's locked. She pounded on the door, hoping the students inside would show some hunter camaraderie. After a long pause, a muffled voice yelled. Occupied. Go find your own spot. Safe zones are first come, first served. Guess we just have to take the loss tonight. Cao Peng stood there, one hand tucked behind his back, looking unbothered. Sun's going down. We'll just have to sleep on the ground tonight. The voice inside grew hostile. Stop whining and beat it. Get lost already. This room is tiny. Scram before it gets dark. Mok Theon fumed at their selfishness. Cao Peng placed a hand on her shoulder, stopping her. Wait. Moke. Don't waste energy on trash. Someone will eventually teach them a lesson. She sighed, patting her massive beast. Liên tử. Fine. Let's get out of here. Girl. But Cao Peng didn't leave. He walked back toward the entrance of the safe house. Cao Peng. What are you doing? In his hand, he gripped a heavy iron chain. Before she could react, he wrapped the chain around the door, locking it from the outside. 𝐒𝐭𝐮𝐤 gasped. You're actually locking them in from the outside. He dusted his hands off. She watched in total awe. Where did that lock even come from? He flashed a sharp smirk. Found it inside the last safe house we visited. I figured the instructors left it for security. I just prioritized its use. I tossed it in my pack just in case. Let's move. The two walked off, satisfied. Every petty and brilliant second of his revenge was captured by surveillance lens 17. Back at the command center, the instructors stared in disbelief before bursting into laughter. Pfft, ha ha ha, this kid is a menace. I love his style. They praised his cunning nature. The lieutenant grinned. The kid's got a real spark, doesn't he? A mysterious figure in the shadows watched, blue eyes glowing. He's leagues above the average student, but the real show starts now. Can he survive a night surrounded by high-rank monsters? Under the starlit sky, Cao Peng led the way. This direction. Let's find a real shelter. Right behind you, she replied. But behind them, a dark, murderous aura began to coil. From the shadows, a black panther with glowing red eyes locked onto its new prey. The forest came alive with bone-chilling growls. The true survival game had finally begun. Sweat beaded on Mu Tianying's brow as he realized they were stuck camping in the wild tonight. Gao Peng remained unfazed, noting the treacherous path ahead and the lack of nearby caves for shelter. Gao Peng's sharp eyes scanned the canopy before pointing to a massive overhead branch. Look up there. That branch is solid. 10 feet up. We'll build our makeshift hunter base right on that fork. Mu Tianying's anxiety eased slightly as Lianzi began tearing down foliage to clear the site. While Mu Tianying cheered, Gao Peng and Dazi scaled the heights to secure their high-ground sanctuary, using thick leaves and small twigs. Gao Peng meticulously reinforced the gaps of their primitive nest. Soon, the cozy shelter was ready. Mu Tianying collapsed, drenched in sweat, finally able to breathe easy. After catching his breath, Mu Tianying noticed Gao Peng was already out cold. He marveled silently. How can he sleep so fast? Even Dazi was snoring away, curled tightly around a branch. Below, Lianzi had drifted off at the tree's base. Mu Tianying peered down at his companions, reaching into his pack. 𝐒𝐭𝐮𝐤 pulled out a yellow star-patterned blanket to ward off the chill, tucking himself in. He whispered, "Time to close my eyes before the next trial begins." From a higher perch, a mysterious figure watched them. A girl smiled at their reckless lack of guards. "No fire. No sentry, just pure, dangerous sleep." She chuckled softly as she observed from the shadows. "Guess it's up to me." Suddenly, a branch snapped. She vanished into the darkness as danger approached. Something was coming. A shadow leopard lunged from the thicket, its eyes glowing with predatory malice. A shadow leopard, the girl narrowed her eyes. To her, this beast's power level was child's play. She smirked, confident that Gao Peng could handle a low-tier threat like this on his own. The beast blurred between branches, its hunger locked onto the sleeping duo as it closed the distance. Suddenly, 𝐿ianzi's ears twitched. The familiar forest silence had been broken by a lethal presence. 𝐿ianzi let out a sharp alarm cry. 𝐒𝐭𝐮 bolted upright, rubbing his eyes in a panic. "𝐿ianzi, what's wrong?" Gao Peng's voice cut through the air. "Everyone, off the tree, now." Without hesitation, 𝐒𝐭𝐮 leaped. He plummeted through the leaves, landing squarely on 𝐿ianzi's back. Gripping the beast's fur, he shouted, "Gao Peng, what the hell is going on out here?" Gao Peng stood his ground like a stone wall, while 𝐒𝐻𝐍 hissed, entering a lethal combat stance. Crimson eyes glared from a nearby branch. A dark-type monster. Its aura felt cold and oppressive. "It's a shadow beast," 𝐒𝐭𝐮 warned. "In this darkness, we are at a massive disadvantage." "Run." Gao Peng stayed silent. Suddenly, a blue system window flickered to life before his focused eyes. He scanned the data. Level 15. The system laid bare every hidden stat of the stalking predator. A level 15, shadow leopard common tier. Gao Peng's lips curled into a confident, knowing smirk. "Running only invites the kill," Gao Peng declared. "Showing our backs will just ignite its hunting instinct." The leopard didn't wait. It launched itself like a black arrow, claws extended toward its prey. It was a blur of steel-tipped fur. Gao Peng's heart hammered. It was faster than he had anticipated. 𝐿ianzi intercept? Gao Peng barked the command. In a flash, his summon moved to shield him. 𝐿ianzi stood firm against the shadow, whipping its powerful tail in a devastating defensive arc. The leopard was agile, twisting mid-air to dodge the blow with a hiss of pure frustration. It circled instantly, its claws raking across 𝐿ianzi's hide with a screeching sound of sparking metal. The speed was overwhelming, and the beast lunged for a killing blow against the summon's exposed throat. But 𝐿ianzi's eyes flared. Upon contact, a massive electrical discharge surged, paralyzing the predator's body. Seizing the opening, 𝐿ianzi's jaws clamped shut on the leopard's flank with bone-crushing force. Blood sprayed the forest floor. Gao Peng grinned. His lightning attribute CC strategy had worked perfectly. The beast's speed was neutralized. All those hours of grueling training were finally paying off today, even against a higher-leveled boss. 𝐿ianzi held the advantage. The wounded leopard shrieked and retreated, battered and bleeding. The shadow leopard scrambled back into the canopy. Fleeing into the deep night, the shadow leopard limps up a tree, reeling from 𝐿ianzi's lethal bite. Blood flows freely from its back. Each breath is pure agony. Crimson eyes ignite in the void. The leopard freezes, fur standing on end. Primal terror takes hold as a true monster emerges, shaking uncontrollably. The leopard slowly turns to face its doom. Coiled around the massive trunk is a giant emerald serpent. "It's cold?" Reptilian gaze is locked onto the trembling leopard. The serpent lunges, its maw unhinges, revealing rows of serrated fangs, hungry for a kill. Gao Peng and 𝐿ianzi watch in horror, breaking into a cold sweat. This is power on another level. Damn. With the leopard crushed in its jaws, the serpent glares down. Retreat. Now Gao Peng commands his team. Go. Go. Gao Peng and 𝐒𝐿ianz scramble onto 𝐿ianzi's back. Bolting into the dense forest, the serpent watches them flee with cold indifference. It turns away, sinking its fangs deep into a sturdy branch instead. A mysterious woman watches from the shadows. "Looks like you have no interest in little Peng today," she muses. "Wise choice. A battle would be too loud and reveal my position. Stay hidden for now." She vanishes instantly. Back at base, Monitor 17 flickers. The instructors spot the mutant serpent and sound the alarm. Emergency alert, high-tier mutant detected in the sector. Commander. "Should we neutralize this mutant?" an officer asks. The response is swift, negative. "Stand down." Instructor Chen clarifies. "These giant serpents are naturally passive. They rarely initiate an unprovoked attack. Consider this their final exam. If they can handle this, They don't belong on the hunter-s path. The lieutenant gives a sharp smirk to Instructor Chen. Ruthless as always. I see. Agreed. But put the Golden Eagle squad on high alert. If a flare goes up, they move immediately. Understood. Day 2 begins. Sunlight filters through the canopy as Tiang rests peacefully against Lianzi. The morning glare hits her eyes, slowly pulling Mu Tiang back to reality. She wakes to see Gao Peng's calm smile. Finally awake, good. It's time to move out. Dazed, she rubs her eyes. Move out, Gao Peng. Where are we even going? Feeding a grub to 𝐿𝐍𝐻. Gao Peng answers calmly. Back to where we were yesterday. The camp. We fled too fast and left our supplies behind. Tiang pales. Back there. What if the serpent is still lurking? Besides, we have no data on its attack patterns or critical weaknesses yet. Without vital intel, walking back into that territory is a death wish. It's too risky. Gao Peng sighs, tossing another treat to 𝐿𝐍𝐻. That's exactly why we must go back. To gather intel. A trainer's true strength is knowledge. One hidden stat could be the difference between life and death. Survival in this new era has changed. The world is far more ruthless than it looks. Hiding in safe zones only breeds weakness. Tiang stays silent, realizing the weight of his words as she follows. Hey! Wait up, she shouts, scrambling after him. You're moving way too fast for me to keep pace. If we hit another monster, don't you dare leave me behind while 𝐿𝐍𝐻 covers our escape. The woman in the shadows smirks at them. Don't take it personally, 𝐿𝐍𝐻. But some burdens aren't yours to carry. They navigate through a wasteland of shattered trees. Total devastation. Mu Tiang mutters, eyeing the carnage. If we hadn't bolted, we'd be crushed just like these trunks. Suddenly, Gao Peng spots a mysterious glint. Gao Peng stops, sweat beading on his brow as he investigates. Wait. Could this be Mu Tai? Tiang ignores him, scouting ahead. Gao Peng. I'll check over there. Suddenly, his system interface flashes. Hollow space wood rank. S space material. No way, it's hollow space wood. This is the core evolution item. It's impossible to find on the market. Most guilds don't even know this legendary material exists. Kneeling, he peers into the vase-like trunk. So, it was hidden inside this unique species all along. Memories of their frantic escape from the mutant serpent yesterday flash through his mind. That mutant snake. It must have reached that insane ranking by feeding on this rare material. No wonder it didn't chase us. It was guarding its hoard. He grabs the prize. If it got to farm more, he stashes the precious hollow space wood into his bag, his heart racing with excitement. A sly smirk spreads across his face as he begins looting every single piece of that legendary material, seeing field training as a chance for rare loot. Cao Bong found a crystal tree on day 3, but the hunt didn't stop there. By the 4th day, he spotted glowing flora on high rocks, ordering 𝐿𝐍𝐻 to retrieve it. Night 5 brought shimmering purple crystals. Day 6 passed quickly. The grueling field training was finally reaching its climax. On the 7th morning of the operation, the instructor praised the elite students. I am satisfied with your performance. Shang Yi smiled proudly. The next valley deployment was scheduled for 3 weeks later, offering free registration for returning hunters. Phase 1 of their growth was complete. A 3-day break was announced before classes. The students erupted in cheers. Finally, rest and a feast. Mu Tai-an and Cao Bong shared the excitement, reconnecting with the world. Everyone rushed to call home and report their safety. Cao Bong messaged Sister Duong, but a shocking image on his screen stopped him. Cold insect swarms. Meanwhile, in downtown Chang'an High, panic spread as citizens glued their eyes to their phones, sweat dripping from their brows. TV screens broadcasted the 2105 Alliance's emergency report on the northern war zone. A reporter stood at the front lines. I am reporting live from the battlefield. The Yangtze defense line was struggling to hold back a massive wave of withered leaf locusts. Back home, Cao Bong watched the news with a die. 𝐿𝐍𝐻 and Aishuan, Chairman Feng, appeared on screen, detailing the stats of these monstrous invaders. These dry leaf monsters fear fire. The only reason the barrier was still holding, billions of these 30-centimeter terrors darkened the sky, threatening a total collapse. Cao Bong's expression darkened. The situation was far worse than the public knew. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. It was Chairman Feng. Cao Bong answered, surprising his summons. Little Cao, you've finished your training, haven't you? Feng's voice sounded strained. Are you safely back home yet? At headquarters, Feng revealed the military's secret plan upgrading the empty-bellied golden cicadas. Can you visit the association tomorrow? There's a massive reward. Cao Bong was stunned. Golden cicadas, you're using them against the locust swarm. Feng confirmed his suspicions. What Xiaobang's shout echoed. Startling. The military officers in the room. Feng glanced at the officers. Knowing the high stakes of this evolution project, conventional weapons are failing. We must utilize natural counters and traits. The two men in the room trembled with fear as the crisis escalated. Xiaobang frowned. Finding a natural predator for these monsters was a high-difficulty quest. So, little Cao. Interested in joining this research? Name your price. Xiaobang cleared his throat. Sensing a massive power-up opportunity. Chairman. I want a Lord-tier lightning attribute monster core as my payment. A tense silence followed. Xiaobang waited. Heart racing for the response. Normally, impossible. But for you. We'll make it happen. It's a deal. The next morning, Xiaobang arrived at the association's skyscraper. Phone in hand. Little Cao Chairman Feng rushed toward him. Ignoring his usual status, he beamed at the young summoner. Haha, I've been waiting for you. The receptionist whispered in shock. Who was this boy to receive such a greeting? Is he an elite's son? Feng ignored the gossip. Guiding him toward the elevator, the military 𝐒𝐭𝐮𝐤 specimens arrived last night. Let's go. As they descended to floor B15. Xiaobang noticed the exhaustion in Feng's eyes. Pulling an all-nighter, President Feng asks with a smirk. Yeah. I spent the whole night researching. Feng's expression hardens. Still no leads. Just then, the elevator dings at floor 5. The doors slide open. Gao Peng's eyes widen. This facility is massive. Truly a high-tier research center. Welcome to the Breeder Association's main lab. Little Gao. Feng gestures toward a sleek, high-tech corridor. Inside the containment unit sits a void-stomach golden cicada. Take a look. This is our subject. Gao Peng studies the creature. A mutation from the original evolution path. He muses silently. Exceptional jumping power. Pure earth attribute. An assistant approaches. Mr. Gao. Please. Look at this. On the tray lies a batch of processed imperial leaves. His interest is immediately piqued. Dried imperial leaf skewers with fennel flavor. The cicada's absolute favorite snack. The assistant explains. Want to feed it instead? Gao Peng grabs a skewer and takes a bite. Wow, rich flavor. Perfectly roasted. Crispy on the outside. Juicy on the inside. 10 out of 10. Pfeff. The assistant stands frozen in shock. Even President Feng stares at him like he's lost his mind. The cicada lets out a frantic screech. Bouncing around the cage. He's eating its dinner. He waves a skewer playfully. Relax. Just testing for poison. A bit too much fennel. Though. Here. Your turn. The cicada flicks its tongue out. Devouring the treat. It's clearly satisfied. He eyes the empty stick. If it can digest raw metal, its stomach capacity must be monstrous. He turns to Feng. So, what specific stats is the military looking to buff? Primary focus is defense and digestion. Feng replies. But a boost to attack power is always welcome. He points to the data monitors. Check out the results from my previous experiments. It has a surprising affinity for fire. I've been testing its epidermal layers with fire-type materials. The data shows its tissue has the highest compatibility rating with fire orchid vines. No rejection reaction. But the vine's energy is too passive. We haven't found an efficient catalyst yet. Gao Peng thinks to himself, the fire attribute evolution path does exist using those vines. But the formula needs a tweak. President Feng. Perhaps we should look at this from a different angle. Feng is stunned. What already? You've got a new theory this quickly. Gao Peng smirks. Think of it like cooking. The fire orchid's essence is too mild to penetrate. We need a more aggressive catalyst. High heat and heavy seasoning, that's how you get results. Feng's jaw drops. Heavy seasoning, intense heat, Gao Peng just nods mysteriously. Exactly. A light bulb goes off in Feng's head. Wait. Let me run the numbers. Red-faced ghost peppers. Gao Peng grins. Why don't you give that a shot? Feng snaps into action. Zhao Zheng fetched the red-faced ghost peppers from the vault. Now. Sang notes. Though he's skeptical. Evolution is like cooking. Is this guy for real? Is this really the city's youngest genius? Feng watches him walk off. A faint smile appearing. Zheng has potential. But he needs to see how true genius works to awaken his own talent. I hope you learn this lesson soon. Moments later. Zheng returns with a heavy equipment case. Sir. The items are here. Feng inspects them. High-tier quality. Perfectly preserved. Zheng shoots a cold, sideways glance at Gao Peng. A mocking smirk on his face. Only the best. I wouldn't want Mr. Genius here, blaming the materials when he inevitably fails. Feng feeds the items into the processor. As they recrushed, a dangerously potent glow begins to radiate. Xiao Zheng. Add some Suhe wood, King Ginseng, and Moon Eye Angelica to the mix. Zhang complies. Gao Peng watches, his mind racing. It's still missing a crucial stabilizing agent. If I help now, it'll look suspicious. Better to let the experiment play out first. The evolution serum is complete, Feng declares. He carefully injects the glowing liquid into the cicada. Instantly, a violent red aura erupts from the cicada's body. The system interface flickers wildly. The energy surges until boom, a massive explosion rocks the room. Feng yells out an urgent command. Another failure. Young Trin runs the blood analysis. Master, I've found the cause. Critical overload. The fire elements clashed, triggering a massive internal energy surge. Unfused embers still burn within the cells. Feng Tu frowns at the conflict. Based on your past research, Trin continues nervously. Success requires at least a partial fusion within the cellular remnants. We just need better ratios. He glares at Cao Bong. Total failure. This conflict proves these energies are incompatible. It's over, but Feng Tu remains eerily calm. Giving up now is premature. We need more data. Again, Master Trin shouts. But Feng Tu's resolve is absolute. Trial 2, boom. Trial 3. Another devastating blast. The crowd whispers. 3 strikes. The formula is clearly flawed. Trin was right. The kid was just full of hot air. Yet, Cao Bong wears a mysterious, confident smirk. Chairman, the ghost chili alone isn't enough. We need a second catalyst. 2 main materials, reckless. Cao Bong simply asks for trust. What's the second ingredient? Cao Bong replies. Black soil. Black soil, a rare, yin-aligned earth element material. It shields the organs, allowing the wood-fire-earth cycle to stabilize. Feng Tu stares at the wreckage. Elemental synergy. Let's try. The team prepares the serum. Trin checks the sample. Master, look. The fire elements are finally fusing into the flesh. Feng Tu beams. It works. Cao Bong pushes for a live test. Ingestion is key for maximum potency. Cao Bong suggests. Static tissue 1, cut it. Feng Tu nods in agreement. Cao Bong approaches the empty-bellied golden cicada with the vial. Don, 2, worry. Little guy. Treats are coming after this. Injection complete. Red smoke begins to billow out. The lab vanishes in a haze. Ratios are set. Cao Bong warns. Just keep adding materials. Everyone, get out now. Feng Tu coughs but stays. I must observe this. Cao Bong hands over the vial. Fine. I'm getting some air. Outside? He gasps. That chili is no joke. He played it cool. No one suspects he knew the recipe. He's just a consultant while Feng Tu takes the credit. Perfect. Exposure would bring nothing but deadly trouble. A mere student discovering fire-type evolution, impossible. The door bursts open. Staffers flee, choking on the fumes. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐿. Success is here. The cicada transforms, radiating a massive quacking, scorching aura. Fire and earth. We did it. Cao Bong hides his doubt. It's not a perfect dual type, but it'll serve for now. System interface. Flame flow heaven. Level 19. Rank elite. Weakness water. Evolution complete. Earth discarded for pure flame. Evolution cost massive. Corrosive fire has crippled its muscles, severely debuffing its evolution potential. At the Chang'an district frontline, the hunters are prepping for a massive raid. Platoons set. Ammo checked. Target entering Sector A3. Battle stations. Contact. Withered leaf swarm incoming. A soldier screams through his scope. The swarm dives. White phosphorus. Burn those bugs out of the sky. Tank cannons ruler, launching a sea of fire into the insect horde. Direct hit incendiaries are working. The commander grins at the carnage. Keep the rhythm, crush them, but then he senses something wrong. The pests glow, manipulating the terrain. Crap. They re-triggering a sandstorm. A massive sand vortex rises, deflecting every shell thrown at them. Commander, our artillery is being neutralized by that monster-esque storm. Cease fire, stop the burning rounds. A soldier trembles. What now? A rifle clicks. Shut up and load. The veteran SIs stay cold. Our families are behind us. Kill 1 to break even. 2, for profit. Suddenly, crimson legs emerge. A blood-flow cicada swarm lunges at the locusts. Red mist erupts from the cicadas, shattering the locusts' combat stats instantly. The storm dies. It stopped. Where did these elite summons come from? The veteran scoffs. Those aren't just bugs. You, rookie. A genius researcher created them to counter these pests. Show some respect. Locusts fall like stones. The cicadas charge destructive energy in their maws. Beams of pure power pierce the sky, vaporizing the remaining swarm. Monster armor rains down. The cicadas begin feasting on the dropped items. The soldier gapes. A single volley, and hundreds of monsters are gone. With these summons, we won't have to throw away our lives anymore. That researcher is a legend. Meanwhile, back in the quiet city, elders gossip. Old hen. Didn't your granddaughter join that awakening program? Han sighs. She failed. On day 2. Suddenly, a military convoy stops. Soldiers stand at stiff attention. Who's that for? Wait. They re-heading to Gao Peng's apartment again. A neighbor whispers. Gao Peng. I saw him the other day. He was dragging a massive skeleton into his house. Creepy kid. A skeleton, Han scoffs. Another adds. I saw its eyes glowing fire. Han turns to Mrs. Chen. You live near him. Ever see him? Mrs. Chen smiles. A skeleton, you mean his tamed familiar? It looks intimidating. But it's his guardian. Quite a gentle protector. Really? She turns to her own spider. Help me thread this. Spotted. It obeys. Han is stunned. A tamed beast. Why didn't you mention its name? It doesn't have one. At Gao Peng's door. He stares. So formal. A soldier presents a high-tier crate to the young researcher, Gao Peng. For the Cicada project. Here is your reward, a lightning leader tier core. Gao Peng nods. Stunned. I see. Thank you very much. I volunteered for this delivery just to meet the mind behind this research. The soldier salutes sharply. On behalf of my comrades, we thank you, especially for our brothers who fell before your research saved us. Protecting the nation is our duty. But you gave our deaths value. Cao Bong watched the soldiers through the window, his mind racing with heavy thoughts. While safeguarding the system, he needed to join the new experiment to support the front lines. He clenched his fist. The system was just a tool. Real power had to be earned. He had to level up fast to survive and gain authority in the research lab. Suddenly, Dazi lunged for a hug, catching him off guard. Dazi. He embraced his familiar, comforting me. Huh. Perfect timing. Let's upgrade your rank today. Moments later, he emerged with a potion that looked absolutely lethal. Drink up. Dazi. He offered the bowl, leaving the creature completely baffled. Dazi took a sniff, eyes widening before greedily gulping the concoction down. Suddenly, golden light erupted, and arcs of lightning surged from Dazi's body. The storm vanished, leaving Dazi smoking like a burnt husk. Adai watched in horror, panicking. Adai raided the fridge and brought out 3 cedar leaves to help. He desperately tried to prop up the charred familiar to feed him. Cao Bong stopped him. Let him be. Adai. The skeleton familiar looked back, confused, watching his 2 eccentric familiars. Cao Bong sighed and made a decision. Time to handle 𝐒𝐿 contract too. He called out, 𝐒𝐿. Over here. The jellyfish ignored him until he pulled out a bottle. Look, delicious juice. It dove for the bottle instantly. Unbelievable. They're all just gluttonous monsters. He pricked his finger, pressing the blood against 𝐒𝐿's head while it was distracted. Entering the consciousness space, he noted how fragile the jellyfish's mind still was. To his surprise, the spirit approached him willingly, getting bolder. Are we? He smiled. All those snacks weren't for nothing. Become my companion. The contract appeared. Join me, and I'll give you power beyond your dreams. Aswan's response was blunt. Forget power, I just want more juice. Cao Bong blinked. Fine. All the juice you can drink. That did the trick. The soul contract was finally sealed. Elsewhere, Grandma Tran was awakened by a familiar voice. Tu Anh. Time for breakfast. She bolted upright, only to see her parrot mimicking her late husband's voice. Tu Anh. Wake up. She smiled sadly. Good boy. It's just you. Since he left, you've been my only company. Her mind drifted to the past. Ever since her daughter's accident, her husband had been her only rock. He hid his own pain to care for her, never missing a single morning meal. She looked at his photo. I finally got better. But you were already gone. She had lost the will to live back then, drowning in sorrow. But his final words kept her going until this very moment. I've kept him waiting long enough. It's time. Then, a voice called, Tu Anh. There he was. I've come for you. She gasped. Is it really you? He held out his pinky. Let's never be apart again. She reached out. Never again. Her hand fell still, a peaceful smile lingering as she passed away. Back at the apartment, Cao Bang was jolted awake by 𝐒𝐻𝐍's cries. It hurts. It itches. 𝐒𝐻𝐍 thrashed around in total agony. Cao Bang panicked. Did the evolution fail? Is he dying? Then, a system window appeared. Quality perfect. Status teething. Teething, you've gotta be kidding me. A centipede can teeth. This world's mutations are getting insane. A centipede growing teeth. What's next? He smiled warmly, patting his familiar S-head. Its current form defied all logic, the inevitable price of a legendary growth spurt. Go play. He set the creature down and called for 𝐒𝐿. Instantly, the little guy leaped onto his head in joy. Standing in the center of the room, he focused on the system window, weighing 𝐒𝐿's next evolution path. Which direction was best, a dedicated support role or a high-burst damage dealer? He rubbed his chin. Using the wood core as the catalyst would trigger a wood spirit jellyfish evolution, a dual-attribute healer with spatial mastery. He imagined the devastation of spatial tier attacks. If optimized, its offensive output would be absolutely terrifying. But abandoning direct combat for a support role, a part of him felt a bit reluctant. Then, images of a mountain of gold coins flashed before his eyes. The cost of a pure attacker was astronomical. High-tier combat training required insane time and resources. However, the support path offered a much faster progression. Trapped by budget constraints, he finally yielded. Support it is. 𝐒𝐿. Locking in the choice. Evolving the wood spirit jellyfish was the smartest move. He could always build different types once he reached a higher rank. Out on the streets, the atmosphere felt heavy. Why was the crowd so worked up today? Good heavens. What is that? Bystanders gasped, their eyes glued to the sky in sheer disbelief. It's a miracle. Old Chen's spirit has come to fetch his wife, the neighbors whispered. Watching the heavens, he looked up, his jaw dropping. He couldn't believe his eyes. This presence. System notification, Soul Protector, level 25. Quality perfect. Attribute Soul. A manifestation of powerful obsession. It guards the mortal realm until its task is finished. Then returns to the underworld. They're ascending, an old man cried. The bodies are turning into starlight and floating away. Both the woman and her parrot. They gone. The crowd watched in a hushed, solemn silence. Grandma Chen. She really passed away. A cold realization struck him. He remembered her gray-striped spider. With the master dead, the familiar's contract was officially severed. If it fled to the mountains, fine. But a masterless beast in the city could easily turn into a man-eater. I have to find it before it attacks someone. He bolted toward her old residence immediately. He arrived, gasping for air, sweat dripping down his face. The front door was already bolted shut. No movement inside. Where would a creature like that go to hide? He scanned the shadows. Based on its traits, it had to be. There, 𝐒𝐿. You were up combat mode. 𝐒𝐿 descended like a purple lightning bolt, responding to his summoner's call in an instant. Its eyes glowed a menacing crimson. The gray spider on the wall froze, trembling in absolute terror. It literally fell off the wall in fear. Wait. Did you just scare it into a faint? Shaking in his shadow, the spider looked up, remembering Grandma Chen's final gentle words. I am old, and my time is up. I won't bind you to a contract anymore. She had whispered. Go find your own destiny. He reached out, patting its head. It hurts to be alone. Doesn't it? He offered a warm prusting. Sincere smile. Extending his hand toward the lonely creature. If you were willing, come home with me. Nearby? Shocked onlookers began to mutter. There he was, sunglasses on, grinning wildly, with a parade of monsters following in his wake. Look at him. He's like the sect leader of the 5 poisons, the neighbors whispered. He ignored them. His current team was missing a high HP tank with top-tier defense. Using a spider as a frontline meat shield sounded insane. But its potential was undeniable. Its evolution path was perfect for a tank build. And the materials were surprisingly easy to find. Entering the elevator, he plotted. Once we sign the contract, I'll grind its stats to the limit. Between 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐒𝐿, he'd soon harvest enough soul power to finally tame Big D. But then, his eyes welled up with sudden tears of regret. I shouldn't have upgraded Big D's quality so early. Collecting this much soul power is impossible. 𝐒𝐿 just stared at him, confused by the sudden drama. Good morning, he chirped at a passerby. Morning? Boss Yuan called out, running toward him with a bright smile. Gao Peng stood there, speechless at the girl's sudden change in tone. Little boss. Since when did I stop being grandmaster to you? Wrong. Totally wrong. 𝐒𝐿's eyes sparkled like stars as she locked onto him. Little boss. You've been a ghost for way too long. Gao Peng laughed nervously, scratching his head. Yeah. I guess it has been a while. Her expression shifted, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Listen. You've got a line out the door. Clients are practically begging for your expertise lately. Some are even refusing to leave until they see you. But you were completely off the grid. She fumed, steam practically rising from her head. Gao Peng held up his hands, trying to defuse the situation. Hey. I'm free today, let's get to work. He slid a list toward her with a nervous smile. Help me prep these materials first. And the milk tea is on me. Deal. She was still annoyed, but she snatched the paper from his hand anyway. She turned on her heel, huffing a sharp fine before stomping off. Gao Peng finally exhaled, feeling the tension vanish. His familiar, 𝐸𝐷𝐀𝐍𝐊, just watched with total disdain. Inside the laboratory, Gao Peng activated his power. A vibrant emerald aura pulsed between him and the spider waiting before him. Don't be afraid, he whispered. Join me, and I'll give you a place to truly belong. The spider clicked in agreement. Suddenly, the contract ignited into a brilliant flash of light. Gao Peng smiled. All right. Let's begin your evolution. Midnight struck. He silenced the alarm and focused on the chemicals bubbling intensely on the workbench. He carefully added a single green drop to the mixture. Instantly, the liquid transformed into a shimmering, ruby red crystal. As the test tube began to smoke, Gao Peng's eyes widened with excitement. It's a success. He turned to the creature. You've got a gray frame with ash-colored stripes. Since your evolution path leads to a gray armored spider, and we're all rankers here, I'll call you Ah Bang. He pulled off his mask and offered the glowing vial to the spider. Look. This is the evolution serum I crafted just for you. This is your ticket to the next level. He poured the solution into the tank, the liquid swirling rapidly. The spider's frame expanded violently, chitin hardening and muscles surging. It let out a primal, bone-chilling roar. Gao Peng winced, his vision blurring from the pain. This was the soul link, a direct echo of the agony Ah Bang was enduring. He gripped his shirt, teeth gritted against the overwhelming sensation. Hang in there. This pain is the only path to true power. We have to overcome this together. Just then, 𝐒𝐭𝐮𝐞 popped back in with a grin. Gao Peng turned his head, still recovering. Yeah. Her eyes twinkled like a curious mouse. Here? Boss, a new client just arrived. He's the real deal, totally cool and definitely rich. Gao Peng adjusted his glasses with a smirk. Bring him in. But internally, 𝐒𝐿. Another beast meant another mouth to feed. Time to get paid. He shed his lab coat, catching a glimpse of the new arrival waiting in the lobby. A blonde man sat coolly on the sofa, flanked by a hulking, bald enforcer who looked like a mountain. Gao Peng's system interface flickered as he scanned them. A commander-tier beast user, interesting. 𝐒𝐭𝐮. Hand these two to me. You need to stay here and monitor the spider's evolution process. He pointed to the workbench. See that vial? Once the color drains, dump the white stabilizer into the vat immediately. Got it, she chirped. The blonde man adjusted his glasses, standing up to meet Gao Peng's gaze. So, Mr. Gao is already familiar with my little garden. I, Lumu, am truly honored. Gao Peng thought he was being a bit too theatrical. My reputation shouldn't be that massive yet. Lu Mu reached out a hand. Mr. Gao. Perhaps you aren't aware. I recently had the honor of attending a high-level military banquet. I heard Chairman Feng himself say your contribution to the Crimson Flame research was absolutely #1. The bald bodyguard behind him hauled back a heavy curtain, revealing a massive iron cage and a looming shadow. Lu Mu gestured toward the cage. I want to strengthen this beast. I figured Mr. Gao was the only one I could truly trust. As the cover fell, it revealed a savage hound, bristling with jagged spikes and lethal fangs. A glowing red gem sat embedded in its chest as it growled with pure malice. Gao Peng's heart skipped a beat. A night hound, he pictured the legendary guardians of the gates. They say, any canine monster can reach this state. But it's an incredibly rare and specialized evolution path for its kind. Its pitch-black fur allows it to vanish into the shadows, even absorbing ambient light. It's the ultimate nocturnal assassin, the perfect guardian for the dead of night. Most elite estates would kill for a hound like this. Lu Mu nodded. I know your rules. A boss monster's evolution. Name your price. Cao Bang thought, scanning his system interface and discarding the ultra-rare paths, ruling out materials too rare or time-consuming. Only 13 viable evolution routes remained. Glancing at Mr. Lu, Cao Bang spoke with absolute confidence. Quality enhancement is guaranteed. I've narrowed it down to several elite paths with varying power scaling. Mr. Liu's grip tightened. Understood. Give me the strongest, most expensive option you have. Cao Bong flashed 5 fingers. That will be 5,000 credits. The client and his guard broke into a sweat. 5,000. Cao Bong shook his hand, grinning. A wise choice, Mr. Liu. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed nearby. The lab above shook with violent thuds. Startled, Cao Bong turned to check on his familiar. Ban. He rushed in, finding 𝐒𝐭𝐮𝐤 trembling in pure terror. What happened? A colossal spider loomed before them. 𝐒𝐭𝐮𝐤 pointed. Paralyzed. Bus. Look at that monster. The system window flashed wildly. Evolution successful gray armor trait acquired. Cao Bong's eyes lit up. It worked, but his joy vanished as he surveyed the wreckage of his expensive laboratory equipment. Ban, you trashed the lab and scared 𝐒𝐭𝐮𝐤. The newly evolved spider froze, looking utterly confused. Seeing its awkwardness, Cao Bong sighed and pedaled. Listen closely, buddy. No matter how strong you get, you must master your own power. Ban actually blushed in shame. The spider covered its face shyly with its front legs, agreeing, but then something went hilariously wrong. Ban tripped over a wooden beam, rolled over, and promptly passed out cold. Cao Bong stood there, speechless. Why were all his familiars turning out to be total idiots? Is my stupidity rubbing off on them? No way. He sighed, stroking the unconscious spider's head. Ban. Get up. Move quietly and do not break anything else. The spider nodded. But its movement was off. Instead of walking forward, it scuttled sideways like a giant crab, leaving everyone absolutely flabbergasted. Cao Bong watched in horror. Why the hell is it walking sideways? Helping 𝐒𝐿 up. He sighed. My apologies. Replace that broken tank with a larger model immediately. Charge it to my tab. Also, prep the Dark Knight Dog's materials for next week's client trial. Hire a cleaning crew, put that on my tab too. The lab is a mess. I am heading out. As he left, 𝐒𝐿's face darkened. Great. There goes the budget again. Walking his beasts. Cao Bong realized his family was growing too fast. He needed a much bigger house. A quiet suburban villa with training space was ideal. He pulled out his phone to call a realtor. He glanced back at his small spider and broke into a cold sweat. Did I mess up the potion? Is this a spider or did I accidentally create a crab? He gave it a light kick. Walk straight, you are a hunter spider, not seafood. Ban just stared blankly. At the agency, a bright employee greeted him. Mr. Cao, I have been expecting you. I am the one you spoke with on the phone. Just call me Xiao Lu. You mentioned viewing properties today, she asked. Follow me. We have a car waiting. We found a quiet suburban villa with a yard and basement that fits your specific hunter requirements perfectly. She handed him a tablet. Take a look at this one. Mr. Gao. Cao Bong scrolled through the photos, his eyes narrowing as he analyzed the property. The screen displayed several high-resolution shots of a stunning estate. A pristine white villa surrounded by lush forests and sunlight. Featuring massive gates and airy windows, it lacks a basement. But the surrounding land is massive, perfect for building your own training dungeon. Cao Bong nodded, intrigued. Where exactly is this located? The agent hesitated. Ahem. It is near Long Hung Lake. The price is a steal, only 2,000 credits. She whispered. The management out there is pretty lax, which works in your favor. The extra land is essentially free, giving you all the privacy a summoner could ever need. Cao Bong remained calm. Hold on. Are these photos current? There is always a catch with prices this low. Wait. These photos are pre-cataclysm, aren't they? Gao Peng pointed at the greenery. The plants haven't mutated yet. Gao Peng shoved the tablet toward her. Spill it. You hiding something critical about this place, aren't you? Xiao Yu stammered, sweating bullets. What? No way. How could we possibly hide anything from you? Think about it, a secluded villa with acres of gardens in Chang'an. 2,000 credits is a total steal. Sure. It's remote, but there's a direct paved road right at the foot of the hill. A quick drive makes it perfectly accessible. Gao Peng adjusted his glasses. To others, this isolation was a death trap. But with my current team, we're more than ready for anything. This place might even provide some free snacks for my familiars. He stared at the ruins. The early cataclysm was chaos. Suburban villas are either fortresses or abandoned. If it's 60% intact, it's a win. Safety is my priority. He let out a dark chilling chuckle that sent shivers down the agent's spine. She trembled as she spoke. Mr. Gao Peng. The price is barely scratching the surface. The seller is practically giving it away at a loss. Fine. Let's check it out. Gao Peng agreed. Suddenly, Liu gasped. His red-eyed spider, Dumby, was staring at her feet. Xiao Lu leaned down, squinting at Gao Peng as familiar with a curious look. Is this your familiar? What an adorable little crab. You have unique taste. Gao Peng climbed into the car awkwardly. Dumby looked offended. Gao Peng cleared his throat. Actually, it's a spider. The agent turned bright red. Suddenly, Gao Peng's instincts flared. Someone was lurking behind the wall, shadowing his every move. Mr. Gao, is something wrong? Xiao Lu asked. Silence fell behind the statue. The air grew heavy. Gao Peng turned away. Nothing. Just seeing things. Let's move. Confused. The agent nodded and followed him. Right. A shadow emerged. A man watched them from the darkness. His eyes fixed on Gao Peng's familiars. His sunken cheeks gave him a skeletal, predatory look. Pure malice burned in his dark gaze. The famous young Master Gao. I finally tracked you down. Meanwhile, the bus sped toward the outskirts. We're here, Lu smiled, gesturing grandly. Behold, Mr. Gao, the property I promised you. Gao Peng froze in disbelief. Before him stood a villa that was virtually untouched, save for a few minor cracks. His mind raced in shock. Asterisk. This is impossible. It's actually still standing. Asterisk. It looked exactly like the photos, just a bit weathered by time and the harsh environment. Gao Peng inspected the pristine kitchen. Spotless. Does the owner actually pay for regular cleaning in this wasteland? The rooms were fully furnished. It was old-fashioned and needed repairs. But the foundation was solid. He eyed the high-end furniture. This gear alone was worth a fortune. Why only 2,000 credits? Suspicious. An elderly man approached. You must be Mr. Gao. Peng spun around instantly. Who goes there? Xiao Lu quickly stepped in to de-escalate the tension. Recognizing the man immediately. This is the owner. Mr. Liu. The old man chuckled. Haha, I heard the famous Gao Peng was visiting. Gao Peng stayed guarded. Personally, have we met before? Mr. Liu, you seem to know me. Liu walked closer. In this circle. Who hasn't heard of the legendary Gao Peng? The association's trump card. The hidden hero behind that massive incident last time. He handed over a card. I run a small, familiar-related business myself. It's a pleasure. Partner with me. And I'll give you a 20% discount. Asterisk. This guy's a shark. Asterisk, Gao Peng thought. So, how's the house? I've kept it in peak condition with professional cleaning every month. Move in today for just a small maintenance fee. Gao Peng nodded. I'll be blunt. The price is incredible. Gao Peng narrowed his eyes. But that's exactly the problem. Even with the bad location, it's worth at least 4,000 credits. 2,000 is suspiciously low. His glasses glinted with suspicion. What's the catch, Mr. Liu Sai-he? Resting his hand on a wooden table. Well? Since you asked, I bought this for my parents' retirement. Liu's expression darkened with a deep, heavy grief. They were simple folks from the country. They couldn't stand the city noise after the world changed. They spent their entire lives sacrificing everything for me. He deserved the best. Fire. Screams. The nightmare returned. The tide stole everything. This world is absolute trash. This house was my memorial. Special price, 2,000 credits. Investing in your potential. Kid. You are Chang'an H's only hope now. Ensure this tragedy never repeats. I understand. Thanks for trusting. Saw it. The city skyline glowed. We wear home. Why the coldness? Check out these top-tier nutrients. Better than that juice. Right. Steam rose from the feast. Dig in suddenly. A presence. Big sis Yang. Kid, your familiar evolved. Nice. Let's see those killer fangs. The beast endured the humiliation. SOS, it signaled. She ignored. Just hang in there. Buddy. Betrayal heard. You are homeowner. Her eyes gleamed with mischief. Word travels fast. It's empty. I am helping Dawn get scammed. You need some street smarts. Wait. Why was it cheap? She smirked. Target locked. Neighbors forever. The hunt began. They moved through the brush. Checkpoint cleared. The forest loomed. Need those materials by tonight? The wood hollow heart is vital. A shadow. Pure killing intent. Elite rank outside the zone. System LV-13 Gray, Sand Wildcat. It lunged with predatory speed. Heads up, it's coming fast. Claws flashed. A die intercepted. Lightning crackled. But it vanished. A die's crimson aura exploded. The predator felt true terror. Crimson chains locked its legs. One final devastating strike landed. The wildcat's eyes widened in sheer terror as it witnessed Dumby's crushing battle stance. Before it could even process its fate, Dumby delivered a devastating blow straight to its skull. The earth shattered beneath the impact. Crimson spray erupted as the sandcat's life faded instantly, staring at Dumby's towering back. Gao Peng marveled. Its post-evolution powers surpassed all calculated stats tenfold. Suddenly, Dumby paused, staring blankly at its hands with a strange sadness. Gao Peng blinked in confusion, still adjusting to your new awakening. Buddy. 𝐼𝐴𝐶. Gao Peng flashed a confident protagonist tier smile and continued. He needs more combat training to master this tier. All right. Team. Let's move out. Dumby watched him. Recalling the day, Gao Peng comforted a weeping 𝐒𝐭𝐮𝐤. Broken skeleton with a gentle touch. Words didn't matter then. Only that kind smile. From that moment, Gao Peng became its entire world. Dumby watched Gao Peng and 𝐸𝐍𝐻 bicker. It was an emergency toss. 𝐸𝐍𝐻 stopped pouting. Yeah. 𝐸𝐍𝐻 is the best. Even if Dumby uses me like a projectile. Dumby gazed at its master. This human was its beginning. Its end. And its everything. After 3 hours of trekking through high-tier zones, they finally reached the violet jug forest. Finally. Our target. Gnarly trunks and twisted vines choked the ancient, eerie trees. Verdant serpents love these trees. Keep your eyes peeled for any hidden monsters. Suddenly, Dumby's eyes flashed. A nearby vine shivered, revealing its true form as a camouflaged serpent. With lightning speed, Dumby snatched the snake, leaving the monster completely stunned by its overwhelming agility. With a cold glare, Dumby ripped the beast in half, extracting a glowing emerald core from within. Dumby offered the prize to Gao Peng. An essence crystal, a rare drop from a verdant serpent. Nice find. But the quest objective is wood void hearts. Let's stay focused on the main goal. Gao Peng gave a wry smile. He couldn't reject Dumby's earnest gift. Despite the distraction, grinning, he pointed toward the dense grove. Dumby. It's time to clear some trees. Smash them. Dumby's fist glowed with violet aura. The very air trembled as the ancient trees seemed to shiver. An explosive punch collided with the trunk, shattering the wood into a million splintered fragments. Incredible. Gao Peng cheered, fueled by his master's praise. Dumby went on a devastating destruction spree. While Gao Peng harvested the wood void hearts, he kept the motivation flowing. Keep it up. Dumby nearby. 3 mysterious figures in black cloaks lurked within the shadows. The blue-haired scout scanned the area. Boss. Are we sure the target is around here? The bald leader grunted. The intel cost a fortune. He's nearby. Fin him. His scout pet's ears twitched. Captain Dodo found a lead. Scarface pointed toward the noise. Feeding his familiar. The leader muttered. Loud noises up ahead. Might be our prey. Let's investigate. As the crashing grew louder, the brawler frowned. Wait. Those sound like heavy power strikes. Are you serious? Yao Huan. Hudi. Be stupid enough to train in a monster-infested forest. Stay alert. The leader snapped. This high-rank bounty is rare. We can't afford any mistakes. Remember your sister's tuition. This job covers it all. Focus. We finish this now. Move in quietly. Dante alert them. They crept behind the brush, only to witness Dumby pulverizing massive trees with terrifying raw strength. Their faces went pale. Heavenly Father. That monster just snapped a tree like a toothpick. Look closer at the trainer. The leader whispered sharply, comparing the photo. He confirmed. That's him. But what the hell is he searching for? Captain. Let's bail. We were hired for intel, not a suicide mission. If we get closer, dead. I'm with him. Let's get out of here. Staring at the massive, terrifying centipede lurking nearby, he swallowed hard. Boss, those familiars are top-tier monsters. We outmatched. Let's retreat while we still can. The boss signals for silence. We've scavenged corpses for years. Haven T, we had enough of this degenerate life. Our rank isn't high enough for the deep black forest. But this is a rare opening. A golden opportunity is right in front of us. We have to take the risk. The leader frowns. That kid is suspicious. Why cause such a stir just to measure a tree? If we find the hidden loot inside, we'll hit the jackpot in these woods. Dang Sen. Hide in the shadows. and order your monster to launch a surprise attack. Yao Huan. You are with me against that beast. The subordinates nod. Ready for the hunt. The boss smirks. If our luck holds, we won't have to live in fear anymore. Leaves rustle as 𝐻𝐷 and 𝐷𝐍 enter combat mode. Cao Bong senses the threat. 𝐷𝐍? 𝐻𝐷. What is it? He realized something was lurking in the dark, spotting the hunters behind the trees. He roars. Show yourselves, now. 𝐻𝐷 shields him instantly. The scavengers freeze. Them. We have been spotted. The boss steps out with a fake smile. Relax. Friend. Just seeing if you needed help. Yao Huan breathes a sigh of relief. Cao Bong remains cold and highly vigilant. He scans their summons. Wind Chaser and Butterfly Crawler. Built for forest ambushes. He instantly reads their intent. These hunters are definitely not here to help him. 𝐻𝐷 positions itself. Growling at the hidden figures. The tension is reaching a breaking point. Just my crew. No harm intended. The boss lies. Sweat beads forming on his brow. He panics internally. What kind of monster is this? Its senses are terrifyingly sharp. Dang Sen laughs awkwardly. Suddenly, the system interface flickers before Cao Bong's eyes. Level 18. Elite Tia. Metal attribute. Weakness Thunder. The hidden stats revealed everything. A rare silver-plated mutant. But 𝐷𝐍's traits perfectly counter it. No threat at all. I do not need your help. Cao Bong states coldly. His monsters radiate pure killing intent. If we are not welcome, we will leave. The boss says, backing away slowly. Yao Huan is stunned. Captain, are we really just walking away from this? The ambush failed twice. Turning a hunter like him into an enemy is suicide. 3 monsters at his age. He is either incredibly rich or a high-ranking expert. The boss stares at the black robe summon. Dudu is trembling. That thing is a monster. He looks at his partner, who is shaking uncontrollably with primal fear. Dudu's instincts have saved us before. Let's move. This world is full of hidden predators. We will wait for him to leave. Then scavenge. No need to die today. Yao Huan nods solemnly. Understood. Let us retreat for now. Cao Bong watches them go. If 𝐻𝐷 hadn't signaled, would they have struck? He adjusts his glasses. If they attacked, I would have ended them right there. 2 hours later, he holds 20 kilograms of loot. This should be enough. He calls 𝐷𝐍 over. The centipede was busy snacking on its smaller prey, grabbing its antennae like a power source. Sparks fly. Igniting his torch instantly, he tosses the flame onto the debris. Smoke billows as the evidence turns to ash. Before the Great Cataclysm, this was a crime. Now, the rules have changed completely. In this lawless era, survival is the only judge that matters anymore. Post-mutation plants are fire-resistant. This flame won't burn the forest. Only my tracks. He smiles as the traces of his hunt vanish into the thick gray smoke. Yao Huan watches from the ridge. Captain. He is burning it all. He is incredibly thorough. His vigilance is insane. The boss mutters. Sensing a hidden ruthlessness in the boy, Yao Huan asks. Is it over? The boss just watches the rising smoke in silence. Boss said we have no beef with that kid. Unless he was holding some S-tier loot, I wouldn't have risked the hit or wasted time scrubbing the crime scene clean. Fact is, there's no profit here. But I bet someone else is hungry for his head. He dialed his contact. Dr. Hung. Mission complete. Target data has been successfully uploaded. A voice crackled over the line. Good work. Payment sent. It's been a pleasure. The man turned to his superior. Dr. Fung. It seems they hesitated. The recon mission failed. Hung smirked. No matter. Our main quest is already prepared. 𝐶𝐿? Your only living relative. I finally found him. Cao Bong frowned. Watching a ban. The monster's growth rate was breaking the charts. Not only did he level up, but his physical stats increased by 2 whole sizes. The sight was terrifying. Was the beast's gluttony reaching a dangerous threshold? The spotted spider devoured dozens of rations. Even the other summons were speechless. Cao Bong glanced at the floor, noticing something strange among the debris. Among the empty boxes were shattered husks. He picked one up, adjusting his glasses curiously. Just junk. I expected a rare dropped item or a miracle trait from this molting. He looked at the beast and laughed. Keep eating. Grow big and strong for me. The spider understood. Its eyes sparkled with pride. Looking like a loyal puppy, it let out a happy chirp. Acting like a pet instead of a high-tier monster. Keep getting fatter. Cao Bong teased. Fried spider meat sounds like a plan. The beast froze. The dark smile on its master's face sent a chill through its soul, fearing for its life. A ban immediately dropped the food container. It backed away with teary eyes, looking like a bullied wife. 𝐒𝐿, I'm helping you. Too many canned rations will build up toxins in your system. He turned serious. The wood hollow heart was ready. Evolution materials gathered. No more amateur cooking. A swan's constitution was weak. This skill evolution required a professional-grade lab. He arrived at the Flying Phoenix lab. The heavy security doors were locked tight, standing before the interface. The young hunter prepared to override the system. He pressed the activation keys. Slowly, the massive steel shutters began to rise. The lights flickered on, illuminating the empty facility. He was completely alone. He scanned the room. Perfect. No distractions. Time to begin the secret evolution. The ingredients were rare. According to the recipe, I need cryo-freezing and high-heat smelting. Specialized processing. He muttered, placing the heavy materials on the workbench, donning protective gear. He ignited the flamethrower. The crafting process had begun. Intense crimson flames roared from the nozzle, engulfing the rare materials. He cranked the centrifuge to max. The ingredients blended into a glowing green solution. Moments later, Cao Peng held a test tube filled with shimmering fluorescent liquid. He grinned. It's done. With this sweet scent, a swan will definitely love it. The floating jellyfish chirped beside him. Waving its tentacles in pure excitement, he poured the elixir into the tank. Glowing green mist swirled over the water. The color looked suspicious. But the aura was an irresistible temptation for any beast. A swan was practically drooling. Its instincts were screaming for this power-up. It chirped again, signaling that the brew smelled exactly like sweet apple juice. Cao Peng laughed and gestured toward the water. Go on. Take the plunge. Before he could finish, the jellyfish bolted. It dove headfirst into the glowing pool. As the beast floated in the crystal tank, Cao Peng smirked. Talk about being impatient. Suddenly, A gasped. Red pupils constricted in shock. Inside the tank, the beast reclined in bliss, looking incredibly punchable and smug, but its metamorphosis was terrifying. Why is it green? Dum-dum. Its favorite spot was his head. He winced, face souring, perched there, glowing neon green. A literal green hat of shame. The scene was beyond cursed. Absolutely bizarre and unsettling. Instant regret. Choosing the wood spirit evolution was a mistake. I hate neon. The jellyfish was now fully saturated green. It's getting fatter too. Plus, epic tier materials are way too rare. Void essence, what is that? Looks like perfect tier is the cap. Cao Peng meditated. An eerie blue aura flared around him, feeling the power surge. He calculated his next move. Soul strength increased with Dum-Dum's rank. Almost ready to sink. Suddenly, a glint behind him. A dark shadow lunged forward. A chill ran down his spine. Cao Peng spun instantly. He fought the jellyfish. Stay back, but its tentacles stuck. Finally, boy and beast emerged from the shop. Exhausted, defeated. 𝐒𝐿. Dum-Dum had claimed his head. The beast looked jubilant. Then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. The repair company, Cao Peng muttered. Checking the screen, the contract was settled. Why call this late? Something's off. He answered. Mr. Gao. Do you have a moment? Trouble at the villa. We need you here immediately. What kind of trouble? Cao Peng asked. Voice narrowing. Mutated plants. We can finish repairs without clearing them. We need your instructions. Cao Peng agreed. His face cold. Fine. The voice on the other end sounded suspiciously relieved. Great, all workers are waiting. Please hurry. Mr. Gao. Wait. His tone turned dangerous. Director Li. Everyone is waiting. Am I that important? Night shifts. Without overtime pay. He sensed the trap. A cold smile tugging his lips. Across the line, Li was pinned down. Arm twisted back. A thug held the phone. Li could only obey, panicking at the questions. He stammered a desperate excuse. It's just our duty, please. Mr. Gao. Just come. Silence. Then fine. I am on my way. The line died. Li hung up. Jiang Yulong grabbed him by the hair. Asadisti green. Well done. You did your part. Your son lives tonight. Li knelt. Paralyzed by terror, Cao Peng called Sister Tang. No answer. Suspicion grew. Li was lying. And now, Tang was unreachable. Dum-Dum sensed the master's tension. There was no time. Something was wrong. His hunter instincts were screaming, Dum-Dum. Dadzi. Let's go. He sprinted into the night. The jellyfish chirped. Trailing behind, the hunt had begun. 30 minutes later, Director Lai is bound and forced to his knees. No escape. A henchman grows restless. Doctor. Where is the brat? Doctor. Kwang smirks. Swirling red wine. Did the kid sense a trap? Patience. He sneers. We're still meeting Kai Handong's blood. I despise crude methods. We are civilized men. After all, who knew the old fox had a surviving grandson? Without that tip, I'd have thought he was just a lonely fossil. If news breaks, every hunter in the city will target him. A hidden heir is a threat many would pay to erase. Doctor. Kwang's eyes glow, crimson. Leaking. Pure killing intent. Kai Handong is fading. But his heir is young and ripe. Nam Tian is a titan now. Everyone has their own agenda. The lackey breaks into a cold sweat. Trembling at the pressure. Doctor. Why keep testing him? Why not just eliminate the brat now? Doctor. Kwang tilts his glass, pouring the wine onto the floor. It flows like fresh blood. The old fox hid him well. Striking directly is risky. If we trigger the old man, it's over. I don't want him dead. I want a pawn to control the old man. He turns, his gaze darkening with cold ambition. Do you think we have the rank to challenge Nam Tian directly? The glass shatters. Killing him triggers a wrath that would consume us. Others would just profit from our downfall. He grits his teeth. Our lab is trash compared to Nam Tian's research. Beyond their tech, they have elite combat units, trained killers. Even if the heir dies, that throne isn't for us. Not yet. These guards are shadows. Conditioned for violence at a master's whim. Why get my hands dirty? Chaos is a ladder for us. Cao Bong is a prince, the future emperor of this city. Enemy today. Ally tomorrow. The hierarchy of power is fluid. Doctor. Kwang checks his watch. Calculating every ticking second. Once I expand the lab, he might just kneel to my genius. He glances down at the trembling Director Lai. Time's up. Kai Handong's people are here. Wait, you promised. You said you wouldn't hurt me. A black and white moth lands on his finger. Its wings pulse. Relax. I'm a scientist. Not a savage. The moth flutters, shedding paralytic dust into the air. Lai's eyes glaze over. He collapses, consciousness fading. Doctor. Kwang watches with cold, surgical indifference. Rest now. You wouldn't survive what's coming anyway. Suddenly, a blinding light tears through the darkened sky. Doctor. Look up. The henchman screams in terror. A massive dragon beast descends. The old monster. He's here, high atop Truongan Tower. A crimson phoenix stirs. Its eyes snap open, burning with the light of a god. Massive wings unfurled as the divine beast rose, wreathed in a blinding golden aura. Tower guards gaped in awe as the radiant creature awakened in the night sky. What's happening? Did a high-rank beast escape the Black Forest? No. The alarm is south. Go. Investigate the Kim Thun signal now. They bolted, but a voice stopped them. Nam Tian's VIP has arrived. A high-ranking officer with a cane approached. Commander, they saluted sharply. Stand down. He ordered coldly. Maintain your positions as usual. The soldiers saluted in unison, their voices echoing through the night. Looking up, the commander 𝐒𝐿. The storm is finally here. Dr. Hung backed away in terror, still trying to spit desperate threats. Chairman. Wait, I have leverage. I have Cao Bong's heir. The chairman looked down at him like a god judging a pathetic insect. Behind him, the divine dragon glared with pure, murderous intent. Watch your tongue. Around them, Feng's guards lay dead in the dirt. Hung swallowed hard, staring at the carnage surrounding him. Chairman? I was bluffing to survive, please. Give me a chance. The silver-haired patriarch ignored him, his gaze colder than ice. Who leaked the info? Hung's face was drenched in cold sweat. Panicking, he tried to play his final survival card. Wait. Sir, I haven't told anyone yet, but I've set a system dead man's switch. If I die, the secret leaks to the entire Nam Tian group. He gestured to his phone, desperately clinging to his only leverage. Chairman Qi's eyes flashed with lethal intent. Keep your secrets. Then, he walked away, leaving the doctor crawling in the dirt. Wait, it was Secretary Liu Huang screamed as his plan crumbled. Trembling with fear, he begged for mercy. Mr. Chairman, please, I just wanted funding. I'll bring Nam Tian endless profit. I swear. But the chairman had zero patience for a degenerate's silver tongue. He waved a hand dismissively. You were useful once. Die quickly. Huang reached out, grabbing air as he sobbed for mercy. Suddenly, silence. A sharp claw flashed before his dilated eyes. The villa grounds fell deathly quiet under the moonlit sky. A single, agonizing scream erupted before fading into the night. The arrogant doctor Hung was now nothing more than a cold corpse. Blood stained the rock as the chairman walked away without looking back. Foolish. I don't negotiate with threats. The old man muttered. His system bracelet flashed red. He tapped the interface immediately. Chairman. He listened. His gaze turning sharp and professional. Find Hung's program and delete it. Report back immediately. If it fails, so be it. The heir's identity will be revealed. Orders received. He looked up at the vast, shimmering galaxy. Stars twinkled like diamonds across the endless sea of shadows. I prefer a simple world. Suddenly, more screams pierced the air. Help someone. Save me. A woman approached and knelt. Master. She whispered respectfully. You've worked hard. The old man called out to Tang Tang. A stunning woman with wavy hair, sporting crimson eyes and a faint smirk. She rose gracefully to follow his lead. Ji Handong turned away. Lost in memories of his chaotic return from abroad. The guild was in shambles. His parents' death masking his secret arrival back home. I erased every trace so the boy could grow and awaken in peace. The corporation is stable now. But there's no rush to bring Gao Peng back to the guild. Honestly. The boy's hidden potential far exceeds my wildest projections. He petted his divine beast. The guild needs me. You handle the cleanup. The white dragon purred under its master's touch, closing its eyes in pure bliss. Master. Won't you meet him tonight? He just smiled. Wait for a better quest. For Gao Peng. An iron will is far more valuable than any legendary dropped item. My boy. Let's see just how far your legendary growth takes you. Meanwhile, Gao Peng arrived at the villa. His summons flanking him in the shadows. He surveyed the wreckage. Where were the hunters? All comms were completely dead. What happened here? Deep fissures scarred the earth, fueling his growing suspicion. This wasn't construction. These were claw marks from a high-tier boss monster. As he analyzed the scene, Linda. Elegant figure stepped from the darkness. I clearly underestimated your leveling speed. She remarked with a melodic, soft voice. Her tone was gentle. Yet he instantly pivoted, reaching for his weapon in defense. Identify yourself. Tang Tang just smiled. It may cruising. Little brother. Recognizing Tang Tang. 𝐒𝐿. Oh. It's you. No wonder his summons stayed calm. Seeing his nonchalance, she puffed her cheeks. Hey, why that disappointed face? She pointed a finger at him. Listen up. You arrogant rookie. Never drop your guard. How do you know I'm not a hidden assassin? Sister. If I can trust you, then there's no one left in this world. Ever since I became an orphan, she cut him off immediately. You are not an orphan. Peng? Your grandfather. He's still very much alive. Tang Tang's sharp eyes flickered with a strange, solemn light. During the Great Mutation, he was trapped on a remote, monster-infested island. She recalled that desolate place, massive trees and sand surrounded by a crushing ocean. A tropical hellscape crawling with S-rank monsters at every turn, surrounded by the abyss. The survival difficulty was off the charts. Back then, your grandfather faced an armored boss beast alone. Pure madness. If the city is normal mode, he was playing on hell difficulty. No army. No help. He survived through sheer willpower, evolving his familiars mid-battle, surrounded by iron-skinned monsters. He stood his ground with terrifying intent. Ji Handong was battered, his clothes torn to bloody rags, yet his aura remained kingly. He wielded power that defied the system itself. He stood firm until every monster on that island bowed to him. Hearing of his grandfather's legendary feat, Gao Peng had one thought. Incredible, he cares deeply. So he sent me to protect you from the shadows. He had reasons for staying hidden. But Gao Peng just looked hyped. I get it. It's the classic heaven tests the chosen trope. His glasses glinted. He stayed away because his world is far too dangerous. He left me in the shadows to sharpen me. I won't fail him. Despite his youth, his stoic maturity was striking. He held no grudge against his grandfather. Xiao Peng? She whispered, her voice heavy with pity. But his gaze remained fixed on the horizon. Sister Duang. He is my only blood. Don't you worry. I won't resent him for being late. He suddenly grinned, his mood flipping. So, what's Grandpa's familiar like? Is his rank legendary? Seeing the boy's sudden burst of curiosity, 𝐒𝐿. She waved him off with a cryptic smile. You will find out soon enough. Gao Peng huffed, clearly annoyed by the lack of intel. They laughed, unaware that every word was being monitored from the shadows above. High above, Ji Handong stood atop a majestic white dragon, observing the pair. His eyes gleamed with pride and mystery. Xiao Peng. You truly understand me. Let us see your potential. The darkness retreated as the first golden rays of dawn pierced the sky. Crimson clouds heralded a new day. At the academy, students packed the courtyard in a frenzy. Move aside. Coming through. Arriving with his beast. He froze at the chaos. Medical staff were rushing a bloody student away. Quite the morning wake-up call. Was it just a freak accident? A girl nearby shook her head. No accident. A student summoner went on a rampage. She explained the dark history, a long-standing grudge between two rivals. Once one awakened as a summoner. He didn't hesitate. He ordered his beast to kill his bully. She mimicked the horrific scene of a massive hungering beast lunging forward. Razor-sharp claws had shredded the boy in a flash of violence, while the victim lay dying. Two thugs noticed the familiar perched on Cao Bong's shoulder. A redhead sneered. Look at that. Another mighty summoner in our midst. His partner scoffed, glancing at the main character with malice. Quiet. Unless you want a beating too. Nearby, a shaken student was giving her statement to the grim-faced teachers. The attacker was always the victim before. Weak and constantly stepped on, the one he mangled was his primary tormentor. The crowd immediately split into two warring factions. Exactly, he used his power to bully others. And now the tables have turned. Others countered fiercely. That's no excuse. Violence only breeds more blood, regardless of the past. This is wrong. Someone barked back. Wake up, look at the world. Try preaching your morals to the monsters outside these walls. The debate ended in a bitter silence. Cao Bong ignored the noise and moved on. With his beast in tow, he walked away from the petty squabbling. Will the military shut down the training grounds after this? The uncertainty lingered. Inside the school's office, the silver-haired principal slammed his fist onto the desk. We ban knives for a reason. These familiars are living weapons. Far more lethal. Keeping them on campus is a death trap for the ordinary students. The officer across from him remained stoic, trying to lower the tension. Please. Principal. Remain calm. This tragedy was never our intention. The old man exhaled, his eyes clouding with exhaustion. Forgive me. I am just tired. I am only thinking of their safety. The lieutenant nodded. I understand your burden. Rising from his seat, the officer faced the principal with a heavy gaze. I will relay your concerns to high command. But do not expect a miracle. He reached the door, then paused, his eyes narrowing under the brim of his cap. Because the truth is, nowhere is safe anymore. Power is the only law that remains. The principal slumped in his chair, a broken man facing an unstoppable future. At the Chang, a military zone, the towers stood silent as the night returned. The familiar basked in the warmth, soaking up the gentle sunlight. Meanwhile, the man from the principal's office finally returned, standing at attention. He reported the recent events. Sir, that is the situation, he said to the elder facing the window. The old man gazed into the far distance, letting out a heavy sigh as he listened. Schools should be sanctuaries for learning. Yet his eyes grew dark, but times have changed. Just last month, Chang'an City saw over 300 brutal beast attacks on civilians. Due to the overwhelming lethality of these monsters, most incidents resulted in catastrophic casualties. This is just one city. Globally, our crime rate remains low compared to the chaos erupting in other nations. The situation in Western countries is far more pathetic and desperate. Their police are overwhelmed, forced to rely on civilian hunters to maintain order. The lieutenant bowed, teeth clenched. Understood. Sir? Sensing the heavy atmosphere, the elder patted his shoulder. I know how you feel. Rest easy. The government alliance is moving. They will act quickly to stop this world from descending into madness. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Our burden is heavy, and the mission remains critical. As their meeting ended, the students gathered on the field, ordered to line up in rigid, disciplined rows. An officer stood atop the podium, his presence commanding silence from the rowdy teenagers before him. So, you think you re-hotshots, you haven't killed a single monster. Yet you are experts at bullying classmates. Starting tomorrow, familiars are banned from classrooms. We are constructing a specialized training zone on this field. You will lead your beasts there and nowhere else. Is that crystal clear to everyone? The crowd went silent under his roar. But near Gao Peng, students were stifling laughter at a ridiculous sight. 𝐒𝐿 was happily perched on his head, chirping like it was singing. Its glowing green body made it look like Gao Peng was wearing a neon hat. To make matters worse, the little degenerate started waving its tentacles excitedly as the crowd stared. Gao Peng's expression went dead. Losing his patience, he grabbed the creature and tried to peel it off, but the jellyfish clung on for dear life. Chirping defiantly, Gao Peng leaned in, his voice a low threat. I heard jellyfish soup is a delicacy. That one sentence sent the royal Ashwan into a total panic. terrified of being boiled alive. It instantly used its spatial ability to pull out a bottle of juice. It clumsily offered the drink to its master. Looking like the most pathetic, adorable creature in existence. Drink juice. Please. No soup. Gao Peng was speechless. While the surrounding students erupted into fits of laughter, even the stern officer on stage struggled to keep a straight face at the absurd display. He cleared his throat, forcing back a chuckle. Settle down, eyes on me. You degenerates. Regaining his cold composure, he clasped his hands behind his back. The college entrance exam is 2 months away. Time waits for no one. Your performance in these next 60 days will determine your entire future. Don TP fools. Major guilds. The military. And the government, everyone is hunting for top-tier summoners. The elite will receive resources and opportunities that commoners can only dream of. Growth starts now. Look at the screen. Yesterday, the global curriculum for the first ever summoners exam was officially released. As he spoke, the massive display behind him flickered to life, illuminating the entire assembly. The bold heading for the Beast Tamer trials appeared. The exam consists of 3 grueling rounds. He explained. Round 1, the national trial. You and your familiar must engage in direct combat against wild monsters. You choose the target S rank and quality, but the specific species will be a randomized system prompt. Furthermore, you cannot intentionally select monsters that your beast has an elemental advantage over. If the system rolls a monster that counters your familiar, you get exactly 1 chance to swap it. Of course, if you defeat a counter-attribute monster, the system awards you a 10% score bonus. Base points. Common monsters give 10. Elites give 50. And boss-tier leaders grant 500 points. Additionally, hunting fine quality beasts adds 50%. While perfect quality targets double your total score. He meticulously laid out the ranking tiers and evolution bonuses for the students, breaking down the math of how they would be graded. But the officer wasn't finished yet. Rule 2, the monster challenge count cannot exceed your own summoned beast total. 3 summons means 3 targets. This prevents high-tier hunters from farming low-level mobs. For most of you, this initial exam phase marks the end of the road. Only an elite few with top-tier scores will qualify for the second round. Phase 2 is wild survival. Broadcasted nationwide. Rules will be announced after Phase 1 ends. Simply reaching the second round practically guarantees admission into a top-tier guild academy. He paused right there, letting the weight of his words sink in. Phase 2 involves leading your familiars into the untamed dungeon forests. Leaving the safe zone, colossal. Bizarre monsters await you there. Instructor Zhang Renbai scanned the crowd with a smirk. He emphasized, as for the third phase, survive the second one first. Then we talk. I suggest you do not squander your remaining time. Death does not wait. Remember the catastrophe 3 years ago. This piece is fragile. We must cherish and protect it. Then he added a warning. Instructors will be intensifying your hell training starting right now. Gao Peng stood among the crowd, his mind racing with tactical calculations. I am only a sophomore, but I am ready. I just need 𝐸𝐻𝐶's evolution. While he planned his rise, his familiar clung to his shoulder with teary eyes. Suddenly, the instructor unveiled a massive iron cage housing a nightmare-inducing creature. I secured this mutated dry-leaf grasshopper for practice. Who wants the first challenge? Scanning stats, level 10 elite rank mutated giant. A formidable common tier boss monster. Gao Peng squinted at the interface, weighing the potential dropped items and risks. A band finally hit level 10 after its growth spurt. On paper, it is ready. Tir match. And spiders naturally hunt grasshoppers. This is the perfect training quest for him. But as he looked at his squad, his confidence wavered just a bit. They looked pathetic. A ban was literally using the centipede as a meat shield while crying. When did my spider become such a degenerate? Is this trauma from the last ambush? He needs combat experience to break his limits. Gao Peng decisively raised his hand high. Instructor Zhang, let me go first. Zhang Renbai stared, baffled by the 2 familiars set up standing there. He stepped closer. Warning. Summoners usually focus all resources on boating 1 core familiar first. You should wait until 1 reaches commander tier before training a second beast. Commander tier is your only life insurance. You are a top-tier student. Gao Peng. Spreading your stats across multiple summons will only stall your overall level progression and strength. The smartest play for the ranking boards is focusing on 1 high-level carry beast. Gao Peng just offered a polite, knowing smile in response to the instructor's advice. Thanks for the concern, but I have a specialized evolution path mapped out already. He could not exactly explain the system interface that makes monster fusion and upgrading easy. He turned to his spotted spider. Time to move. Aban. You've gotten quite fat lately. Aban. Go, despite the pep talk. The spider crawled forward, trembling with pure terror. The massive spider squeezed into the cage, Trapped with a mutated dry leaf grasshopper, it stared at the monster clinging to the ceiling. Its 8 legs shaking uncontrollably. Please don't hit me. 2 other students approached. Their patience wearing thin. What's the holdup? Is this a deathmatch or a staring contest? The guy grumbled. A short-haired girl smirked. Gao Peng. If you are scared, let my teddy go. He ignored the background noise. His eyes locked on the internal system window. One is too paranoid to strike. The other too terrified to move. A pathetic standoff, looking at the tearful spotted spider. I can't help but make a comparison. Finally, I see the personality gap teachers mentioned. Same first battle. Total opposites. 𝐸𝐬 is a natural-born hunter. Always thirsty for blood, but A-Ban just wants to hide. He'd dig a hole if this floor weren't concrete. My expression darkens. A-Ban. Survival requires strength. You must fight to evolve. Suddenly, the cage rattles. The massive grasshopper lunges at the spider. My heart skips. The deadleaf grasshopper is making the first move. In a flash, its jagged claws clamp down on the spider's body, feeling the impact. A-Ban kicks it away and retreats. Eyes brimming with tears, the grasshopper enters combat mode midair. My nerves are completely frayed. Damn. Aerial advantage. My strategy was too rigid. I underestimated this variant's mobility. Despite the injury, the spotted spider reacts instinctively. He sprays thick silk from his maw, pinning the predator to the ground. A surge of adrenaline hits me. Perfect. Use your silk to break its momentum. Good job. A-Ban. But the spider just watches his foe struggle to rise. As the grasshopper thrashes violently against the sticky trap, A-Ban trembles behind his shield, praying his enemy stays pinned forever. But fate is cruel. With a roar, the grasshopper tears through the thick webbing, enraged and covered in silk. It slams its claws against A-Ban's defense. Seeing the deadlock, Mu Tianying approaches. Gao Peng. Your spider is incredibly resilient, even with the praise. I don't feel like celebrating. I narrow my eyes, analyzing every combat detail in my mind. No. That was the perfect window to strike. A-Ban's fear cost him victory. The stats don't lie. That variant can pierce A-Ban's defense. He is stronger. Inside the cage, A-Ban just cowers, absorbing blow after blow from the monster. I step closer to the bars. A-Ban stop hiding and strike back. I am too scared. He whimpers. I take a breath, trying to stay patient. Don T afraid. You're more powerful. Climb the walls and take him down. He hesitates, then shrinks back. I can Climbing the cage is too hard. My fist clench in anger. You are a spider. For God's sake, afraid of heights. You're the most pathetic familiar I've ever raised. I finally give up. Maybe I am being too greedy. Beast training isn't an overnight process. Seeing him pinned against the wall, my heart suddenly softens. A-Ban is a natural defender. I shouldn't force an aggressive style on him. Fine. That's enough. Come back here. A-Ban. I signal for him to return, ending the fight right there. If you won't fight, then there's no reason to stay. He hears the coldness in my voice, the raw disappointment. It terrifies him. Memories of his previous master resurface. The funeral. The feeling of being abandoned. He sees my face, twisted in frustration, and a deep sorrow washes over him. Master is angry. He's going to throw me away, too. I don't want that. That fear of being discarded triggers something deep within his core. Suddenly, he scales the cage wall. 6 cold eyes lock onto the prey below. He bares his fangs in a silent scream. I won't be abandoned. He dives. As he closes in on the monster, A-Ban's razor claws tore through the grasshopper's massive body. Azure blood erupted as the spider launched its counterattack. The crowd roared. Seeing the grasshopper wounded by that sudden strike sent a wave of adrenaline through the students. The black-haired youth grinned and nudged him. Nice one. Man. You were hiding its real power, weren't you? Even Motai was stunned. A single counterstrike had dealt critical damage to a high-tier mutant. I didn't know Gao Peng's familiar was this lethal. A student whispered. As the classmates began to swarm him, he didn't let the praise go to his head. Eyes fixed on the cage. A shadow of worry crossed his face. Something was wrong. A-Ban's eyes were glowing with a terrifying, unquenchable bloodlust. Then, the system alerts began to scream. Warning: berserk state detected. Loss of control. Imminent. A crimson system window flashed before Gao Peng. Warning: in this state, all combat stats are massively overclocked. Combat instinct has peaked. However, prolonged activation will cause irreversible neural damage to the familiar. His heart sank. Irreparable damage. He had to stop this nightmare before it was too late. Inside, a ban was a blur of violence. Spraying thick, sticky webbing from its maw with predatory frenzy. The silk hit its mark, pinning the grasshopper's powerful leg to the floor. Seeing the opening, the spider lunged, claws raised like guillotines. Green ichor splattered across its carapace as it tore in. The scent of blood only fueled the fire. A ban was spiraling, losing itself to the primal urge to kill. It was no longer a familiar, but a mindless beast. Just as it prepared a fatal blow, a hand reached out. Gao Peng had somehow breached the cage. He grabbed the razor-sharp claw, stopping the killing blow mid-air. That's enough. Ah, ban, he whispered, his voice steady. He looked into those frenzied eyes with genuine warmth. You did great. I'm sorry for what I said earlier. You are amazing. But the madness was deep. The spotted spider slowly turned its head, its eyes still burning with murderous intent and raw aggression. It hissed broken words, abandoned. Master angry. Fight. While the red system windows continued to flicker, critical warning target is in a berserk state. High risk of hostility. Even as his familiar teetered on the edge of attacking him, Gao Peng kept a gentle, patient smile. I'd never abandon you. You're my partner. My friend. And friends, stay together until the end. Right. Come back to me. It's over. His voice was a soothing balm. And the spider's aura instantly collapsed. The fire in its eyes vanished, replaced by shimmering tears. Really, it clicked softly. The system window flashed a peaceful green. Status normal. Instructor Zhang stood back, his hand ready to intervene if the beast had turned on its master. Watching the two reconcile, he saw the depth of their bond. Gao Peng truly meant every word. He remembered the boy's desperate plea moments ago. Instructor, open the cage. My familiar is in trouble. He raised an eyebrow, impressed. Jumping into a combat zone to stop a berserk familiar was pure insanity. But that reckless courage was exactly why Gao Peng's results were so legendary. He fought for his monsters. Zhang Saihu, already planning the boy's next level of hellish training. A talent like this, he'd be a godsend for the military if they could recruit him. As the battle ended, the sun dipped below the horizon, bathing the grounds in a deep, bloody crimson. A ban was back to its cheerful self, scuttling across the floor and waving its claws excitedly. Gao Peng chuckled at the sight. After a week of intense drills, a ban had finally shed that extra weight. The fear of combat was gone. But he knew he still needed the instructor's wisdom to refine their style. He needed a strategy focused on stamina depletion, avoiding brutal clashes that risked another mental break. For the next few weeks, Gao Peng became a sponge, absorbing every lesson instructor Zhang Renbei offered. Returning home after a grueling day, he finally changed into his comfortable loungewear, holding a bucket of scraps. He watched his familiars happily drinking juice. Their laughter made the exhaustion vanish. That berserk incident taught him a lesson. The system was a powerful tool, but it wasn't everything. If he relied solely on the interface without understanding his partners, he'd eventually hit a wall. He was still a rookie in tactics and information control. It was time to build a real foundation. He stared at the monster's shed skin, inspecting every detail. Why waste this? Maybe fry it with egg and breadcrumbs for a snack. With a hungry grin, Gao Peng joked. Everything's edible. If it's toxic, my centipede can tank it. His centipede couldn't read minds, but its master's creepy smile sent chills. He actually did it. Tossing those scales into a boiling pot, the dark spider skin turned a delicious, golden brown crispy treat. He took a satisfying bite. God tier. Just needs a little cumin. Once finished, he served a massive bowl to his familiars. The heavenly aroma made the greedy monsters drool instantly. The centipede feasted happily, but the spider hesitated for once. It stared at the fragrant bowl with deep, lingering suspicion. Why does this smell so familiar? Gao Peng just smiled. As he cleaned up, he felt his soul power surging higher. Time to contract Dumbi. He channeled his spiritual energy forward. Green light erupted. Dumbi, will you be my familiar? Inside its massive frame, the skeleton felt a sudden pulse. A phantom heart thrummed, shattering ancient seals with pure power. I accept, Dumbi signaled. The contract vanished into his soul. Success. Gao Peng felt the bond strengthening his own body. Finally. Dumbi, let's watch each other's backs from now on. Their eyes met, forging a bond deeper than any bloodline. A bus sped down the mountain, carrying students to training. Gao Peng rested, prepping for his second survival mission. Last time, a wild python nearly turned them into lunch, but now, with his upgraded team, he could explore anywhere. Nearby, a group of boys started trash-talking very loudly. They were fuming. A pink-haired kid started swearing first. That damn turtle better not show its face again. I'll shred it. That beast was straight up psychotic. Man. The red-haired leader gnashed his teeth in pure rage. We almost starved in there. Someone finally unlocked the door. Their shouting forced Gao Peng to finally open his eyes. They kept ranting. Desperate to find the one responsible. If I find that guy, I'll get him expelled immediately. Gao Peng realized those annoying voices were way too familiar. Fate is funny. Soon, the bus reached the forest's edge. A military truck waited as other familiars cowered before Dumby. The lesser beasts huddled away. Terrified of the massive skeleton, Dumby stepped down. Walking toward Gao Peng with heavy steps, the centipede rode his shoulder, coiling tightly around his frame, low level or not. That epic tier aura crushed every beast. Students backed away, terrified of Dumby's overwhelming dark presence. Tone it down. Dumby. Let's move out. The hunt begins. The boys from the bus glared, cursing him from behind. It's just a familiar. Why the attitude, I muttered as we ventured deeper into the valley's heart. Dai's massive frame was the perfect mount. I sat perched on his shoulder while the centipede clung on tight. I scanned the horizon, briefing my 2 summons on the treacherous terrain ahead. Going solo was the right call. No party politics. Just pure, efficient monster hunting. My skeletal summon mistook my caution for fear. Master, I'll protect you, he declared. I laughed. Where do you learn that? The armored boy show Dai chirped. He was literally mimicking a cheesy hero from a kid's cartoon. I was speechless. My powerful 𝐒𝐿 was really out here quoting Saturday morning television. A children's show, seriously. While we joked, the centipede on his shoulder was fast asleep, blissfully unaware of the world. Suddenly, a shadow flickered through the brush. I froze, my eyes tracking the lightning-fast movement. What was that? Through the thick canopy, I spotted a crystal-clear lake, the same one infested by those green-skinned frogs. I ran a quick tactical analysis. Change of plans. Let's head the other way. I'm not in the mood for a face full of frog spit. Dai? Pivot. He immediately obeyed, shifting course. But as we turned, a colossal serpent head, armored in jagged green scales, erupted from the foliage right before us. Its forked tongue flicked, and those slit crimson eyes locked onto us like we were nothing but snacks. The titan lunged toward the lake. I ducked low, barely avoiding a decapitation strike from its massive jaws. My summon stood frozen in shock. Even the sleeping centipede bolted awake as the predator surged past. It was the forest python. I remembered that murderous glare from before. It was a true apex predator. Encountering this monster twice, this wasn't bad luck. We had walked straight into its primary hunting grounds. The python ignored us for now. Its hunger focused entirely on the trembling frogs surfacing at the lake's edge. Its lethal gaze locked onto its prey. The moment that massive head descended, the frog swarm scattered in pure panic. Yet, some remained paralyzed, their bodies locked by the sheer weight of the serpentess rank suppression. This was the brutal hierarchy of the wild primal terror etched into their very DNA by a natural enemy. In a desperate survival bid, the frogs fired their spit attacks, hoping to repel the green titan. From its height, the python watched the pathetic droplets hit its scales. It was nothing more than a minor itch. The attacks did 0 damage, but they successfully enraged the beast. The python's massive body struck with explosive force. The once calm water erupted into a chaotic storm as the frogs scrambled for any hope of escape. Many were simply crushed or swept away by the massive wake of the serpent's violent movement. I watched the slaughter from the shadows. Even though this python was only level 20, its raw combat power and hidden stats rivaled a boss-tier monster far above its actual ranking. It was single-handedly turning the lake into a graveyard. Then, I noticed a small, round head nearby. A tadpole. It was watching its kin become a meal, trembling in a state of absolute, soul-crushing despair. Across the water, the massacre continued as the remaining frogs fought a losing battle against destiny. Even the tadpoles swam with frantic speed, wishing they had legs to escape this aquatic nightmare. It was a total exodus. The python breached the surface, swallowing its prey whole, sending the survivors into hiding behind a massive tree. I began to analyze the local ecosystem's dark balance. Now, I knew why these aggressive frogs hadn't completely overrun the surrounding valley. The python was the natural check, a local tyrant that came to collect its bloody tax. Once satisfied, the serpent slithered back into the forest. I let out a long, shaky breath as it vanished. Full at last. I guess everyone's just trying to survive in this hellscape. Technically, Dai's level and evolution quality were superior to that python's stats. But for our safety, avoiding a direct clash with that monster was the only logical move. Dai. Wait. I stopped mid-sentence. My skeletal summon was acting strange. His focus locked on a nearby thicket. The grass rustled. And a battered frog, accompanied by a tiny tadpole, peeked out from the shadows. They looked utterly exhausted. Their eyes wide, with the relief of barely escaping the jaws of death. They watched as other survivors slowly emerged. Returning to the now silent lake to face another day of survival. A sudden strike. The frog was snatched by a mysterious force before it could even croak. It narrowly escaped a serpent-esque gullet only to become a snack for 𝐶𝐤 Bong's crew. The aroma of roasting frog legs wafted through the air. Tantalizing and rich, 𝐶𝐤 Bong took a massive, crunchy bite. His eyes gleaming as he gave an enthusiastic thumbs up. The meat was firm and succulent, bursting with sweet juices and a hint of wild herbs. No wonder that giant python kept coming back. These frogs were top-tier drops for any predator. 𝐶𝐤 Bong wasn't the only one feasting. His familiars were tearing into the meat with savage joy. Suddenly, Daisy's antennae twitched. A high-level detection skill was reacting to something nearby. The centipede paused, mid-chew, gazing into the shadows. What is it? Daisy 𝐶𝐤 Bong asked. Alert! Emerging from the massive trees was a stallion with a mane, glowing with eerie neon blue light. His heart raced. A dark light horse encountering such a rare beast here was incredible luck. This was his lucky day. The stallion's gaze locked onto the summoner and his strange party. System window. Monster Dark Light Horse. Level 14. It looked incredibly badass with that single horn. Rank Elite. Attribute Dark. Weakness Water. A perfect candidate for a new contract. In a flash, it bolted, leaving only an afterimage. 𝐶𝐤 Bong jumped up, still clutching his snack. It moved like a sentient shadow. Every hunter's instinct told him he needed this mount. He imagined himself charging into battle atop that stallion. His eyes sparkled with pure ambition. Man! Riding that thing would boost my charisma stats to the max, he muttered. Impressed, he shook his head, regaining focus. No. I've already got my team. Stay loyal. Gao Peng. He gripped his frog leg, chanting for self-control, and turned back to his loyal summons. But when he looked at the campfire, his main course had vanished into thin air. Who stole my dinner? He roared, glaring at 𝐴. The skeleton just pointed at himself. Confused, his empty sockets pleaded innocence. He was a skeleton. He didn't even have a stomach to fill. He turned to the centipede, who was lying flat, looking suspiciously bloated with crumbs on its face, caught red-handed, seeing the guilt in its eyes. 𝐶𝐤 Bong let out a cold, mischievous smirk. He turned back to 𝐴 with a fake scowl. 𝐴, why did you eat my food? The skeleton gestured wildly. Master, how could a pile of bones possibly steal your meat? Seeing the blame shifted, the centipede perked up, acting all indignant alongside its master. It gestured towards 𝐴 as if saying, yeah, it was totally him. Master Bad Skeleton, enraged by the betrayal. 𝐴's massive hand grabbed the centipede's tail and hoisted it high. He shook the bug so hard that the stolen frog leg popped right out of its mouth. Evidence secured. 𝐶𝐤 Bong grinned. Only 𝐴 knew how to handle this little degenerate. Amidst the laughter, 𝐴 suddenly froze. His combat senses flared as something dangerous closed in. Before 𝐶𝐤 Bong could blink, 𝐴's massive arm swept him up in a protective embrace. 𝐶𝐤 Bong gasped as 𝐴 bolted into the brush, carrying him and the centipede like cargo. What's happening? 𝐴, what did you sense? He shouted over the sound of snapping branches. A massive serpent head slammed into their previous spot. A failed ambush, another boss-tier snake. 𝐴 kept sprinting. If not for his reflex-based skill, they'd be digesting in that snake's belly. 𝐶𝐤 Bong glared back at the scales. The hunter had become the hunted once again. That's twice now, 𝐴. 𝐶𝐤 Bong growled with murderous intent. Can you kill this monster? 𝐴 pounded his chest like a primal beast and launched himself into the high canopy. From the branches, the skeleton warrior locked onto the giant serpent and plummeted like a meteor. The snake looked up too late. Gravity and fury were already descending upon its green head. Crack. A devastating punch landed square on its eye. Blood and scales exploded everywhere. The beast shrieked in agony. But 𝐴 wasn't done. He followed up with a brutal jaw-shattering uppercut. 𝐴 relentlessly pummels the serpent. The system window flashes minor damage inflicted. Blows like falling thunder strike the forest python. 𝐶𝐤 Bong watches, stunned by 𝐴's soaring combat power. 𝐴 gathers violet aura into his fist, delivering a devastating, soul-shattering strike. The serpent's scales shatter into bloody craters. The force sends its massive frame flying back, trembling and bleeding. The monster glares in a rage. Ruthlessly, 𝐴 pins its head down. Suddenly, 𝐶𝐤 Bong's system interface flickers. The peaceful green turns into a blood-red warning. Boss monster, forest giant python. State berserk. Cao Peng senses a catastrophic shift in the atmosphere. Die. Watch out, it's an ultimate move, Cao Peng screams. But a massive gale strikes first. The Sylvan Python spins violently, creating a vortex that hurls die across the battlefield. Trees are uprooted by the storm. Die stabilizes himself as the beast sprouts lethal. Thorny scales. It unleashes a primal, terrifying roar, fixating its murderous gaze on the young hunter's summon. Seeing die wounded, Cao Peng rushes forward, but the summon firmly signals him to stay back. Go. Die, Cao Peng yells. The summon places its hand over the crimson flame on its chest. It crushes the glowing red core, causing its internal energy to surge toward a legendary evolution. The python screams as if its own heart is being squeezed. Cao Peng feels an overwhelming pressure. Blood thread heart. Die's epic tier hidden trait allows him to remotely dominate the enemy's vitals. The python lunges for a final, desperate bite. But Die's eyes remain cold and focused. Instead of retreating, Die smiles. With one squeeze, the monster's heart shatters into spiritual fragments. The massive serpent freezes midair before crashing down. Blood erupts from its mouth in its final moments. Die stands tall, a legendary figure etched into the dying monster's soul for all eternity. Victory is secured. Spectators in the monitoring room are speechless at the sight of this mutated boss's fall. This summon possesses elite combat power far exceeding its current ranking tier. I need his file. Cao Peng. Age 18. Background status confidential. Access denied. The staff reports with visible confusion. 3rd, high school student. Family history is a level S secret. My clearance is insufficient. Commandee. This boy is special. The leader frowns. Level C clearance isn't enough to see his truth. Level C is for mayors. Level B is for provincial lords. Just who is this mysterious teenager? With such high-level protection, we cannot recruit him casually. He is a piece of a larger game. Monitor him closely. Ensure no accidents befall him during this dungeon progression. The commander orders. Datu. Harvest the loot. Cao Peng commands. A single strike slices the serpent like thin paper. Strange. The skin feels fragile, like a system illusion rather than a physical monster's hide. Inside, Cao Peng discovers a massive parasitic vein. This was the source of its mutated power. That explains its weightless movement and why it didn't leave a crater upon falling from the sky. Datu retrieves a brown spirit stone, offering it to Cao Peng like a proud child. Good job. Cao Peng smiles, though he notices Die collapsing from the skill's severe backlash. Activating the blood thread heart burned through Die's life force, leaving him in a weakened state. The trait will regenerate. But for now, his stats have dropped to a dangerous low. I must train this ability further. Cao Peng muses while Datu mindlessly devours the dropped items. Suddenly, a heavy vibration shakes the ground. Datu signals frantically the giant from before has returned. The big guy, Cao Peng's expression hardens. It's 𝐒𝐿𝐷𝐀𝐍𝐿's team. We have to move. Nearby, a mechanical rhino summon lies defeated. 4 hunters are pinned down, facing a new nightmare. 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿. Stay alert, the leader shouts as the shadows around them begin to shift. 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿. It's broken. 𝐌𝐻𝐻𝐿 cries out in agony as a new monster emerges. A massive earthworm beast bursts from the soil. 𝐿ian_2. Intercept it now, we're in deep trouble. The rhino charges to block the strike. Run, get out of the kill zone, the girl screams. The earth splits open, transforming the battlefield into a treacherous maze of death and rising dust. A monstrous earthworm erupts, roaring for blood. On freezes. One more is lurking nearby. She glances at her friend's summons. They are too weak to stop this level of threat. Just as hope fades, Die streaks in, delivering a bone-shattering punch. Die rips the beast's maw open and tosses it aside while Die-2 zaps it. Die-2 pivot now and save 𝐿ian_2 from the other one, Cao Peng commands. The duo obliterates the grotesque worms instantly. Cao Peng waves. You okay? I am alive. Thanks to you? Another second and I'd be monster food. Thank you. No sweat. Hunters stick together. Suddenly, the intercom blares, training simulation end. Attention all candidates, the Skeletal Valley exercise is officially over. Return to base. On frowns, her instincts on edge. End. Did something go wrong with the system? These worms weren't standard spawns. Cao Peng notes. A high-tier alert must be coming. But that's just our reality now. Come on. Let's regroup before the next wave hits. The squad follows. Impressed, Cao Peng recalls his mentor's warnings about the desert continent. New apex predators are luring man-eating mandala worms toward human safe zones. Luckily, Commander Chen confirmed the government has already developed a tactical countermeasure. Peace is just a mask. Someone is always fighting in the shadows for us. Cao Bong. A group of degenerates blocks the path, tossing bricks with menacing glares. Remember the safe house. Time to settle the score for locking us out. We're adults now. Gao Peng sees. Picking fights like this, it's just pathetic. He scans their summons. Level 4. Cease? And 9. Not even elite tier. Truly disappointing. Asterisk. I could wipe this entire squad with just one of Daitu's legs. Asterisk, he thinks. He pats Daitu's head. Easy. Buddy. I'm not looking down on you. I promise. We'll just break a few bones, the bully roars. Black violent ape. Crush him. A massive gorilla lunges with an iron pipe. Asterisk. They're buying gear for summons now. Asterisk. For most beasts, their natural traits are far deadlier than any man-made steel. The ape screams, swinging wildly. Cao Bong groans. Adai. Handle this little monkey. Adai seizes the ape's throat. The power gap makes the beast tremble in terror. With a simple forehead flick, Adai sends the massive summon reeling in pain. The mighty ape now has a giant welt, looking like a bullied toddler, overcome by fear. The black violent ape whimpers and hides behind its master. A 7-foot ape acting like a kicked puppy. Embarrassing. Cao Bong scoffs. Asterisk. His familiar is a monster. Times the bully seethes. Asterisk. Is he cheating with hidden stats? Asterisk. Retreat for now. This was just a misunderstanding. Gao Peng. He turns to see them already walking away. Hey Don, you dare ignore me. Boss. Forget him. Let's just go hit the bars and blow off some steam. You guys go. The leader growls. I have real work to do tonight. He pulls out a training scroll, his eyes burning with envy. Bow. He wipes the ape's eyes. Anger is useless. Only results matter in this world. Tonight, we grind. We'll close the gap and surpass him through sheer hellish training. Back at the lab, Cao Bong checks the screen. Medicine neutralized. Data is perfect. The variables are locked in. This evolution should be a total success. He nudges. Aban awake. Ready to get stronger. Your transformation begins now. He points to the chemical vat. Jump in. It's time to evolve. Aban zips to the ceiling and plunges in. Ripples surging through the glowing fluid. The system provides the map. But the mastery, that's all on me. Evolution. Start. Boiling a big pot is easy. But high-tier refining requires elemental mastery over fire and lightning. Managing ice, temperature, and split-second timing is a daunting task for any aspiring summoner. 2 shadows lurk outside, whispering. Gao Peng confirms he's the only one left in the office. Relax. I've scouted this place for days. Everyone else already clocked out. The fat thief whispers, this glass is military grade. Why hit a lab when we could just rob a bank instead? The tall thief scoffs. Banks use digital credits now. There's no physical cash left there. Labs house rare materials. Those items are worth more than any stack of bills. 1 vial can fetch hundreds of thousands. He conjures a water bubble. Get ready to enter. Manipulating water to bypass fingerprints. He tells his partner. No traces this time. You're up. He scoffs at his partner's rebirth trait, revealing a limited-use ice-trapped bee, his secret weapon. Once we re-rich, we'll buy high-tier monsters. The fat thief urges him to stop stalling. Back up. This glass is about to shatter into a million pieces. He hits the trigger. Red gas awakens the frozen insect, which instantly carves through the barrier. Hearing the crash, Gao Peng checks the monitors. The noise came from the main entrance. The screen is pitch black. Signal is fine, but the camera lens has been covered. Intruders. Are they here to rob me? Or is this a hit? Gao Peng wonders. Quickly, he dials the police. I am reporting an emergency. Hostile intruders are breaking in. Hurry up, grab the loot and let's vanish before anyone notices us. Look over there, machinery is still running. They follow the light bleeding through the door. A laboratory, there must be legendary materials inside. Let's move in and take everything. They burst in, spotting a vat. What's those weird junk? The fat thief grunts. He smashes it, using a centipede trait. His muscles swell with monstrous, unnatural strength. He tosses a hammer to his partner. Watching from the curtains, Gao Peng panics. If they destroy the lab now, Aban's evolution will fail. He must stall them. Stepping out, he smirks. You boys look tired. Want to sit down for some tea? The thieves lock eyes, wordlessly agreeing to eliminate the witness standing before them. I'll give you a hammer instead, the massive thief roars. swinging with lethal intent. Is he dead? If he isn't, he'll be meeting his maker very soon. A terrifying shadow looms behind them. You dare mock us, this is your end. Dark Evolution Success Shield Demon Shell. A multi-eyed beast emerges. Oozing eerie green ichor. The monster's crimson eyes lock onto the intruders, glowing with a hunger for vengeance. Hear that noise? Shut up and keep looting, we don't have all night. A giant spider with burning red eyes lunges, its massive fangs snapping at the thieves. Later, a police cruiser screeches to a halt outside the silent research building. Two officers stare at the massive hole in the wall, sweat dripping down their faces. We've reached the scene. The entrance is destroyed. And I smell blood. One reports. The caller might be in grave danger. Move in. Now the officers rush inside. Flashlights reveal a man collapsed in a pool of blood, his body riddled with deep gashes. Green slime and jagged spikes are scattered across the floor, mixed with fresh crimson. This is a massacre. Call the forensics team and notify the captain immediately. Officer. Is that you, a raspy? Pained voice calls out from the darkness. They aim their weapons. Freeze hands where we can see them. Get down now. Squinting against the blinding light, he groans. Wait. I'm the one who called you. Gao Peng sits bleeding, his spider beside him. I am the victim here. Check my records. The scene cuts to the local precinct, where the lights burn late into the night. The officer slammed the table, interrogating Gao Peng. Why did you kill them? He calmly replied. Pure self-defense. The cop roared back. Self-defense? You kept attacking long after the victims were already dead. Gao Peng pointed to his bandaged head. They struck first. Didn't forensics verify the gash on my forehead? The officer brushed him off. Stop deflecting, just answer the damn question. Suddenly, a knock echoed. The chief entered the room alongside a woman named Duang. The chief glanced at the officer. Laoxia. The CCTV proves those two broke in to rob him first. Gao Peng acted in self-defense. Release him. Reluctantly, the officer unlocked the cuffs and let him go. Outside the station, Gao Peng walked with Duang. I knew the chief would step in. Sister Duang. Since you are here, I assume Grandpa knows everything too. Right. He's furious and worried, sick. How's your head? You should really get a hospital checkup. Gao Peng refused. Dumby absorbed most of the blow. These are just minor surface scratches. He gestured to the bandage with a smirk. Actually, I gave myself this wound afterward. Otherwise, I'd be seen as the killer. Duang smiled, patting his shoulder. Cleverly handled. Little Peng. Mercy to enemies is cruelty to yourself. Go home and get some rest. I'll handle the rest. Scene shift to Gao Peng's house. He's finally drifting into a deep sleep. Suddenly, a spectral figure glowing blue creeps toward the bed. A sharp blade held high. Gao Peng's eyes snap open. The shadow lunges, driving the knife deep into the mattress. He rolls off the bed instantly. Who's there? The shadow reveals itself. It's the robber he killed. Gao Peng's heart raced. I watched you die. How are you still standing? The thief grinned wickedly. I've crawled back from hell just to take my revenge. He lunged again. You watched that spider tear us apart. You didn't even blink. Did you? You could have used silk to stop us. We could have lived. But you chose to watch us die. Gao Peng dodged coldly. So what? You targeted me first. To survive, one must be ruthless. Suddenly, a blood-soaked hand gripped his shoulder. Gao Peng froze as a terrifying chill ran down his spine. It was the other thief, headless, yet wielding a massive hammer right beside his ear. The hammer swung down. Gao Peng bolted upright in bed. Drenched in sweat and gasping for air, he sat in the dark. Heart pounding. A nightmare. Is it guilt? Or just my mind breaking? Maybe my resolve isn't ironclad. The shadows of those men are still haunting me. He looked at his sleeping familiars. To stay alive, I must grow stronger. Complacency is death. Elsewhere, a creature is trapped behind glass. A high-ranking official begins a formal address. Yesterday, the Global Summoner Alliance was formed by the 12 strongest masters to enforce strict control. The Monster Association and Breeder Guild are officially merging into this new unified Hunter Alliance. We are standardizing ranking tiers: normal, elite, commander, and lord. The era of chaos ends now. Certified hunters will now receive priority for high-tier quests and exclusive dungeon mission rewards. Standing before the cage, the lieutenant announced, "Listen up, students. The first debut exam is coming. The Alliance and government are co-hosting this event. Expect the difficulty to be drastically increased. Behold your target, an elite-tier blue-winged bonebat. Whoever defeats it wins the contract. The azure creature hung dormant. This monster belongs to the one who survives the challenge. A system window flickered. Monster blue-winged bone bat. Status healthy dormant. Level 20. Grade elite rank. Type undead. Weakness, holy light and wind type skills. A student named Chen Han steps forward. Instructor. I'll go first. A new interface appeared. Scanning Chen Han's familiar. Monster Thunder Bear. Level 18. Quality elite. Evolution path locked. Trait lightning. Weakness, hydro fruits cause severe fatigue. The lieutenant watched. Waiting for the first strike. The crowd of students erupted in whispers. The tension in the arena reaching a boiling point. That's Chen Han Qiao. He hit a massive jackpot during the last field training exercise. His beast evolved into a lightning glow bear. Level 18. Elite rank. Truly a formidable powerhouse. Compared to the other summons in this class, this bear is on a whole different level. The bear entered the cage housing the bone wing bat. Eyes glowing red with primal fury. It let out a deafening roar. But the bone wing bat didn't even flinch. Staying fast asleep, seeing the monster ignore its intimidation roar. The lightning bear froze in total confusion. Enraged, it roared again before lashing out. Swinging its massive kleist, razor-sharp claws at the sleeping bat. Suddenly, the bone wing bat snapped its eyes wide open, radiating a cold, predatory aura. Inablur? The bat vanished, reappearing behind the bear. Cold sweat poured down the bear's neck. The monster unleashed a devastating sonic blast, dealing a critical blow that shattered the bear's defenses. No, Han Qiao screamed in terror. The lieutenant immediately ordered the medical team to move in. Cao Bong observed from afar. That sonic attack was lethal. Even with only a 2-level gap, one direct hit and it was over. Han Qiao watched his partner collapse, tears streaming down his face. Next, the lieutenant barked, hands behind his back. Is there anyone else brave enough to challenge? The students looked away, too terrified to meet his gaze. They all stepped back, hoping someone else would go. They made pathetic excuses about the weather. The lieutenant sighed, glaring at their cowardly display. Panicked. One guy even faked a stomach cramp, rolling on the ground like a total degenerate. Behind him, his golden retriever summon just stared at its master with judging watery eyes. Pathetic. The lieutenant snapped. You're all top academy students, yet you freeze when a real hunt starts. 𝐒𝐿. Cao Bong said, raising his hand. Beside him stood a massive figure hidden under a cloak. Whispers broke out. It's Cao Bong. He's always been ranked in the top 5 of our class. Go. Duh. The cloak was ripped away, revealing a colossal, intimidating frame that radiated pure power. Da leaped into the cage, scaling the bars with terrifying agility to corner the bone wing bat. He threw a lightning-fast punch, but the agile bat managed to narrowly dodge the heavy strike. Even then, the wind pressure sliced the bat's face, drawing blood. The crowd erupted in excitement. So cool, they cheered. He's treating an elite monster like it's absolutely nothing. A near miss caused that much damage. His raw strength stats must be off the charts. Insane. We have to step it up. One student told his beast. The creature just cried in response. The bat countered with another sonic scream. But Da stood his ground, unfazed by the vibration. Too bad he can fly. Someone muttered. This matchup is going to be a struggle. Cao Bong just smirked. Everything was going according to the hidden plan he'd shared with Da. Da lacked wings, but his stamina was superior. The goal was to slowly grind the monster down, right on cue. The bone wing bat's movements began to falter. Fatigue was finally setting in. Its evasion dropped. Da locked his fists together, swinging them down like a massive warhammer. Seizing the opening, Da smashed the bat mid-air, sending it crashing into the dirt at high speed. He didn't let up, raining down a barrage of heavy punches onto the pinned monster's face. What a beatdown. The arrogant bat was being pulverized. It wasn't so high and mighty anymore. Da stood over the fallen beast, dangling it by one leg. Cao Bong's victory was absolute. Cao Bong turned to the instructor with a grin. Sir, about your offer. Is it still valid? This bat is mine to handle now. Right? The lieutenant nodded. It's yours to do as you wish. Cao Bong faced his classmates. Anyone want this elite bone wing bat? No high prices today. Starting at 500 credits, don't miss out on a high-tier summon like this. First come, first served. The lieutenant could only watch in disbelief as Cao Bong turned the battlefield into a marketplace. I'll take it, Mu Thiedan shouted. Running over. Cao Bong looked at her, questioning her choice. Using his system interface, Xiaobong began to break down the bat's hidden stats for her. Among aerial beasts, the bone-winged blue bat is a degenerate tier. With pathetic speed and low altitude, it only survives by bullying land-bound weaklings. Against a high-ranking predator, it is game over. You sure about this? Its flight trait is a joke. The bat stood frozen by Gao Peng's cold logic. Without a word, Mu Tai-on swiped her credit card, completing the transaction in total silence. Enough talk. This bat is a rare treasure to us. The credit points have already hit your system interface. Gao Peng's eyes blazed as his credit balance surged. Who knew Mu was such a high-tier rich girl? I offer full customer support. Come to me for your next skill evolution, and I will give you a guild discount. The surrounding students watched Gao Peng's greed with sighs. 𝐒𝐿. A massive transport vehicle flashed across the screen. Someone gasped. Look at that 16-wheeled beast. Those heavy-duty tires are built to support a massive mobile base. It features modular plating and double-layered reinforced armor, all finished in a sleek, lethal silver. Ebony and silver patterns weave together in perfect harmony. This is not just a truck, it is a dominant predator on wheels. Gao Peng turned to his most loyal summon. Dumby. We are getting this. The triple system Black Iron Dragon, my ultimate dream machine. The cockpit scale dwarfs any standard mobile base, offering more space than a luxury camper, peak handling, and a legendary grade interior. There is room for the whole squad. Gao Peng's resolve hardened like an elite ranker. Most importantly, its iron-blooded aura perfectly matches my own hidden stats. It is pure power. Just as he was reveling, a girl cleared her throat, breaking his trance. Gao Peng blinked, snapping back to reality, recognizing Tang Tang. He offered a nervous grin. Taking your cat for a walk? Sister Tang. That is one massive feline. Tang Tang shrugged. He was a low-level stray when I found him balding, filthy, and covered in grime. The cat wore a hilarious, world-hating expression. Yet its name commanded respect. Monster name Night Black Cat. Level 36 Commander Tier. Quality perfect. Ability Shadow Power Level 2. Weakness: catnip. After inhalation, motor control is lost, leading to an indescribable state. It let out a bored meow. A perfect Commander Tier. Sister Tang's summons are never simple, finding the conversation too long. The cat hissed impatiently, urging her to move on. Tang Tang remained humble. He has grown enough. Suddenly, the black cat hissed and leaped away in a fit of rage. Gao Peng watched the cat bolt into the distance. Even a shadow cat has its pride. Sister Tang. Tang Tang chuckled awkwardly. Softy just has a bad temper. Do not mind him. Why have you not moved into the villa yet? Gao Peng scratched his head. A lot has happened lately. I have not had time to pack. Tang Tang patted his shoulder. You have too many familiars. This place is too cramped for a rising hunter. I know it is hard to leave, but this will always be your home. You can return whenever you wish. Gao Peng nodded, his voice trailing off. He walked to his bedside and picked up an old photograph, feeling the weight of the past. Mom? Dad? I am finally moving out. You said I would leave once I grew up. Well, that time is now. He traced their faces. My new place is a massive villa. I am moving on to bigger things. I earned it myself. I can survive this dangerous world alone now. You do not need to worry about me anymore. He slumped against the bed, whispering updates about his life into the quiet. Empty room. Grandpa is in some trouble. After the hunter exam, I will go help him. He is my only remaining kin. The night passed peacefully. His sorrow faded, replaced by the fire of a new beginning and a clear quest. The Hunter Academy was locked down. Heavy barriers separating the candidates from the restless crowd. Guards ordered people back. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Whose massive truck was that? The container door hissed open, and a heavy foot stepped onto the asphalt. Gao Peng had arrived, surrounded by his loyal familiars. His gaze was fixed on the upcoming challenge. They were ready for war. Only Dumby stood there, looking as dazed and hulking as ever. Unaware of the tension, the day of the Hunter exam is finally here. An announcement blared candidates. Present your IDs and enter in order. Gao Peng stepped forward, handing his credentials to the stone-faced officer. Here is my ID. See it? The guard nodded. Please walk through the scanner with your summons for verification. If the contract is valid, the light turns green. Suddenly, a red alarm blared from the next lane over. The officer's voice turned cold. You there? Step back. We need a secondary scan immediately. What the? A student screamed in terror as his dark crimson bear familiar suddenly went berserk. It let out a blood-curdling roar that echoed throughout the entire examination hall. Emergency berserk beast at Sector 7 instructors barked into radios. Deploy the Silver Moon Wolf Squad immediately. The Silver Moon Wolves lunged with lethal precision, their claws flashing as they pinned the frenzied beast down. A stern examiner approached the trembling student. Explain yourself. Why did your familiar's mental stability suddenly collapse? The Silver Moon Wolf delivered a decisive, non-lethal bite, forcing the bear to submit and end its rampage. Terrified of a permanent ban, the student collapsed and begged for mercy, tears streaming down his face. Please, this is my father's familiar. I secretly took it from home just to pass the exam. I just wanted to be a hunter. The instructor sighed, pulling the boy up with a pitying look. With a cold, sincere expression, the veteran examiner lectured the copper-haired student on the path of power. A true man stands tall. Integrity is a hunter's greatest trait. Remember that. The boy thanked him profusely, but the instructor's face instantly hardened, his eyes turning cold as he checked the system interface. Rules are rules. Using a stolen familiar is a major violation. You are disqualified. Try again next year. The student's world crumbled instantly, his hope for a high-ranking awakening vanishing into thin air. Guards dragged the weeping boy away, his desperate pleas for a second chance echoing down the corridor. Gao Peng watched the scene, a chill running down his spine. That was a reckless, desperate move. Stupid risk for a low-level exam. The instructor handed Gao Peng his badge. Next. UE up, gripping his card. Gao Peng walked toward the arena where the city's elite candidates had already gathered. True power can be stolen. He glanced at his badge and froze. The ranking tiers were unexpected. A5. Are the zones divided by elite and commander tiers? What if a lord tier monster actually appears? They need a special S-rank arena for that. Gao Peng quickly shook the impossible thought away. No way. At this early stage of the dungeon progression, no one could have evolved a lord tier. Zone A only has 8 slots. That means 7 other hunters here already possess commander tier beasts. He spotted a black water boa. Level 25. It was even higher level than his own companion. Dumby. Level 25. 𝐒𝐿𝐷. This competition was quickly turning into a den of monstrous talent. It was his first time seeing a rare tiger-type familiar in person since the Great Cataclysm began. Tigers were nearly extinct before the awakening. Even with accelerated evolution, they remain legendary tier combatants. Gao Peng scanned the arena from the balcony, his sharp eyes confirming the hidden hierarchy of the exam. Zone B was packed with elite tiers, while Zone C was reserved for those with common rank familiars. Dumby was only level 20. But his hidden stats gave him the raw power of a commander tier. I feel like a lone wolf in a pack of monsters. This is going to be intense. He stepped into Chang'an City's Zone A, the gathering point for the top 8 young summoners today. Inside the observation deck, high-ranking military officers were locked in a serious strategic discussion. These 8 represent the freshest blood of our generation. The future of Chang'an rests on their shoulders. Instructor Chen sighed. Actually, only 6 are true prodigies. 2 are just older late bloomers. They were nearly 21. Reaching commander tier now is impressive, but they lack the spark of a true genius. The commander glanced at the monitors. Talent is a hidden stat that no system window can truly predict. Out of 30,000 students, only these 8 can truly challenge a commander tier boss monster. The chief sat at the center of the room, his presence radiating an overwhelming aura of authority. 10 years ago, the first anomalies appeared. The world we knew began to degenerate into this nightmare. We thought we could control the awakening, but the monsters evolved faster than our strongest weapons. To prevent a total collapse and mass panic, we kept the darkest truths hidden from the public. The official records say the war started 3 years ago. But these students are our only real hope. The instructors saluted in unison, their faces etched with the grim determination of veteran hunters. Rest assured, Chief, every soldier guarding this arena is an elite veteran who has survived the abyss. Every corner of the arena is under strict surveillance. 1 monitor, 1 guard. No blind spots. If any rules are broken, both the candidate and the supervisor will pay the price. Attention in Sector A, candidate number 5. Prepare for engagement. The gates slide open. Facing us is a level 22 leader tier ice lake giant scorpion. Weakness, lightning, and unarmored flanks. Cao Bong's eyes sharpen. Adai? Focus on the sides, that's where it's vulnerable. Adai's combat instincts kick in. His speed explodes, he lunges forward, following his master's commands with surgical precision. The monster's eyes flare with a lethal crimson glow. This thing is dangerous. It's faster than it looks. The beast evades every strike. Cao Bong grits his teeth. Incredible reaction speed. It leaps into the air with terrifying force. The pressure radiating from its body far surpasses 𝐻𝐻𝐿's current level. Doubt creeps in. The level gap is real. This is not going to be an easy win. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 clenches his fists. Blue-black energy pulses and spirals toward the enemy. System alert monster upgrade triggered. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 has reached level 21 and evolved into a leader rank. A wave of relief hits Cao Bong. A mid-battle breakthrough, perfect timing. But the gap remains. The scorpion still holds the upper hand. Cao Bong remains cautious, barely maintaining the stalemate. In this fair play arena, only one familiar can take the field at a time. Cao Bong watches every twitch, waiting for the perfect moment to execute his next move. Leader-tier monsters possess unpredictable supernatural traits. They transcend ordinary creatures. The scorpion awakens its water control. A tidal erosion begins to weaken 𝐻𝐻𝐿. Damn. How do we counter this? Suddenly, a system window flashes. A new hidden trait has been unlocked. Cao Bong sends a mental link. 𝐻𝐻𝐿. Reinforce your joints with blood silk. Shift the excess power to your legs. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 roars in confirmation. A swirling crimson aura begins to gather around him. New form acquired, Bone Dragon Ape. Skill unlocked, Reinforced Skeleton. Level 1. This trait maximizes bone density, massively boosting both defense and explosive physical power. Beautiful. Gao Peng smirks. The blood silk energy provides the perfect burst to shatter that scorpion's thick carapace, bone hardening. Simple, yet devastating. It might not be as flashy as fire or lightning, but for 𝐻𝐻𝐿's brutal melee style, it's perfection. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 delivers a soul-shaking punch. The scorpion reels from the impact, even with a shattered face. The monster lashes out with its tail. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 catches it mid-air with inhuman reflexes. No hesitation, he slams the monster down. His movements are now faster, sharper, and far more lethal. Cao Bong sees it clearly. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 is in the zone. Every strike is loaded with maximum power. One final crushing blow to the torso. Direct hit on the weak point. Cao Bong cheers. Checkmate. We win. Cao Bong approaches his partner, full of pride. You did amazing. 𝐻𝐻𝐿. The beast's fierce expression melts into a gentle smile. He reaches out and lifts Cao Bong high into the air. Whoa! 𝐻𝐻𝐿. Cao Bong laughs as the beast lets out a soft, grateful rumble. Thank you, Master. 𝐻𝐻𝐿's eyes sparkle with pure loyalty. He looks almost adorable now. A far cry from the monster we just saw. Without you, I'd still be a caged animal waiting for the end. Cao Bong is moved. Don't say that. This victory belongs to your hard work, too. But the celebration is interrupted. The other beasts are jumping around, green with envy. All right. All right. That's enough hugging. Big Purple is getting jealous. The sassy spider never likes being left out. One hug is enough. That's 5 seconds too long. Big Purple charges in. Mid-turn now. Cao Bong sighs at their childishness. He quickly steps in to block the incoming pounce. His gaze shifts to a nearby serpent. That thing finished its fight even faster than us. And not a single scratch. He looks at the female tamer standing nearby. This candidate. She's on a whole different level. High above. The instructors watch the monitors with intense interest. To dominate a leader-tier beast at that age. Is that girl from the Chang'an High family? An instructor speaks up. Wait. Is she General Quan's only daughter? I recall the name now. 𝐿. The chief interjects. Watch your tongue. I've met her once. Cold exterior. But she's a solid soldier. Actually, the girl's name is Quan Mo Yi. Another official clarifies. Word is, she ditched school after senior year to join the Union's elite field ops. Is that rumor legit? Yeah. It's the real deal. She's officially ranked in the Black Flag Corps. You don't get that badge without elite tier skills. Another officer leans in. Check out the summoner beside her. He's got potential too. An undead type familiar rare in these parts. That kid is one of my students. Thuong Yi crosses his arms. He's the youngest beast breeder in Chang'an. He was key in the Dead Leaf incident. Ah. So he's the one Chairman Feng was hyping up so much. A prime seed for the Alliance. Young. Talented. And hungry. Not bad. Kid. Not bad. The chief glares at Gao Peng and huffs. That old man sure has a lucky grandson. Time flies in the arena. Zone A students are almost finished. An examiner notes with approval. Candidate A3. You've cleared the trial. You're dismissed. Mo Yi nods. Understood. Mo Yi glances toward Gao Peng. Her eyes widening. He's just standing there. Cheering? Kill our job. Big guy Mo Yi is stunned. Using an elite familiar to crush a lord tier impressive. This A5 kid is interesting. The alert blares. Third round beginning. Candidate A5. Prepare for battle. A bizarre creature spawns. System window, dead leaf mantis level 16. Quality common. Attribute wood. A-ban. However, is an earth type familiar. A total elemental counter, wood shreds earth. But the mantis just stands there. Acting like a king, Gao Peng analyzes the beast. It mimics human behavior. High IQ, at least an 8-year-old's intelligence, Gao Peng calculates. A band's intelligence is superior. Plus, he's 2 quality tiers higher. This match is the perfect confidence booster for my cowardly spider friend. Tick-tock. Asterisk, the tension peaks. The speakers, boom, let the battle begin. The mantis stays motionless, looking down on its foe. A ban is shivering. Eyes nearly watering. Move it, Gao Peng urges. The mantis begins a flashy display of blade work. Its movements are a blur of cinematic precision. Every strike sharp and beautifully lethal. Gao Peng feels a bad omen. Suddenly, a ban bolts backward in a flash. The mantis freezes. Confused. Turns out a ban wasn't fleeing, he was just mimicking the dance. Master. Look, he's doing a square dance, Gao Peng groans. He's mocking you, attack. Counter now, a ban looks up innocently. So, we aren't playing together. Before he can blink, the mantis shifts into a lethal, high-speed killing stance. Mosquito, ban shouts. The mantis flinches, distracted by the sudden outcry. Its legs skid across the sand as it lunges. A ban counters, spraying high-tensile webs. Within seconds, the arrogant mantis is trapped in a thick, sticky cocoon. Is this bug really that weak? A ban asks. Suddenly, the mantis shreds the silk and charges. It delivers a heavy blow. Oh, that hurts, okay. Now I am actually mad. A ban snaps, his aura shifting. No more dancing, I am ending this now. A ban goes berserk, shredding the mantis until green blood sprays. Even the instructor flinches. Seeing the savage turn, the examiner quickly intervenes. That's enough, match over, exit the arena immediately. Gao Peng laughs awkwardly. Yes. Sir. In the waiting hall. Exhausted, students groan. The first group isn't even out yet. I'm in the second wave. Only that military prodigy from Zone A has cleared it. She's a monster. Wait, the main gate is opening. Look, the winner's exit, someone else finished the trial already. Gao Peng and his summon stride out amidst the awe of the other candidates. Another powerhouse from Area A, the crowd can't look away. Are all Area A dwellers monsters while we're stuck in line? They're already heading home. That insane power gap is just humiliating. They walk past with heads held high and soon arrive at their new destination. Suddenly, Gao Peng and Dumby freeze, staring blankly with expressions of pure disbelief. Looking at the crumbling villa covered in cracks and decay, Gao Peng sighs. I just bought this. Did 100 wolves run through here? It's a wreck inside and out. Shattered floors. Broken furniture. Everything is just a total disaster. Every single corner is a nightmare. There isn't a single spot left that looks even remotely livable. It's like being struck by lightning. His credit points. His new dream home all gone in a flash. Noticing movement on the sofa, Gao Peng narrows his eyes and speaks with the sharpest sarcasm yet. The culprit who trashed my villa is actually still at the scene of the crime. Are you looking to die? Or did I just forget how to swing my blade, Dumby? Take him down. The massive summon steps forward to shield his master. Gao Peng smiles with pride. Dumby is so reliable, protecting me without even needing a command. Only Silly remains completely unfazed, acting like a spoiled little sister without a care in the world. Gao Peng lifts her up and scolds. You need to give me energy. How many times must I tell you? She just squeaks. Dumby asks. Master. Can we eat this? Gao Peng looks at the bird lying there. What kind of monster is this? A bird. Outside the window. Tang Tang has been waiting. She clears her throat to get his attention. Ahem. Little Peng. Gao Peng gasps. Sister, Tang Tang, it's you. She smiles brightly. This is the pet your grandfather sent over. Happy housewarming. Keep it if you like. Your grandfather went through a lot to capture this rare beast for you. All right. I've got things to do. I won't stay for dinner. Bye. Gao Peng stands there, jaw dropped, unable to process the chaos. Typical sister, Tang Tang. Always taking care of me. She built her own villa next door in days, on what was once a wasteland. This isn't a housewarming gift. It's a demolition project. Despite the mess, he gently feeds Silly, holding her water bottle with care. Then, Gao Peng commands. Dumby. Bring that bird over here. He examines the unconscious creature very closely. Arare one-legged crane. Careful. Dumby. He warns. Don't squeeze too hard. We don't want it dead yet. Suddenly, the bird's eyes snap open. It starts squawking and screeching as if it's cursing them out. Gao Peng is stunned. Quite the actor. Aren't you? I need to break its spirit first before it tries to rule this house. But he acts indifferent and casually remarks. Dumby. Let's have some roasted crane for dinner tonight. The bird immediately plays dead again. Keep acting. He scoffs. Let's see what your stats really are. System window, Scarlet Flame Poison Crane. Juvenile stage. Level 6. Current grade epic tier. Evolution path commander to perfect. Lord to elite fire attribute. Traits locked. Legend rank requirements. 500 pounds of heaven flame meteors. 3. Mysterious origin fruits. An epic grade fire essence. Gao Peng gasps in shock. Grandpa really went all out. His smile begins to turn devious. This crane S quality currently matches Dumby S. But it will naturally reach Lord tier upon maturity. High-level evolution is usually a nightmare. Dumby took forever to break through in battle. Imagine the raw power of a peak Lord tier familiar. While he dreams of a glorious future, Dumby and the others are busy poking the poison crane, still wearing that wicked grin. 𝐒𝐿. Since you've entered my home, you are officially one of my summons. Start by eating these small worms. Gao Peng smiles softly at the bird. What should I name you? Your name has flame and fire. That S3 fires total. I'll call you 𝐒𝐿. The bird chirps. Swallowing the worm, Gao Peng offered. Jealous. The other pet slams into a pillar. Gao Peng places his hand on its head to initiate a soul contract. He observes the mental space. Consciousness clarity reflects the monster S intelligence. These floating lights are its memories. 𝐒𝐿 has atragits past. Among the flickering images, only a few moments of peace remain. Gao Peng closes his eyes in empathy. So you lost your mother too. 𝐒𝐿. Will you be my friend? The contract manifests instantly. Little Flame S eyes burn with intensity. Can you truly help me get revenge? Gao Peng is blunt. Once we recontracted, we're family. Your enemies are now my enemies. After a few minutes, the blood contract is finalized. Strangely, Gao Peng remains trapped within his sea of consciousness. Visions of 𝐷𝐍 and 𝐴 flash by, followed by a Xuan and a Ban. Realization strikes. This is the inherited legacy of a true monster summoner. Spirit circles expand as a new survival skill awakens Elemental Veil. It converts his pet S energy into a defensive shield. Gao Peng's eyes turn white as he drifts. This skill S rarity. It shouldn't be that uncommon. He recalls a candidate using a similar defensive ability during the first round of the exams. It turns out, reaching Commander, Overlord, and King tiers unlock specific survival traits for every monster trainer. This system skill likely triggered the moment a die broke through to the Commander rank. Suddenly, glowing characters materialize within his mind. Etched into his very subconscious, the message is clear: leave the fighting to the monsters. Summoners should hide and not be a burden. It's a generational legacy. The blood contract records memories, unlocking hidden stats and data as the monsters evolve. Could there be other ancient summoners hidden across the globe already? Gao Peng ponders this while walking away. The mystery is deep, but the survival skill is permanently soulbound. It's a primal power that cannot be taught or transferred through any normal cultivation method. No wonder Sister Tang Tang warned him never to reveal his unique soul-transferring abilities to anyone. If the world knew of a skill that bypassed system restrictions, he'd be hunted by every guild. Gao Peng realizes his grandfather and Sister Tang Tang possess power far beyond his current understanding. With his current ranking, can he even help them? For now, he enjoys a peaceful life at the villa. Wherever Gao Peng goes, his loyal squad 𝐷𝐍, 𝐴 and a Ban follows close behind. They play like energetic kids. Yet Little Flame seems the most mature, maintaining a cold, stoic aura. The bird trains relentlessly, driving its beak into trees to sharpen its lethal power. Little Flame is fueled by pure vengeance for its mother. Wait. Someone is missing from the group. Gao Peng looks around frantically. Where's 𝐿𝐿? That coward was spinning in circles out of fear earlier. Turns out, the jellyfish is fast asleep in the grass, drooling without a single care in the world. Gao Peng laughs, admiring its audacity to sleep so soundly. He returns to his book, feeling truly content. These peaceful days are a luxury he doesn't take for granted. Thanks to Grandpa's black credit card, being a monster trainer has finally become a high-tier hobby. President Feng's book is a masterpiece of experience. Suddenly, he remembers the exam results are out today. The system blocks his access at the villa. His account is already logged in from another location. Location: Tiangong Building. Yuzhou base city. Gao Peng's face drops. He knows exactly who it is. His grandfather is busy working. But sneezes, sensing his grandson is probably cursing his name right now. Gao Peng finds another way to bypass the lock and checks his final transcript. Name Gao Peng. Age 18. Score 710. Rank number 1 in Chang'an City. Suddenly, his phone vibrates with an incoming call from an unregistered private number. Hello? Is this Gao Peng? The voice asks. Speaking. He replies calmly. Congratulations. You've qualified for the second round. Report to the first arena on June 27th at 9 a.m. The trial lasts 15 days. No supplies needed. Gao Peng hangs up and glances at Little Flame. There's a problem: he hadn't signed the blood contract with Little Flame before the exam registration deadline. By the rules, the bird can't enter the dungeon. He needs to find a safe place for it. Just then, Tang Tang jogs past his house, waving with a bright, suspicious smile. Morning. Little Peng. Wait a minute. This timing is way too perfect to be a coincidence. Grandpa already saw his score. He must have predicted that Gao Peng would need a sitter for his pet. Sister Tang Tang likely knew his schedule before he did. Waiting in the shadows to lend a hand. Duang Duang's grin widened. The favor was practically written on her face. Cao Bong sighed. Sensing a long shift of labor ahead. Sister Duang. Watch my crane for 2 weeks, he asked. She beamed, thumping her chest with absolute confidence. Don't be a stranger. Leave it to me. I'll make sure it's fed, fought, and happy by the time you're back. Cao Bong felt a chill. Something about fat and happy sounded more like a threat than a promise. Mi Xiaoyan was left in her care as Cao Bong headed to handle business within the Chang'an district. Second place, impossible, a young master roared. We both have 3 beasts. 1 chief. 2 elites. Why am I lower? An attendant trembled while delivering the report. The stats were nearly identical. Yet the ranking was absolute. Young master. His elite is earth type. Countering the wood type trial. That's a 10-point hidden synergy bonus. He slammed the table. Face contorted in rage. I don't care, I'll never let this humiliation go. Cao Bong arrived at the assembly point. Scanning the small crowd of elite survivors waiting for the next phase, only a few candidates stood there. The instructor tapped his mic, signaling the start of the official briefing. Listen up, I am the lead for your next trial. Keep your mouth shut and stay sharp. Only 8 left, why even have a second round? Just rank the top 10 and call it a day. Round 2 takes place at the Jiangnan Great Ocean Forest Base. The instructor's voice boomed across the hall. This wasn't a standard arena duel. This was a brutal test of wilderness, survival, and real-world combat. The Jiangnan Mountains, that's deep in the red zone. The candidates murmured in sudden, sharp unease. High-level hunters have cleared the Lord-class threats. But don't get cocky. The instructor warned with a cold glare. Over 500 chief-tier monsters roam those woods, including peak-rank predators. The Alliance rules are final. We'll provide emergency flares. But in that jungle, death moves much faster than any rescue squad can. 500 chiefs. In a primitive death trap, this was a suicide mission for anyone lacking true power. Participation isn't mandatory. If you want to live, walk away now. The choice is yours. Sir. It's too risky. We were out. 2 candidates admitted. The instructor nodded. Fear was the first filter. Jun Mo Yi raised her hand. Sir. Does this entry require parental consent before we sign our lives away? Not necessary. He replied. Though he felt a pang of suspicion regarding her high-profile family lineage, she smirked and signed. The instructor's voice remained steady as he finalized the official roster. 6 remain from Chang'an. You'll be competing against the top hunters from across the entire Huaxia region. The atmosphere turned heavy. This wasn't just a local test anymore, it was a national awakening. Bring honor to Chang and 𝐻𝐿E. Prove your worth on the battlefield. Dismissed. A muscular teen approached Cao Bong with a grin. Hey. Name is Han Xiao. Who are you running with? With his shock of purple hair and massive physique, he looked like a frontline tank ready for war. Gao Bong. Nice to meet you. Han Xiao's eyes lit up as if he found a legendary item. The top-ranked rookie of Chang'an Man. I've been dying to meet the city's #1 hunter. He leaned in, whispering. Everyone else here is a silver spoon elite or a high-ranking guild brat. Just 2 regular guys like us. Right, Cao Bong gave a strained smile, hiding his true background. So? Any big corporations scouted you yet? The contract offers must be rolling in by now. I had a few offers after the finals. Han Xiao boasted. Cao Bong realized his own inbox was empty. His grandfather probably scared them off. Han Xiao slapped his back so hard he nearly choked on air. Don't sweat it, you're #1. They were probably just calculating a bid high enough to recruit you. This guy's grip was like iron. Han Xiao whistled, summoning his beast. Meet my partner, the angel ant. Found him in a ruin. He ate something weird and triggered a legendary 1 in a million mutation. From a lowly black ant to a divine tier angel ant. He's my secret weapon for this trial. System window level 21 golden armor demon ant. Quality elite. Attribute metal. Weakness, unarmored joints and pungent odors. Luck of the draw. The rich use science. But the poor rely on high-risk mutations to survive. Without bloodlines or resources. Evolving a chief-tier beast is a nightmare. But something was clearly wrong. Why did my system call it a demon ant when the rest of the world saw an angel? Cao Bong's mind raced with questions. How did this system categorize these monsters so flawlessly? It revealed names found in no archive. Acting like a divine seer. Outside. Engines roared. The instructor barked. Listen up. Our transport is here. Gear up. We're moving out. Touchdown. Jiangnan Bay City Airport. Could a mere examination really be this grand? Military escorts for students. These were the elite favored ones, chosen from tens of thousands. Naturally. The military district would provide maximum protection for these rising geniuses. Cao Bong scanned the crowd. 200 rivals gathered. With almost every beast type represented. A collective gasp rose. A rock element familiar, those are incredibly rare. System rock vine monster. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐿. Common grade. Status healthy. Weakness. Extremely camera shy. As Cao Bong approached, the sentries snapped to attention and cleared his path. A scarred commander stepped forward. A jagged mark trailing from forehead to cheek. Listen up. To enter Phase 2. You must sign this mandatory death waiver. This isn't a safe zone. Even with distress signals, the mortality rate exceeds 10%. The scarred officer's voice grew cold as he glared at the young hunters. Every beast here is commander tier. Think carefully. Your lives are your own responsibility. Cao Bong took the document with a polite nod. Thank you. He scrutinized the fine print. 1,000 credits on the line. This was far more dangerous than he anticipated. Round 2. Survival of the fittest. A high-stakes point-based trial begins. Destroying pillars and slaying beasts in Taiyang Forest, the competition would be brutal. The scarred commander shouted. You've read the rules. Are you ready for the slaughter? Only the top 12 point earners will qualify for the third and final stage. This wasn't just a test, it was the strongest young summoner assembly of the Union. His voice boomed across the tarmac, echoing with a raw, commanding power. Perform well, and you'll earn a title. Even your beasts can achieve legendary status. The final round will be broadcasted live globally. The whole world will watch you. The crowd erupted. Every candidate was suddenly fueled by the promise of eternal fame. State-sanctioned titles. Cao Bong smirked. Suckers. They read just kids chasing a dream. Still. What should his king-tier title be? He had too many legendary choices. The choppers hovered over the Taiyang Forest entrance. All candidates. Prepare for drop. The system quest updated. The trial of the deep forest starts now. 20 minutes to prep. Follow the light markers and reach the objective in time. Donning his new tactical gear, Cao Bong looked at his team. Let's move. A-Ban carried them all. Its massive frame blurring as it moved with lightning speed. A-Ban. Silk, the spider swung through the canopy as A-Dai leaped with predatory grace. Thank God for my spatial evolution, otherwise this high-speed traversal would have been agonizing. A pathetic cry echoed nearby. Hey, slow down, wait for me. System Spirit White Pig. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐿. Perfect grade. Status mocking its master. Why so fast? There's no prize for first. The pig seemed to scoff at him. Usually, the summoner leads. But in rare cases, the beast is the one in charge. A weak master being mocked by a pig, that was a truly tragic sight. Cao Bong sped past with a taunting grin. Keep it up. Pig Rider Don T quit. The candidate blinked. Confused. Was that an insult or a word of encouragement? On the command monitors, a fire-type bird from the Yankyoto district blazed across the screen. Patience. Xiao Dierm. A voice whispered. Cao Bong will appear any second now. Right on cue. His image flickered onto the screens. The real hunt had officially begun. This rookie hails from the Chang'an sector, with 4 familiars and a top-tier rank. He has a heavy favorite for the final 12. Tang Tang serves up a fresh plate of grilled fish. Eat up. Xiao Yan. You need these stats to level up, keeping pace with his master. Xiao Yan has bulked up significantly, just as Tang Tang promised Cao Bong he would. Tang Tang beams as the little familiar feasts. Back in the dungeon, nearly an hour has already ticked by. A massive boar monster snarls right in Cao Bong's face. Its owner just took a clumsy spill off its back. The poor summoner eats dirt. Head spinning. That pig's got one hell of a temper. The system announcement blares across the field. Late arrivals are officially disqualified. Surveillance choppers shadow the hunters. The instructor's orders cut through the roar of the blades. Listen up, before you enter Great Sun Mountain. I have a few things to say. Data updates stream in. Tactical survival kits, rations, and gear wait at the mountain entrance. They've even included high-grade adrenaline shots for emergency situations. 1 hour of life support per kit. Use it wisely. A scarred veteran watches the candidates from the chopper's edge, scanning the tree line. 197 started. But only 150 had the guts to sign the final contract. I am impressed. Most of you actually have a spine. Some of you are survival experts, others haven't ever stepped foot outside the city walls. But mark my words, this forest is a different beast entirely. It's a death trap. My only advice, stay alive. You can earn points if you're a corpse. Move out. The news feeds are already blowing up with live coverage of the event. Welcome back to our live report, using real-time GPS. We're tracking every hunter's progress in the zone. The chat is going wild for Yin Wu, the legendary Imperial Dragon himself. I thought he hated the spotlight. This guy's a walking legend in the hunter world. Most elites are old school. But Yin Wu is the rising star of the capital's top guild. The host points to the screen. The high-tier hunters are already blitzing toward the forest center. That's where the high-point boss monsters and objectives are clustered. Current rank, 1 Junmo Yi. A total dark horse, Yin Wu. What's your take on her? Not bad. Yin Wu notes. That black python has prime scales and incredible physical stats. The quality is high. From its movement, it's clear this beast is a battle-hardened killer. Excellent training. Someone knew exactly how to raise this monster. The MC fumes internally. I asked about the girl. Not the snake. Who cares about a giant reptile? The fans want to see the Ice Queen. But the host just smiles. At least Yin Wu sounds professional. Rumor has it, the Cloud Dragon has been single since birth. And today proves why. He's a total pro at being alone. Now, let's check the bottom rankings. The screen switches to a different sector. Let's see who's lagging behind the pack. Wait. This kid. Is he just chilling, director? Zoom in on that mountain peak. The camera finds Cao Bong's squad looking way too relaxed for a survival trial. Cao Bong is literally napping on a rock. His familiars are just vibing right next to him. The hosts are speechless. An awkward silence stretches until someone finally finds their voice. Wow. That's some confidence. Is he meditating? Or just being a total degenerate? The host sighs. At this rate, we won't be seeing him in the next round. Time continues to tick away. Yet he hasn't moved an inch. Cao Bong doesn't have a care in the world. He's just enjoying the view. Finally, he stretches and stands up. The perimeter should be clear now. Time to move. Let's go. Guys. Into the thick of it. The shadows deepen as they enter the heart of Sun Mountain. Cao Bong barks an order, H1. Ditch those silver leaves. These dawn flowers are worth way more credits. Stay sharp. A die points ahead. Following its lead. Gao Peng squinted. Is this the legendary score pillar from the rumors? Scanning the material. It is white earth sandstone. A rare resource for earth types. It reinforces earth and sand-based creatures. Though it also acts as a monster lure. Gao Peng calculated his move. To claim the points, he had to destroy it. But the pillar was guarded by a system-recognized monster. Target identified. Wood Ghost Vine. A level 22 leader class beast. Poison and wood attributes. Weak to fire. It sat motionless. Mimicking a common vine. No intelligence. Or just plain dead. What a performance. If it wants to play the part, I will give it a grand finale. Gao Peng snapped his fingers. Dadzi. Burn it. The monster stayed still. Playing the patient hunter. Seeing no reaction. It whispered to itself. Just a bit longer. Hold your ground. A true predator must stay calm. But the heat became unbearable. The wood ghost vine shrieked and lunged. Watch out, a die charged in to pin it down. But the vine fought back with insane ferocity. It coiled around a die like a constrictor, firing magical bolts that sparked against his frame. Gao Peng smirked. Unfazed. This creature usually crushes its prey or shreds them with razor-sharp leaves. It relies on internal organ damage or blood loss to finish its victims. Too bad for you. You just picked a fight with a skeleton. Gao Peng watched the struggle. Those leaf blades were useless against a die as reinforced. Evolution hardened bones. Dadzi. End this farce now, the centipede hissed. Clearly enjoying the thrill of the hunt. A blinding flash erupted as its power surged, vaporizing everything in sight. Gao Peng crossed his arms. Satisfied. It was inevitable. Despite being a leader class, its quality was only common. Against the combined might of my team, It never stood a chance. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 grumbled at 𝐷𝐀𝐍 for the rough assist. Stop bickering. 𝐷𝐷𝐍 was just helping you break free. 𝐻𝐻𝐿. Smash that pillar. One heavy strike shattered the sandstone. A small tracking device tumbled out. Chirping rhythmically. System alert. Score pillar destroyed. 150 points gained. Total 199. Everyone. Help me search. A monster of this level must have a core. We need to find it fast. In this chaos, these crystals are as good as gold. A sudden announcement echoed. Participant 𝐒𝐿. Eliminated. Gao Peng felt a chill down his spine. That is the fourth one already. Are the monsters of Sun Mountain truly this lethal, or is it human betrayal? Tick. Tock. Medics reached a mangled beast. Too late. One whispered. It is over. What happened here? The medic only sighed. Pack it up. Inform the family. The participant was killed by his own familiar. The beast even shattered his high-grade visor. Gao Peng scanned the horizon. Heavy smoke. A battle just ended nearby. Was it a scavenger? He spotted a level 21 giant scorpion. A true dominator. The rules did not forbid PvP. Without strict regulations, other hunters are the real threat. A stranger approached. Acting tough. You got to the pillar first, pure luck. Kid. Next time. My insect king will claim the prize. Until we meet again. Survivor. Gao Peng let out a breath. Thankfully, he was just a loudmouth. Not a killer. Outside the zone. Commentators noted the lack of conflict. Killing each other is not ideal. But it is permitted. Master Yin Wu remained stoic. This is the only way to reveal their true nature. This is no arena. The wild is a bloodbath that devours the weak without mercy. Out there, killing for loot is common. Bodies vanish into the shadows, leaving no trace. Bedam. Not even bones remain. There are no cameras in the wasteland. Only the law of the jungle. For rare treasure or a high-tier cub, people will reveal their inner demons instantly, deep within the Sun Mountain forest. Gao Peng paused. Something smelled of rot. The silence was deafening. Too quiet for a mountain full of predators. Stay sharp while we scavenge. If anything moves, strike first and ask questions later. Suddenly, the surrounding thickets erupted with violent tremors, making Cao Bong's heart skip a beat. What was happening out from the tall grass? A small, unassuming creature emerged. Cao Bong's group barely had time to exhale after being startled by a mere one-horned rabbit. But just a few seconds later, the atmosphere shifted, as the rabbit stood there, frozen. A massive limb, resembling a giant spider's leg, suddenly skewered it with lethal precision. It was over in a heartbeat. Good grief, overwhelmed by sheer terror. Cao Bong scrambled backward, his instincts screaming at him to get away. Fall back. Now he hissed. He couldn't even see the beast's hidden stats yet. The system required at least 80% visibility for a full scan. Hidden in the shadows, the enemy had the upper hand. Cao Bong bolted, realizing he still lacked the long-range skills needed to flush out such a predator. If he could just force the creature into the light and reveal its true form, he might stand a chance. Identifying its elemental weaknesses and hidden traits was his only hope of escaping this passive, life-threatening situation. Reaching the lake at the forest's edge, the group finally felt a surge of relief. They had managed to put 50 meters of distance between them and the woods, but before he could even catch his breath, that same savage, spindly limb tore through the canopy, relentlessly pursuing its prey. Cao Bong ran like his life depended on it because it did. This was rapidly spiraling out of control. Seeing the attack aimed straight for Cao Bong, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 lunged forward, prepared to use his own body as a shield to block the strike. But the monster anticipated the move. This wasn't a mindless beast. It possessed a terrifying, predatory intelligence that saw right through them. It reacted with blinding speed, shifting its trajectory mid-air to impale Cao Bong. He was lucky. It seemed fate wasn't ready to claim him just yet. With death looming like a shadow, sometimes the only thing standing between a hunter and the grave is pure plot armor. In a desperate move, 𝐷𝐻𝐿 activated a redirection skill, forcibly taking the brunt of the lethal impact to save his master. The brutal blow sent 𝐷𝐻𝐿 reeling as he coughed up blood. A massive wound gaped on his torso. This monster was in a completely different league. Cao Bong cried out in horror. Even with an elemental shield active, the damage 𝐷𝐻𝐿 sustained was catastrophic. No time for comfort. 𝐷𝐻𝐿 grabbed Cao Bong and took off at full speed. A ban, he roared. Use your spider silk. Now, a ban reacted instantly, launching thick, adhesive webs to bind the creature and stall its relentless advance. The monster's limb thrashed violently, struggling against the sticky trap. Cao Peng didn't waste a single second of the opening. Go. Go. Meanwhile, in the operations room, observers watched the feed in shock. The dream flame bamboo insect is out of control. This beast was a notorious summoner killer. A nightmare that had already claimed the lives of seasoned hunters. It knew the summoners were the weak link. Its primary instinct was to bypass the beasts and execute the master first. White Rose is 5 kilometers from the objective. An operator reported. She might be the only one who can reach them in time. The team leader sighed. His face grim. Good. We've already had casualties. If this continues, the entire exam will be a disaster. He scoffed at the bureaucracy. Are these people insane? They demand lethal realism to toughen the students. Then panic when blood is actually spilled. Crossing his arms, his voice dripped with irony. They wanted a true survival challenge. Well, now they have one. Now that lives are truly on the line. The same people who called for danger are the most desperate to end it. The staff member chuckled nervously. Hey, isn't it always like this? Chief. It's never the first time they've flipped the script. He turned back to the monitor. Hesitating. But Chief, isn't this kid being a bit of a coward? The leader frowned. That's not cowardice. It's strategy. Knowing exactly when to advance and when to retreat is the hallmark of a true survivor. No one is an invincible general. Those who believe they are peerless are the first to fall victim to their own arrogance. The staffer gave a forced smile. True enough. Sir. But they barely traded blows. How did he know he stood no chance so quickly? As they spoke, an observer turned pale and shouted. We've got a problem. Look at the system readings. The data finalized Dream Flame Bamboo Insect, level 35. Rank Elite. Passive Hardened Carapace level 2. Type Wood and Undead. Weakness Fire and Metal. Note, a small white core at its center is the only critical weak point. The silk hadn't slowed it down, it only served to delay the inevitable. Cao Peng hadn't made nearly enough distance. If anything, the restraint only fueled the monster's rage, turning its predatory hunger into a blinding, murderous fury. With a deafening roar, the beast charged, the force of its movement causing the entire forest floor to tremble. Smaller monsters fled in a panic. From atop Dai's shoulders, Cao Peng looked back, his face pale as the nightmare closed in. Aim for the weakness. I'd have to bet my life on a miracle. Forget it, just keep running. The insect gathered its energy into its spindly legs, a malevolent crimson aura erupting around its terrifying form. It looked 10 times more lethal than before. Without hesitation, it launched its leg like a jagged spear straight at Cao Peng's back. Once again, the thin line between life and death was held only by the courage of his loyal companions. A band braced his steel limbs, vitality fading. He roared. Go. Master, run. His fear vanished, replaced by an explosive surge of raw firepower, eyes burning with rage. Cao Peng snarled. No more running. We kill it. The white spot its weakness, 𝐸 unleashed a soul-shaking battle cry. Flames erupted from 𝐸's palms, incinerating the air with overwhelming heat. For his fallen friends, 𝐸 lunged, throwing a devastating, direct strike. Cao Peng watched, heart racing. The tension was suffocating. The flame bamboo centipede attacked with spear-like limbs, built to pierce anything. But 𝐸 was just bone, a nightmare matchup. The monster's blade leg struck deep. Not a fatal blow yet. But 𝐸 was being pushed to the brink, trapped in a cage of limbs. He couldn't find space to counterattack. With lightning speed, 𝐸 grabbed the monster's leg, locking it tight. He wasn't trapped, he was a shield. He refused to let the beast pass. 𝐸. Fall back, we were safe now, don't take any more hits. The elemental match was wrong. He needed to strike that belly weakness. Suddenly, 𝐷𝐍 struggled up. No. 𝐷𝐍, stay down. Don't touch my friends, high above. A red-haired hunter on a giant eagle appeared. Don't you dare die before I get there? Kid. Following orders, 𝐷𝐍 climbed the beast, ready to inject his lethal venom. A brutal counterblow sent 𝐷𝐍 flying. 𝐷𝐍 Cao Peng screamed. 𝐸 snapped. In 𝐒𝐭𝐮𝐤. He tore the monster's leg off. 𝐸. Pull back. Cao Peng shouted, fearing his summon's madness. Everyone was bleeding. 1 more minute and they'd all be dead. The nightmare centipede was blinded, but its killing intent hadn't faded. Combat efficiency remained high. Cao Peng's mind raced. How could they win? 𝐷𝐍. Lightning discharge. Now electricity arced, paralyzing the monster's frame. The pressure finally broke. That actually worked. Cao Peng gasped as 𝐸 distracted it. The eagle rider reached the battlefield. Target locked. Permission to eliminate the nightmare centipede. Execute. A devastating energy blast obliterated the beast in seconds. Cao Peng stood frozen. A level 38 radiant albatross. The military. He whispered. Recognizing the elite tier summon, the albatross snatched the carcass and vanished. Just like that. It ended. He collapsed. Exhaling. A few more seconds and it was a wipeout. Ad hoc Q. They sighed. White Rose made it. That kid is lucky. Both his summons are commander tier. Do you realize what that means? 2 commander tiers at his age. He's a once-in-a-century talent. The captain frowned. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐶𝐿. He was nearly killed. Experience matters. Why break protocol? Captain, we were supposed to wait for the signal. People were dying. The exam's difficulty was a massive oversight. Arena stars often fail in the wild. This world is far more ruthless. Back in the forest. Cao Peng stared. Regrowing flesh already, incredible. Monster vitality is insane. It actually looks kind of like fish meat. Daizi's eyes sparkled as he looked at Aban. Can I eat? I treat you like a brother. And you want my leg. Healing factor. Bro? Gao Peng scoffed. Look at you. Battered and bruised. Yet you were still eyeing Aban's leg for a snack. What a degenerate appetite. Seeing the hunger? Aban whimpered and relented. Fine. Just eat it then. Both familiars turned to stare at Cao Peng. He blinked in confusion. What? Why are you two looking at me? They moved on until a system window flashed. Notification candidate Feng Feng has been eliminated from the trial. Another hunter down. Cao Peng noted. Let's find some nutrients. Aban needs to molt and regrow that limb. Night fell as they found a hidden shelter. Cao Peng checked the logs. The elimination rate was skyrocketing. Survival is the ultimate quest. He muttered. Staying alive is the most efficient way to farm points now. Everyone is rushing the center, leaving the outer rim wide open for us to scavenge undisturbed. Your stats are low, we need rest. Let's stick to the perimeter and grind some lower-tier monsters for practice. Dazi chirped and nodded vigorously. Its loyalty clearly at an all-time high. Cao Peng analyzed the interface. This leader-tier wind howler has dual attributes. Its internal energy reserves are massive. Once Aban consumes this and molts, he hit level 20. It's a shame our training time was so short. His defense trait is solid for his rank. But he still can T-tank a direct hit from a boss monster. He looked down to see Aban already encased in a shell. Molting already, by dawn. He'll awaken new power. Cao Peng crawled into his sleeping bag. His stamina completely drained after a brutal day of dungeon crawling. Rest up. Everyone. At daybreak, Aban's shell cracked, revealing a perfectly regenerated powerhouse body. Status healthy level 20. Cao Peng exhaled in relief. The evolution was a total success. Aban was fully restored. Limb and all. At level 20, he was only one step from the leader tier. Once Aban evolves, I'll have a trio of leader tier familiars. We'll be unstoppable. His absolute defense will fill the gap in our team. Move out, let's hunt down some fresh point pillars. They pushed deeper, treating every monster encounter as a high-stakes quest for skill evolution. By the river, a strange fro sat on a rock. Cao Peng paused. Wait. Why does this thing look familiar? Monster blue skin frog level 8 quality common status peaceful. It seemed harmless enough. Weakness, lightning, and noise. Is this the cousin of that legendary green-skinned degenerate frog? Suddenly, the frog lunged, spitting a projectile toward him. Cao Peng narrowly dodged the sudden strike. Why didn't the system mention this hidden trait? That spitting habit must be a pure survival instinct. High above, a scouting drone locked onto them, broadcasting the hunt to the entire guild. The announcer gasped. Look, remember that salted fish underdog? He's actually still in the running. He's climbed to rank 15. How did this dark horse gain so much power-up momentum? Master Wu analyzed the data. Rank 15 is impressive. Only 121 hunters remain in the forest. He has more points than most eliminated elites. Rank 12 is the threshold for the next round. He's nearly at 10 points. The MC nodded, trying to look like she understood the high-level strategy. Let's hope this candidate can maintain his streak and break into the top 12. She added nervously. Now, let's check the rankings of the true monsters at the top of the tower. The screen shifted. Rank 2 Jun Mo Yi. A name synonymous with peak combat power. Mo Yi just banked 40 points. He's not just surviving, he's hunting other candidates for sport. Suddenly, their system watches buzzed. Attention, the trial has ended. All point tallies are frozen. It's over. Cao Peng sighed. The weight of the tower finally lifting. We can finally rest. We didn't find many pillars. but a ban-hitting leader tier allowed us to slay some high-ranking monsters. Cao Bong stood tall, looking at the horizon. I did my best. Now, I'll leave the rest to fate. No regret. He checked the final board. He had surged all the way to rank 11. Back in Jiangnam City, a stern voice cut through the room. I told you to secure a top 12 spot. A man in glasses stared at his son. The League of Youth Summoners is your only path to greatness. Participating in this tournament is vital for your growth. Do not let this opportunity slip away. The boy straightened his back. I gave it everything. Father. He began explaining his tactical choices. I see your effort. But father. Use your influence to get me in. The man slammed his desk in a rage. Are you insane? I can rig a high-level summit like this? Do you truly think you're invincible? When will you finally start being useful to me? He fumed, explaining the dire stakes. Countless vultures are watching us. One slip-up, and those greedy dogs will tear us apart. They'll dismantle our power. Fine. Let me think of a way. Stay low for a few days. Stop wasting time with those degenerates. If I catch you again, I'll break your legs. Gao Peng stepped back into reality, scrolling through his phone. The World Youth Summoner Championship was only 3 months away. The deadline had been pushed back. Apparently, the current crop of monster hunters was performing poorly. The government gave everyone 3 months to power up, but the age limit was strictly 20 years and 3 months. What a joke. Was this sloppy delay just to prevent participants from aging out before the opening ceremony? Han Xiao had been waiting for ages. Seeing Gao Peng, he called out, I've been looking for you dinner. Everyone from Chang'an is meeting up. Behind them, a couple watched with burning resentment. Han Xiao leaned in, whispering, just one meal. Kume on. Even the cold-faced Junmo Yi agreed to go. Gao Peng gave a strained smile. All right. But get your hand off me first. Leaving the building? Han Xiao waved toward someone in the distance. Let's go. I know a legendary seafood spot nearby. Suddenly, a man approached. Mr. Gao. May I have a moment of your time? It was Mr. O. Zhang. Gao Peng didn't even blink, walking straight past him, stunned and irritated. Zhang cut him off, holding out a sleek black card. The pin is 6 sixes. There's 1 million alliance credits inside. Success or failure aside, this is compensation for your wasted time. Gao Peng finally stopped. Is my time really worth that much to you? Zhang pointed to a nearby cafe. Let's talk inside. Gao Peng raised a hand. Hold on. Wait a second. Out of nowhere, a Dai appeared in the shadows. My familiar is quite shy. He needs a head pat before he can sleep at night. It's past his bedtime. So it looks like he came looking for me. Zhang's eyes widened in surprise. He's cautious. But that's good. One must be careful when dealing with the outside world. They entered the cafe, and Zhang got straight to the point. To be honest, I'm here to make a deal. Mr. Gao? A deal. Zhang pushed another card forward. Someone is willing to pay a fortune if you withdraw from the Youth Summoner Championship. The buyout is significantly higher than the actual first-place prize money. To show our sincerity, I'll even share some insider intel with you. According to my sources, the American region has a candidate with a Lord-tier familiar. They are essentially the guaranteed champion. No one else has a realistic shot at the top rank. Think it over carefully. Gao Peng leaned back, reflecting on his own situation. I'm just a poor orphan with no parents. Why would anyone find me valuable enough to offer this much? Your client must truly love their child. Zhang nodded. So, shall we proceed? Gao Peng finished his coffee. I'm sorry. I'd rather have the chance to reach a higher peak than take the money. Zhang's expression darkened instantly. Mr. Gao, what is the meaning of this? Reconsider. Don T, you love money. This is a massive fortune. Gao Peng went straight to the point. Was I too subtle? My answer is no. Zhang sighed deeply. Then that is truly a tragedy. Gao Peng stood up and waved goodbye. Enjoy the drink. It's on me. Fuming, Zhang dialed a number. What did he say? He watched through the glass as Gao Peng walked away. He refused. The kid has spine, but he's stubborn. Gao Peng ignored him, already answering a call from Han Xiao. I am on my way. Go ahead and start eating without me. Zhang watched him, thinking, I'm easy to talk to, but my employer won't be so polite. He's young. Once he tastes the cruelty of the real world, he'll understand. Whatever. I'm just the messenger. Suddenly, a cold shiver ran down Zhang's spine. Wait. What is this? The street was suddenly deserted. Not a soul in sight. Then, the sound of heavy chains rattling echoed through the air. Zhang gasped. Where did they come from? He spun around. Eyes wide with terror. Figures emerged from the left, radiating hostility. Zhang trembled. They were moving this fast, damn it. Am I seeing ghosts? Who is hunting me from the shadows? The pursuers closed in. Cold and lethal. Mr. Chuang. Stop resisting. Your Ice Mountain Bluebird has already been neutralized. We don't want bloodshed. Just cooperate. Chuang tried to summon his beast. But the link was severed. No warning. No escape. This is a trap. A man approached cautiously. Someone important wants to meet you. Chuang thought. Fine. Let's see what kind of monster is pulling the strings here. Inside the shop, a powerful presence waited. You are Mr. Chuang. I presume. The woman beside him flicked a card. It hissed through the air, embedding deep into the pillar. The man turned Chairman Jihan Dong, Gao Peng's legendary grandfather. Forgive me for wasting your time. He slid a card over. 5 million alliance credits. Password is 6 5s. For your trouble. Now, tell me, what did you say to that innocent, pure-hearted child earlier? Sensing a high-tier threat, Chuang smiled nervously. Sir, I just advised him to quit the competition. Innocent, these titans were here for Gao Peng. The connection ran much deeper than expected. Damn it, the intel said he was a nobody. How does he know such powerful elites? Jihan Dong stepped closer, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. And how did the boy respond? Chuang trembled. He refused. Said he didn't want to miss a chance to gain experience. Who is he, really, suddenly? A realization flashed through Chuang's mind like a system alert. Ah. Could it be him? The chairman pressed harder. What was your next move? No lies. Your sister wouldn't want a dishonest brother. Would she? We mustn't corrupt the youth. Behind them, a little girl called out. Chuang spun around, panicked. Xiao Xuan, why are you here? Xiao Xuan smiled. This grandpa said I could see you. You always so busy. I haven't seen you in forever. Tears began to well up in her eyes as she sobbed. He said we should play hide and seek. If I won, I get 5 ice creams, I'll share them. Don't be mad. Jihan Dong gently stroked her head. Your brother isn't angry at all, my lovely little princess. I just need a quick word with your brother. Go inside and eat. Truong knelt. Voice shaking. I'm not mad. Suan. Listen to him. Once she left, Truong's composure broke. She's innocent. I'll tell you everything you want to know. I'll talk. Just don't touch her. I only spoke to Gao Peng once. Ji Handong cut him off. That is why you are still alive to speak to me. He sat, sipping tea calmly. How about working for me instead? Truong was stunned. Everyone has a price. Killing is simple. But it's a waste of talent. Keep talking. Truong spilled every secret. The full conspiracy was finally laid bare on the table. Ji Handong pondered. So, it's Mayor Han Yuanming of Chang and base city behind this. I knew someone was investigating Xiaopeng. But for this, a petty motive for a major player? The assistant whispered. Chairman. Should we eliminate Han Yuanming immediately? No. Xiaopeng must handle this himself. It's his trial. Let him earn that sense of achievement. Though. I agree. This tournament is a waste of time. He stood, looking out at the horizon. 4 years already. Night fell. Gao Peng gazed at the city lights. Who is the mastermind? He brushed the thought aside for now. Tomorrow is a new quest. They'll make a move soon. I'll be ready for their next skill. A knock at the door. Gao Peng bolted upright. Alert. They're here already, he hissed. A voice echoed. Laziness won't help you level up. Kid. Then. The lock clicked open. The door swung wide. Gao Peng froze. Ji Handong walked in. Long time no see. Gao Peng lunged forward in shock. Grandpa Ji Handong pulled his grandson into a hug. You've grown. Brat. He sat down. Eyes gleaming. I saw your match today. Impressive work. You have both the brawn and the brains to win. Scratching his head, he sheepishly muttered. My stats were too low. So I just scavenged for points on the perimeter. But Grandpa Key disagreed. Surviving in this world is the ultimate victory. There's no shame in that. Even when I first founded the Southern Sky Guild, I had to swallow my pride and retreat sometimes. But things are different now that your grandfather has returned. As long as I'm here, nobody touches you. Touched. Xiaobong replied. Then if the guild needs anything, especially regarding monster evolution and training, I'm your man. Ji Handong let out a cold, sharp laugh. Those small fry can't stop us. But listen closely, there's a plot to strip away your tournament eligibility. Recalling a certain face, he continued. It's Han Ming Viern, the mayor of Chang'an Base. I know you rejected his offer, but he won't stop at just words. He's determined to force you out of the ranking race. He's playing a dangerous game of diplomacy before the real strike. Xiaobong frowned. The mayor, that's trouble. What as his move? Grandpa explained the trap. Character assassination. He'll find a girl to lure you into a private dinner. Once the two of you are alone, the trap will be sprung. She'll frame you for assault. Without a powerful guild background, a good kid like you will be branded a degenerate forever. Lies become truth when everyone repeats them. I want you to take your revenge personally. I'll provide the power. You provide the will. Xiaobong nodded. His chaza hardening. I understand. Grandpa. I won't forget this. Grandpa laughed. Teasing him. Are you remembering my warning? Or just thinking about the girl? The boy just rubbed his neck, smiling awkwardly. Hey. Enough games. Ji Handong's expression shifted, his tone turning dead serious. Let's talk business. He locked eyes with his grandson. I want you to withdraw from this year's Youth Summoner League, without a second of hesitation. The boy agreed. Fine. I'll contact the committee tomorrow. Surprised by the instant compliance, Key asked. Just like that, this was a rare chance for a power-up. No protests, he replied obediently. Grandpa always has a reason. I'd rather hear your wisdom first. Key pushed himself up from his chair and sighed deeply. You clever brat. He walked toward the window, looking out at the horizon. He spoke in a low voice. The cataclysm happened only 3 years ago. The gap between hunters isn't that large yet. He stared at the ruins of what used to be a sprawling skyline. Age means nothing now. Whether you're 30 or 50. Everyone is standing at the same starting line of this new era. He turned back to his grandson with a piercing look. Xiaopeng, why settle for the title of strongest youth? Why not just aim to be the strongest summoner overall? The boy's eyes widened at the ambitious suggestion. The strongest. Grandpa Key peered out at the world again. Exactly. The world has changed. This is the golden age for those with the hunger to rule. The alliance holds the system together for now. But a massive conflict is brewing beneath the surface. Cao Peng whispered. Grandpa. 𝐒𝐭𝐮𝐤. Looking as if he were already standing at the peak of the world, his voice grew fervent. When a man possesses the power to move mountains with his summons, do you think he'll stay upon? Will he be satisfied with his rank? Human ambition always scales with personal power. Cao Peng's brow furrowed. His lips pressed thin. He couldn't even imagine the chaos the future might hold. Grandpa placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. Focus on your evolution. Get stronger. This tournament is just a playground. Be ambitious. The boy's lips moved slightly before he finally spoke. Grandpa. I have one question. He stared directly into the old man's eyes. When that day comes, will the powerful protect the order, or will they try to stand above it? He hesitated for a moment. Grandpa. Which side will you be on, 𝐒𝐿? Dong burst into a hearty laugh at the unexpected question. You silly kid. I'll be on your side? He paused. I know quitting the race feels like a setback. So, when the finals begin in 3 months, I'll secure you a spot as an official referee. But you have to prove you're worthy of that chair. These 3 months are for your awakening. Cao Peng blinked. A referee. 𝐒𝐭𝐮𝐤. Dark glint suddenly flickered in his eyes. Competing seemed boring now. But being the judge, imagine the look on those top-tier contestants' faces when their rival shows up as their superior. It was a perfect, clear morning. Under a brilliant blue sky at Chang'an Airport, Cao Peng gripped his suitcase. His legendary summons trailing silently behind him. Finally home. But without my family. Can I even call this place home? Once I settle things here, I'm heading straight for 𝐒𝐿. I'll choose 𝐒𝐿 University. It won't help Grandpa directly, but I'll be closer to him. My phone vibrates suddenly. It's Feng Ziyu. Getting straight to the point. Xiao Gao. Back from Jiangnan. I've got a golden opportunity for you. Interested? Sure. Chairman Feng. I was actually heading to the association anyway. I quit the Breeders' Association. He sighs. I am stunned. Why would he leave? It's rotten. He growls. It's no longer the sanctuary I once believed in. The association has become a mere puppet for the Monster Master Union. The union? Forget it. I won't waste my breath on those people. I am with the military now. Want in on a high-stakes operation. Credits are tight. But I can pay you in rare, high-tier materials. Cut to the chase. Feng. If it's within my power, I'll help. Straight talk then. He recalls a massive, hook-mouthed sandworm from the Great Desert. You know those man-eating sandworms they brought in from the Dali Desert. A scout team found a leader-tier worm on the verge of Lord rank evolution. You were planning to capture a monster reaching Lord tier status. Are you insane? Feng Shui sur me. Mentioning the heavy armor and troops at his disposal. Relax. We aren't fighting. We were just clearing the area during its rank advancement. 2 Lord tiers. I recall the desert tyrant already ruling that wasteland. The Dali Desert is vast. But it's not big enough for 2 kings. 2 Lord tier monsters mean one thing and inevitable. Catastrophic war for dominance. It seems the military is waiting to scavenge the remains of giants. Why me? Doesn't the military have enough high-ranking hunters already? Feng Xiu coughs awkwardly. This operation isn't exactly official military business yet. High Command passed on my proposal. So I am recruiting this team myself. It's safe. I have military personnel and the Golden Dawn Club as backup. Sounds like your military career is off to a rocky start. Huh. He just laughs it off. So, when does this beast evolve? 2 days. I'll take that as a yes. You won't regret this. I'll you big time. Just call me when you need a favor. A show this big I am in. Let me know when it's go time. This level of combat is far beyond me. But I can miss it. To become the strongest, I must witness the power of true legends. I remember Grandpa's words. The strongest Sister Tang waves from the distance. Wait. What on earth is that chubby penguin doing here? That's Little Yuan. We reach Mirror Lake. It's close to the Black Ember Forest's outer rim. Up ahead lies the domain of the Black Ember Lord. Feng Vance. That lord has a nasty temper. Even monsters know not to cross it. I spot a hidden beast near Tang. Does she hide such power? Monster Phantom Dragon She. Level 39. Quality perfect. Skill hardened skin. Passive perfect cloak. It vanishes into the environment when staying perfectly still. Special trait sound absorption. It devours every vibration and sonic wave. Movement is silent. A Phantom Predator. I stare at the system window. These hidden stats are terrifying. Now I see why Grandpa sent Sis along. I glance at the man in gray. A green serpent coiled around his neck. Meet Li Qing. The assistant. His spiked boar is level 24. Snake level 21. Beside him stands Qin Yi. Accompanied by a glowing crimson bird. A level 27 blazing bird. He is in a completely different league. Wait. I mutter. Noticing their names, Chairman Feng signals for us to halt. Stop here. He warns. An evolving monster is at its most lethal and alert. Below us lies a pit writhing with man-eating sandman worms. There are so many, I gasp. Feng Tu whispers. We might not even need to fight. The swarm will die, protecting their king. I look at Feng Tu. Curious. Is Black Ash Lord its actual species name, I ask? He turns back. No. It rules this forest. So it took the title. Not all lords have territory. He recalls the desert tyrant and continues his explanation. If that tyrant holds the desert long enough, it'll become a true territory lord. Feng Tu warns the group. Stay sharp. The evolution is drawing in predators. I spot a silhouette. Chairman Feng. We have a guest arriving. A massive rooster charges toward the pit. Whoa, that is one giant chicken. Feng Tu smirks. A worm eater. That evolving essence is pure bait for it. The bird lunges into the swarm. Watch closely. Xiao Gao. He says. The golden-feathered chicken uses its species trait to bypass the worm defense. Suddenly, the ground clears. The bird looks around. Completely confused. Where did they go? I blink. My giant worms just vanished. Sis laughs at my expression. Feng Tu coughs. Focus. They've gone underground. The leader is hiding beneath the surface to finish its rank-up quest. You have talent, kid. But your combat experience is lacking. Keep learning. I can exactly argue with a top-tier monster breeder expert. How am I supposed to explain my system window interface to him? The bird is ambushed. A giant worm snatches its leg, dragging it down. See that, once grounded. Even a predator becomes the prey. The golden-feathered chicken crashes hard as the swarm erupts from the soil. It's a feeding frenzy. I sigh. That bird's combat power was a joke. Feng Tu remains calm. Don't look away. That was just the appetizer. Sis signals for silence. The earth trembles. The real boss is here. System window level, 40 pseudo-lord. The brutal mother spider. Rock element. Weaknesses wood elements and blood-clotting fruit. Skills reinforced silk and iron shell. These stats look familiar. The spider erupts in flames, shredding the wormtide. My eyes narrow as I realize the truth. Is this the same mother spider from the failed raid at Lusam Forest? They failed to kill it then, only stalling its evolution. A flawed lord. Feng Tu looks pale. I thought the Black Ash Lord had finished it. This was a massive miscalculation. I ask. Can we even survive this? Even a flawed lord is halfway to godhood. This is too dangerous. I look at our team. Then, at my cousin's powerful summon. Wait. There might be a way to turn this around. Sis turns to Feng Tu. We'll fight. But that mother spider, she's ours. The veteran hunter spoke with a trembling voice. Holding this spider mother back is one thing. But with our current stats, hunting this savage rank tier monster is absolute suicide. She turned sharply, issuing a command. Little Bong and I will engage. Rest of you, guard against add-on mobs. Feng Tu marveled at the phantom dragon. An elite tier hidden attribute beast. Only top tier guild leaders have those. In this military zone, she'd be a priority candidate for skill evolution. She is no ordinary summoner. Cao Bong stepped forward, ready to assist. Sister Duong, let my companion Dai help you. Duong. Duong didn't hesitate. Fine. Little Bong. Support from the rear. Watch our blind spots. Feng Tu tried to intervene, but she cut him off with a glare. Don't interfere. You'll just be a liability. Hey. That's blatant discrimination, he whined. Ignoring him, she unleashed her beast with a cold command. Execute. Looking at the creature's murderous aura, she added. Go and eliminate that spider. Sensing the approaching threat, the spider mother shifted into full aggro mode immediately. Nguyen accelerated. Razor-sharp claws, extending from its paws as its combat instincts flared. Feng Tu gasped at the power. But Duong threw cold water on his excitement. Still too weak. Shallow cuts. She observed. Nguyen's traits are only dealing surface-level physical damage right now. None reached the vital organs. Suddenly, the phantom dragon's pink tongue lashed out, snaring the spider's leg. The boss monster screeched in retaliation, causing the phantom dragon's tongue to vibrate violently. The spider slammed its serrated leg down, the impact fracturing the dungeon floor into a spray of debris. Nguyen reacted with lightning speed. Using a high-speed zigzag path to evade the crushing blow, toxic silk projectiles rained down from the spider, chasing Nguyen like heat-seeking missiles. Cao Bong gritted his teeth. We're stalled. We can dodge, but we aren't dealing any effective DPS. Beside him, Xuan trembled. The survival stakes in this dungeon were escalating fast. Dai. Use blood silk heart Cao Peng commanded. Dai shed its cloak. Exposing its pulsing core, the spider mother recoiled from the attack. Its mandibles clicking in pure, unadulterated rage. The boss suddenly tripled in size. Cao Peng's eyes widened. Did the debuff expire already? Combat levels were too mismatched. Suddenly, the ground began to convulse with a violent tremor. Debris flew everywhere. Cao Peng shielded his face. Fearing a total dungeon collapse, a massive shadow erupted from the earth. Jaws snapping shut on the spider mother's leg. Target evolution complete, Feng Tu cheered. Cao Peng smirked. This was no ordinary evolution. A glowing system window flashed, revealing the true identity of the monster attacking the spider. Sand Marauder Worm, level 41 Lord Tier. Quality Elite. Element Earth. Weakness Fire. A genuine Lord rank. The beast loomed over the battlefield like a god of destruction. Feng Tu panicked, calculating the risks. Why are you fighting this spider to the death? That spider is just a failed pseudo-lord. We should let the desert tyrant finish it instead. The worm lord dived back into the abyss. The spider mother shrieked. Thinking its prey was escaping, it began frantically excavating the earth. Desperate to drag the lord rank monster back up, Cao Peng chuckled. The spider's fury just collapsed the main tunnel, losing the worm's trail forever. Feng Tu wiped his brow. Mission accomplished. Then, our survival is guaranteed for now. Suddenly, Lycon pointed toward the pit. Lao Feng. Look. The spider is acting strange. The mother spider was spinning in manic circles amidst the smaller earthworms on the ground. Is it dancing? Or has it finally lost its mind after losing its meal? Duang Duang narrowed her eyes. No. The battle drained its stamina. It is starving. Look closely. It's deliberately corralling the lesser mobs into a single kill zone. The spider fired a massive silk net, bundling the worms into a twitching sphere of meat. It dragged the silk cocoon to its maw, devouring the mass in one gruesome gulp. Cao Peng's stomach growled loudly. Watching that. Why does it remind me of black bean noodles? Feng Xiu and the others stared at Gao Peng. He glanced back, confused. Is there something on my face? Ignoring the whispers, Gao Peng turned to Tang Tang. The broodmother's wounds aren't deep enough yet. We can trap her like this. Tang Tang smirked. Patience. The real show is just beginning. Suddenly, Dumpling let out a fierce roar in a silver blur. One of the spider's massive legs was severed. The Mirage Dragon, hidden in the shadows, slowly materialized. Its predatory gaze was locked onto the boss monster, exhaling a freezing mist. The dragon lunged. Another leg snapped. The broodmother shrieked in agonizing pain. Enraged, the boss swiped, sending Dumpling flying back. The beast was wounded, but far from defeated. The dragon was knocked aside next. Gao Peng gritted his teeth. Tang Tang. Its combat power is still high. We need a new plan. But Tang Tang just pointed toward the sky, her expression chillingly calm. Relax, little Peng. There's nowhere left for this degenerate to crawl. Massive wings blotted out the sun. A violent gale erupted, sending debris swirling into a chaotic vortex. Gao Peng squinted through the dust. A colossal avian slammed into the earth, its golden eyes burning bright, with razor-sharp talons and a shimmering aura. Gao Peng felt the pressure. This wasn't a normal monster. That golden glow. It's a Lord tier. An aerial hunter has arrived. A system window appeared. Blood-eyed Skyhawk level 42. Lord tier. Tweg Gale Force. Status healthy and calm. Weaknesses lightning and fire. Evolution paths Shadow Strike or Divine Blood. A true apex predator. Feng Xiu warned the guild. Stay back. The scent of blood lured this Lord tier here to the spider. As long as we don't draw its aggro, we might survive this encounter alive. But then, the Skyhawk lowered its head. The hunters exchanged confused glances. Why wasn't it attacking? Why is a Lord tier bowing? One whispered. That's completely against its natural predatory instincts. Tang Tang giggled. It's offering a silent prayer for its prey. Feng Xiu gasped in disbelief. Gao Peng was baffled. Wait. Tang Tang. Why on earth would a monster be saying grace? Maybe it watched too many movies. She joked. It thinks it's the godmother of the dungeon world. Li Qing's eyes widened as the realization hit. Hold on. Is this Lord Tia monster? Yours. Tang Tang just let out a playful laugh, her eyes sparkling with hidden power. A girl needs some way to protect herself. Right, Gao Peng thought. Protect. That's a tactical nuke. Gao Peng Sai. At this point, If someone told him his grandpa owned a dragon, he'd believe it. The skyhawk just stood there, shaking its head instead of striking. Tang Tang groaned in frustration. He's doing that annoying thing again. Gao Peng blinked. What thing is something wrong with it? The surrounding hunters leaned in. Desperate to learn the hidden habits of such a rare Lord-tier familiar, it thinks it's a scavenger. She explained. It refuses to kill. It's currently adjusting its mindset. The hunters were floored. A Lord-tier monster going through a crisis, is this some high-level joke? Tang Tang stepped forward, locking eyes with the massive skyhawk. Her command was absolute. Listen up, Don, eat the spider. Just cripple her so we can drag her back to base. The skyhawk ruffled its feathers, letting out a huff of pure disappointment. No lunch today. Apparently. Suddenly, the skyhawk launched itself into the clouds. A golden blur piercing the atmosphere. It circled above, its aura intensifying until it shone like a second sun. The pressure was suffocating. The broodmother looked up, paralyzed with primal fear as the shadow of death descended upon her. Boom. The impact sent a shockwave through the dungeon, hurling the spider back as green ichor sprayed. The bird licked the blood from its beak, its eyes glowing with the cold pride of a hunter. Feng Shu stuttered. That sub-lord boss was defeated just like that. It's almost too easy. Now. Tang Tang's voice rang out, cold and sharp. Sever its tendons, Don, let it crawl away. The skyhawk flexed its talons. Then, with a flash of its wings, it shredded the spider's remaining legs. There. No more running. Tang Tang smiled. Feng Shu stared in awe. Your summon is a monster. Gao Peng waved a casual goodbye. Well? President Feng. We'll be taking this broodmother now. Mission cleared, Feng Tu asked. Lai Kan and Tanangyi nodded eagerly. Basically, he replied as twilight faded into a star-studded, cinematic night. Lights blazed across the Cao mansion. Piercing through the encroaching shadows, I scanned the system window. Cruel mother spider. Status severely crippled. Rank pseudo-lord. Evolution requires Earth core. 𝐒𝐿 at the cost, the evolution path is locked. Its hidden potential is completely drained. Its legendary growth traits are shattered. A total dead end. Materials are extinct. This boss is trash. Cease. You want it. Feeding her familiar. She scoffed. That hideous thing, send it to research. A band trembled, fearing this monster would replace him in our party. Relax. She teased, petting him. You're still our top-tier hunter familiar. It's late. I invited Sister Duong. Join me for a power-up meal. Next time, I'll handle this carcass. I stepped into the golden light. Da Zi rushed out, whining like a degenerate. Master, you're finally back. He circled my legs, begging. Can we eat ribs tonight? We're out. You want me to conjure bones from thin air? Buddy. Da Zi pointed at Adai. I grinned. An interesting suggestion. I pointed at the boiling pot. Adai. Get in time to wash. A special feast. For me, Adai asked. Soul fire flickering with hope. Even as a skeleton summon, he felt moved. I hadn't forgotten him. I tasted the broth. Perfect. The heat didn't bother the undead at all. Infinite bone materials unlocked. I guess I'm saving money on soup now. Soup has served. I called to the familiars. Adai just sat there, sulking, watching the moon. I knew it. A new world map was finally opening. 𝐿, a massive hunter-based city, surrounded by nightmare-tier jungle. On the flight, the attendant whispered. Sir? We're descending into 𝐿. So, we've arrived. I stared at the high-tech terminal's neon glow. Zoom hung up. The old man is busy with some urgent cleaning duty. Is this the airport? It feels like a high-tier dungeon hub. Unreal tech. Grandpa's tied up. We're heading straight to the guild's corporate headquarters. A crisis, I asked. She smirked. Just a minor monster infestation. Out at sea, a massive battleship cleaved through the dark. Heavy waves. Suddenly, the abyss erupted. A gargantuan sea monster breached the surface. Jihandong stood unfazed. Who dares interrupt my family reunion? The beast roared. Red eyes, glowing with feral, bloodthirsty rage. Chairman. It's a high-rank boss. We must retreat to safety. He didn't move. Bye. End this. My grandson is waiting for me. A white dragon struck like lightning, crushing the monster's throat instantly. With one devastating strike, the sea demon drew its final breath. The dragon stood tall, a majestic guardian over the blood-red tides. The beast was dead. Its essence stained the ocean for miles. Secure the dropped items. This monster's corpse is a mountain of treasure. The alloy hooks were ready. The Blue Monkey Guild prepared to dive. Hunters were already submerged. Securing the massive carcass with enchanted chains. Blue Monkey Squad. Pull. The extraction of the boss monster had begun. On screen. 2 ships drag a massive boss monster. A frustrated voice growls. Again. Only this view. Shrouded in mystical fog. The true battlefield remains hidden. Instructor Tran grumbles while eating watermelon. Old Man Ji is being too secretive. At Nam Tien Group. Security smiles at Duang Duang's card. Beast lounges this way. Got it. Cao Bong eyes the massive creature and its flickering system interface. A level 34 Shredder White Spider. A leader tier gatekeeper. Such insane wealth. Duang Duang gestures forward. Let's go. Treat this place like your own home. Cao Bong notes. Nearby. A girl in red snickers. Mockingly covering her mouth. Duang Duang frowns. What's so funny? The girl just waves her off. Giggling. Just a country boy. She whispers. Her partner urges her to ignore the degenerates. Hurry. We have VIP guests. Gao Peng smirks. Cease. Why don't they know you? Looks like you need to work on your reputation a bit more. She coughs awkwardly. I've been away in Chang'an for 2 years. She spots a man. Hey. Old Han Secretary Han turns. Blinking in surprise. Is that? Little Duang. The arrogant man freezes. Han knows them. Han smiles at Cao Bong. Young master. Glad you're here. Chairman Ji is waiting upstairs. I will lead the way. Cao Bong thanks him. The man gasps. There is only one chairman at Nam Thien. Cao Bong shoots a sharp, mocking laugh at the girl in red. She gasps. Realizing she's been played. You brat, how dare you mock me? Her partner holds her back. Cao Bong stands still. His eyes cold and calm. I don't hold grudges. I settle them on the spot. Han chuckles at his spirit. Haha. Quite the temper, I like it. The elevator chimes ding. Chairman Ji stands waiting. Bong. You were finally here. Cao Bong beams. Grandpa. Han boasts. Chairman? I'll settle Duang's room first. Yi nods. Go ahead. Cao Bong looks at his grandfather. Grandpa. Do you have orders for me? Ji speaks slowly. Join Nam Thien Group before school starts. Cao Bong blinks. So soon. Ji sighs. I'm old. Fate is unpredictable. Anything could happen at any time. This empire will be yours. You must learn to rule this guild now. Cao Bong grips his bag. Grandpa. Ji coughs. Report to HR first. Ji thinks, was I too harsh? He is still just a high school student. Start from the bottom. Spend 2 days in HR to learn the ropes. Then. I'll move you to the lab. Should we hide your identity for now? Cao Bong is puzzled. Hide it. YG covers his mouth. Looking awkward. I heard youths love playing the hidden expert trope. Cao Bong is speechless. That's not me. Grandpa. Ji roars with laughter. That's my grandson, no weird habits. Gao Bong sees. Grandpa. Have you been reading too many web novels lately? Han knocks. Chairman. Everything is ready. Ji stands tall with a firm gaze. Go. Bong. Let Secretary Han show you a different kind of lethal battlefield. Han leads him to sales. Bong. Mate Minister Tao. Our head of business. Tao Bof slow. Young master. Please forgive my rudeness from this morning. Cao Bong helps him up. Minister. It's fine. No need for such dramatic formality. He thinks a minister bowing to me. This corporate power feels dangerously exciting. A system window flickers beside Tao. Traits healthy. Calm. Hidden stats active. He's sacrificing his pride to set a trap. A true snake. Tao smiles widely. You must be busy. Young master. I won't disturb your important work further. Next time. We'll definitely grab a meal. Secretary Han watched Minister Tao walk away. Sensing a hidden history. Bong. What's your deal with the Minister Han asked. Bong shrugged. Just a minor thing. Uncle Han. Minister Tao is just making a mountain out of a molehill. Bong's eyes narrowed. But Tao's composure. Being that calm in front of a kid like me, it's terrifying. Is he naturally that cold? Or is his emotional control just insane? Music swells. Han patted his shoulder with a grin. You'll have to find that out yourself. Bong. But with Tao making moves, your life just got harder. How about heading to Industry City for recruitment? Industry City, Bong repeated. As the cars pulled away, Han began his explanation. Exactly. Industry City. It's basically the most underdeveloped, Backward sector in the entire Yu province. Leaning against the car door. Bong asked. Just how backward are we talking about? Looking out at the ruins. 𝐒𝐿. When the cataclysm hit, this place was absolutely devastated. Society shifted overnight. Those who couldn't adapt to the new world ended up gathering in this slum. Seeing the rubble, Bong asked why it was called industry. Han explained, it's full of pre-cataclysm professionals. Of course. There's a catch. The ambitious ones fought to leave this hellhole. Those who stayed behind, well, they just gave up. The car came to a halt. Ah. We're here. Bong looked up at a massive, looming building. This is Southern Sky Group's local branch. We manage all the personnel and hunters in this sector. Bong noticed people idling nearby. Some were even sleeping on the pavement. What's their story? Han chuckled darkly. That's the Industry City Recruitment Hall. Home to the great sages of industry. Sages? What does that even mean? Bong asked. Confused by the grand title. It's a joke. These are people who lost everything, their families, their homes, their purpose. They refused the blood pact, calling it a devil's curse. Now, they just rot away day by day. Leading him inside, Han gestured toward 2 staff members. Time to meet your new team. Bong. Meet Chief Wang from HR. And Director Shui, the head of this branch. Wang bowed low. Greetings, young Master Cao. Shui smiled. Welcome. Supervisor Cao. Bong frowned at Wang's blatant sycophancy and overly formal attitude. Chief Wang. We were co-workers now. Just call me Supervisor Cao. Like Director Shu does. Wang bowed even lower. Understood. Whatever you say. Han headed back to his car, waving goodbye. Han said, Industry City is a total mess. Bong. But the management is lax, a perfect place to sharpen your skills. Good luck. I'm off. Bong turned to his new subordinate. All right. Chief Wang. Show me around the facility. Right this way. Young Master Wang chirped. Bong ignored him, his annoyance visibly rising. Wang led Bong to a massive training ground, packed with various high-tech equipment. Young Master. We've seen the warehouse. This is our specialized beast tamer training facility. Bong adjusted his glasses. Call me Young Master again, and I'm docking your pay. Supervisor Wang. Wang straightened up instantly. Terrified. Understood, my apologies. Supervisor Cao. Good grief. Bong sighed, touching a piece of gear. Does every branch have this equipment? Sure. But nobody uses them. Wang shrugged. Who'd bother with this outdated junk? He looked around. Thinking of the elite hunter squads and their training routines, the security teams have luxury facilities. They're always out in the wild doing real combat drills anyway. Bong smiled thinly, his eyes sharp. I see. Go back to your duties. Chief. I'll handle the recruitment for Industry City. Wang interrupted immediately. Don't worry. Supervisor Cao, my team will provide periodic reports for your review. Just sign the hires. You won't have to lift a finger. He bowed deeply before leaving. Left alone, Bong touched the worn-out gear. Nobody uses this, then why is it so heavily used? So, where is this potential leaking from Gao Peng? Signaled to Xiao Yuan, calling him over from afar. Come here. Xiao Yuan, watching that stride. Gao Peng marveled at the pure lineage of a Lord-tier beast. His growth rate is insane. He has already reached level 20. Once he evolves to commander rank, he will be a true powerhouse and my ultimate aerial ace. Gao Peng eyed his companion. Hey. Can you actually still get off the ground? The crane's awkward build made him sweat. Leading it to the field, he pointed at the training hoops. Fly through these. I need to see if those wings have any real agility left. The bird flapped wildly, building momentum before diving toward the first target with surprising speed. Gao Peng nodded. His speed was top tier for a flyer. Until crash, he slammed right into the support pillar. The stone pillar shattered instantly, sending Xiao Yuan spiraling toward the dirt. He tumbled through the air and rolled across the training ground in a heap. Seeing his bird, seeing stars, Gao Peng turned away, shaking with suppressed laughter until a snort escaped. He patted the bird's head. Start small. Don't lose heart. Buddy, you have the hidden stats for this. Suddenly, Xiao Yuan soared through the hoops. Gao Peng cheered. That is it, you are mastering the maneuvers. Again, the bird dove through the course. Fueled by his master's relentless encouragement, he blazed through the zigzag path like a gale. Incredible, you did it. Xiao Yuan, absolute perfection. Suddenly, a crimson aura erupted. Xiao Yuan let out a piercing cry. Wait. Is he awakening? The result of brutal training meeting a hidden, legendary talent. Orange flames swirled as feathers danced in the air. 2 system windows flickered. Level 21 reached. As the bird soared, Gao Peng stood stunned. I did not expect such a massive phenomenon for a rank up. The system interface updated. Scarlet Flame Poison Fire Crane. Growth phase level 21. Rank Elite. Attribute Fire. He has unlocked Fire Manipulation level 1, a true evolution in power. Trait unlocked. Blazing Plumage. A dual threat ability that changes everything. Passive. He can ride the thermal currents of his own flames with massive fire resistance. Active, he can launch explosive feathers that ignite the very oxygen around his enemies. Gao Peng analyzed the data. The monster's core traits and skills were finally coming online. The passive was straightforward. But that active skill? That is a real wildcard. It is not just exploding feathers, they act like catalysts. Detonating the elemental fire in the atmosphere. The destructive tier is insane. But there is a catch. Every blast costs him his feathers. Gao Peng winced, imagining a completely bald crane. Overusing this would be a fashion disaster. He cupped his hands. Xiao Yuan, careful. Or that pluck chicken look will become your permanent evolution. The bird shivered in midair. Gao Peng burst out laughing. Relax, I am just messing with you. He glanced over at Dummy, who was grinding through weight reps. Time to head out. Dummy. Dummy dropped the iron with a thud. Behind them, Xiao Yuan's indignant squawks echoed through the facility. Midnight at the training grounds. A suspicious rustle broke the silence near the perimeter wall. A hidden gap in the brickwork slowly slid open. A ragged boy crawled through, scanning the area with a small, glowing-eyed beast. Focus. Partner. Let's practice. Suddenly, a towering shadow loomed over him. The boy froze, his face pale with terror. A cold voice cut through the dark. Just how long have you been trespassing here? Staring at the powerful summoner, the boy stammered. 6 months. I am sorry, I know this is wrong. Forget the apology. Gao Peng said. But do not ever use this hole in the wall again. Thank you, Sir. For everything. The boy vanished into the night, leaving Gao Peng in deep thought. Not everyone is a degenerate. Some souls chase the light even from the depths of hell. Hold it right there, Gao Peng shouted. The boy stiffened, paralyzed by the command. Without turning back, Gao Peng added, use the front gate tomorrow. I will have a trainee ID waiting. Overjoyed, the boy wept as Cao Bong waved goodbye. Come back tomorrow morning. He instructed the new recruit. If anyone stops you, just tell them Cao Bong sent you. He added firmly. The boy bowed deeply, whispering a tearful thank you. Meanwhile, Cao Bong trained with his flaming beast. Little Yuan. Chief Wang approached Cao Bong with the boy from the previous night in tow. Chief Cao. The boy is here. His hunter ID is ready. Cao Bong nodded his thanks, looking down at the kid. He asked, Name, Li Yunzong. The boy replied in a small voice. Bathrooms are there. Clean your beast. Then start training. Li Junzong nodded, completely starstruck by the summoner. As the boy ran off, a system window flickered. Name, Bloodclaw Scribe. Type Mutant. Heavy Metal. Level 4. 𝐒𝐿𝐷. Status Fatigued. Weakness, Fire and Light Elements. Ranking Low Tier. Chief Wang sighed. Lucky kid. Found that monster in the sewers and actually made it obey his commands. Without that rat, he would be dead. He is an orphan. God knows how he survived. Cao Bong turned, startled. The sewers. Wang described the glowing eyes of monsters lurking beneath the city streets. Monsters thrive in the sewers, feeding on city waste. Wang explained. It is a degenerate-ass paradise down there. And we just let them breed, Cao Bong asked. Concerned about a potential dungeon outbreak, they tried surfacing once. Our hunters slaughtered them. Now, they stay hidden and obedient underground. Cao Bong shuddered, imagining a tide of rats swarming the streets. It was pure nightmare fuel. Wang smirked. Other cities might struggle, but Zhuzhou City is safe from those pests. Jitong's beast lives down there. It hunts sewer monsters for food. Natural population control. Fascinating. Humans hold the light of the city, while monsters rule the dark, living off our waste. A completely different ecosystem than Chang'an. It is survival of the fittest. Li Junzong returned, looking much cleaner now. The transformation was like a character rebirth. The sewers are terrifying, the boy said, wiping his beast. Most people are too scared to enter. I was starving and found Bloodclaw injured. He is fast and helps me find food while dodging predators. Cao Peng rubbed his chin. So, this monster is basically raising you. Isn't it, Chief Wang? We are expanding the guild's factory. Right, recruitment must be getting tough lately. Wang laughed. What are you getting at? Chief Cao Peng looked at Li. Want a job at our plant? Kid. Lower base pay, since you are young. But room and board are free. Plus? Free training ground access. The boy was speechless. Tears of gratitude fell again. Thank you so much. Sir. Cao Peng smiled. Sighing internally. I really am a softie for these underdogs. Back at his dorm. Cao Peng's eyes widened. 𝐒𝐿 was showing off massive new muscles. A system notification popped up. Monster level 25. No way. Did grandfather give him legendary tier drops? This power-up is insane for just one morning of training. Neither 𝐒𝐿 nor 𝐴ban have hit their evolution peak yet. But this is ridiculous. This level up speed is broken. Maybe I should let grandpa train them more often. He looked at 𝐒𝐿𝐿. The floating jellyfish doing yoga-like poses in the air. Even 𝐒𝐿𝐿 hit level 20. But its elite trait is blocking the commander tier breakthrough. Time for skill evolution into a wood spirit Medusa. Let us test its healing on a lab rat. 30 minutes later. The rat looked ready to give up on life on the floor. 𝐿𝐿𝐿's tentacles glowed. Trying to mend a tiny scratch while the rat wept. Cao Peng's face darkened as 𝐿𝐿𝐿 hummed a happy tune. This performance is pathetic. Any slower and that wound would have healed itself naturally. He snapped at the jellyfish. After all that effort. Only 1/3 was healed. A swan just conjured a juice box instead. Cao Peng felt the spotlight of failure shining solely on him in the quiet room. He knelt on the ground. Frustrated. Is this really supposed to be a friendly healing skill? And top of that, this guy is way too arrogant. Silly kept fluttering mockingly above his head. Despite his irritation, he gritted his teeth with resolve. No. My level just isn't high enough yet. Grandpa's materials are ready. Once we strengthen these familiars and trigger their skill evolution, they'll be unstoppable. Suddenly, he noticed 𝐿𝐿𝐿 staring longingly at the moonlight in the distance. Gao Peng approached him softly. What's wrong? 𝐿𝐿𝐿 gazed at the sky. His voice heavy. I want to see? I miss hair. My daughter. Gao Peng's eyes widened in pure, unadulterated shock. His jaw dropped. I didn't realize a monkey like you was already a father. Excitedly, he rallied the squad. Don't worry. We re-heading to your home tomorrow. No delays. At the Hongsha River, a lone boat cut through the eerie, blood-red waters. Gao Peng asked the boatman. Old man, aren't there any boss monsters lurking in these depths? He thought. These people are reckless. How can this tiny boat survive such dangerous, monster-infested waters? The man smiled kindly. Of course there are. He recalled a shimmering golden scale. But don't worry. Each boat carries a red carp king scale. Unless we attack first, the monsters won't touch us. He described the ritual where people offer sacrifices to the legendary Great Red Carp King. With a solemn face, he added. The Great King is a merciful guardian. Offer up monsters as a tribute, and you receive his protective scales. It ensures safe passage through the river. Gao Peng fell silent. It was a strange system. But in this world, it made sense. Since the government alliance couldn't protect everyone, citizens had to find their own ways to survive, sacrificing to monsters just to stay alive. It was a degrading reality. To secure a city, you need Lord-tier familiars. High-ranking summoners protect the main hubs. Keeping monsters at bay, major cities are safe. But these small outposts are always on the brink of collapse. The old man pointed. We were here. Boss. 𝐿𝐿𝐿 looked around. Scanning the familiar territory, Silly used his tentacles to shield his eyes. Gao Peng asked. Does this place look familiar? Following old memories, 𝐿𝐿𝐿 entered the woods. Stopping before two massive, ancient trees, he remembered the joy of living here with his tribe. Suddenly, a massive net dropped from above, trapped and helpless. The great flood ape trembled in pure, paralyzing terror. Seeing his child approach, he desperately signaled her to stay back. 𝐿𝐿𝐿 touched the soil, traces of their passing. 𝐿𝐿𝐿 said sadly. But these marks are several months old. Gao Peng comforted him. Maybe they just moved. Suddenly, 𝐿𝐿𝐿 turned, sensing a hidden presence. What is it? As 𝐿𝐿𝐿 bolted into the brush, Gao Peng shouted. Stripey. Follow him. They watched the flood apes playing near a waterfall. Gao Peng noticed 𝐿𝐿𝐿's intense agitation, seeing his familiar's pain. Gao Peng sighed. Go on. Go see them. They were your family. Dumby looked at his skeletal hands and shook his head. 𝐼𝐞𝐚𝐤. Gao Peng felt his sorrow. Was he ashamed of his undead form? Of no longer being alive? He placed a hand on Dumby's shoulder. Let's just watch from the shadows. We won't disturb them. Dumby hid behind a tree, watching a young flood ape happily eating a banana. Tears welled in his hollow eyes. Live well. My daughter. Your father was too weak to protect you. I failed you then. But I always love you. Gao Peng whispered. Want to take her with us? I can provide her a better life. He marveled. Can a skeleton actually shed tears? Dumby shook his head. With me? She loses freedom. Here. She is truly free. He placed a hand on his master's shoulder. But with you, I am happy. Dumby. Suddenly, a violent crash echoed through the trees, startling the entire tribe. Gao Peng hissed. Poachers, this is bad. Dumby's eyes flared with a murderous, vengeful rage. 10 minutes ago, Li-Jie's squad had already surrounded the area, ready to strike. Xiao Wang eyed the beasts. Brother Li, why waste mana on these low-tier flood apes? Value hardly. Li grunted. But the Chu Harris craves their hearts. The bounty is insane. On the black market, the price for hearts tripled. The hunters exchanged greedy, dark grins. High bounty. Target acquired. Look at that pelt. Li said. That heart's a gold tier drop. He squinted through his scope, whispering. Just common tier trash. No high-rank monsters ever spawn in this river basin. Licking his lips, he grinned. The hunt begins. Asterisk. Crack times. The shot missed, total failure. The apes panicked. Li spot. Damn recoil. I need to upgrade my gear after this. Boss movement, Little Wang screamed. Li signaled his ironback spearwolf to scout. The wolf vanished. Li barked. Don, just stand there. Get up into the trees. A sickening rustle. Then boom, a gray blur was launched from the shadows. His spearwolf hit the dirt. Dead. Blood poured from its shattered jaw. Li's heart stopped. Dead one shot, how is that possible? Then, the shadow stepped into the light. An undead type. Here Li gasped. That's a boss-tier monster. A die towered over the trembling infant ape, blocked by its terrified parents. Suddenly, the little one sniffed the air. A familiar, soul-bound scent reached it. Fear vanished. As a die reached out, the creature climbed up willingly. It perched on his back, chirping. Crap, the undead and the apes are allied. Li gritted his teeth, sweat dripping. We can't pierce a boss-tier undead. Hold your breath. Don't move. Then he saw the summoner. Wait. He's controlling that thing. That's a boss-tier pet. We're saved. He won. Let us die out here. Li screamed from the branch. Master, help us. Save our lives. Gao Peng crossed his arms, eyes cold. Save you? Why save a degenerate like you? A die patted the ape. I've got you. Gao Peng nodded. Guard it. Xiao Yanda Z formation. Protect the little one at all costs. Captain, he's with the monster. Li slapped him. Shut up. You brainless idiot. He's coming. Li's blood ran cold. Little Wang hugged the tree, trembling. A die charged with crushing pressure. One strike shattered the tree. Li hit the ground, ribs snapping like dry wood. A die snatched them up, swinging them over his shoulder like trash. They're caught. I'm next. Li scrambled back. I have to escape now. Gao Peng's eyes narrowed. Spider thread. Trap him. Sticky silk exploded, pinning Li down. He wailed. Mercy, please. Spotime. I beg you. My mother is 70, my father is 72. My brothers are dead. If I die, my 13-year-old son starves. Please. Take the apes. Take everything. Just let me live. We re-human. I'll be your slave. Please. Grandfather. Have mercy. Gao Peng paused. You hunt them for pets. Li shivered in terror. Pets? No, the Chu heiress. She only eats their hearts. That's why we were here. Rage boiled in Gao Peng's veins. Worthless. You slaughtered them. Just to suck up to some rich brat. You killed them for a heart. Li stammered. Yes, the Chu clan is Li Zhou's apex power. We had no choice. Desperate to survive, Xiao Li sells out his team, claiming these flood apes are actually docile spirits. Xiao Wang quickly joins the betrayal, begging for mercy while pointing fingers at their own leader. They confess it was Captain Li's plan to slaughter the apes and skyrocket the market prices. Cao Peng listens with a cold, piercing gaze. Finally understanding the depth of their greed, he turns to leave, giving Adai a chilling command to handle the situation as he sees fit. Captain Lee panics. Screaming threats about the Chu family's power to intimidate the young monster trainer, he warns of dire consequences. But his desperate shouts fall on deaf ears as Cao Peng walks away. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 approaches the gathered flood apes. His presence, commanding silence among the wounded beast tribe, he gives a simple, grim decree to the monsters. It is time for an eye for an eye. The apes erupt in vengeful fury while Captain Lee trembles. Realizing his horrific fate is finally sealed, his pathetic pleas for mercy fade into the distance as the boat cuts through the river's crimson waves. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 carries his sleeping infant ape with a sudden, touching tenderness that masks his terrifying power. Standing at the bow, Cao Peng calls his grandfather. His voice heavy with the weight of the conflict, he questions his own morality, wondering why doing the right thing feels so incredibly bitter. His grandfather listens intently before asking a single, decisive question to clear the boy's clouded mind. He asks if Cao Peng would truly stop his soulbound beast if he could turn back time. After a long silence, Cao Peng admits he wouldn't change a thing, solidifying his inner resolve. His grandfather laughs, telling him to stay true to his path and never let the world break him. He declares that he'd rather see the entire world suffer than watch his own grandson get hurt. The elder promises to secure a mountain sanctuary for the apes, far from the reach of greedy guilds. With a warm goodbye, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 hangs up, leaving Cao Peng to navigate the dangerous world ahead. Shaking off the gloom, Cao Peng decides it is time to seek out the legendary Red Carp King. An old boatman warns him that the Great King is a sentient being who demands absolute respect. Cao Peng brushes off the warning with a casual nod. His eyes fixed on the horizon ahead, they soon reach the sacred bridge, the primary site for ritual offerings to the river's lord. The locals explain the system. Higher quality sacrifices grant better rewards, like rare, glowing dragon scales. Cao Peng finds the terminology strange, wondering how a monster king could act like a merchant. Suddenly, a massive whirlpool forms as a giant, golden red creature emerges from the depths of the river. The system interface sparks to life. Dragon blood, red sand, carp. The undisputed lord of the river. It is a level 44 lord tier beast with perfect quality and devastating level 3 hydrokinesis skills. Gao Peng's Theris in awe. Amazed to encounter such a high-ranking boss monster in the wild, the crowd trembles in excitement, urgently presenting their carefully prepared sacrifices to the rising river god. The king manipulates the water with divine precision, pulling the offerings into its massive, cavernous maw. It closes its eyes in pure satisfaction, its fins vibrating with immense, hidden spiritual energy. In exchange, it breathes out a legendary 7-colored bubble that floats majestically into the air. The villagers rejoice at the auspicious sign as a pile of shimmering red scales appears on the shore. They carefully distribute the loot. Terrified of offending the powerful lord-tier entity guarding the waters, Cao Peng watches the display of power, comparing the king's elemental mastery to ancient, mythical demons. He yearns to witness such incredible power from a closer perspective, fueled by a hunter's curiosity. He wonders what kind of legendary lord-tier monsters his grandfather keeps hidden in his private arsenal. Since wild lords are too dangerous to study, he decides to visit his family's own secret training grounds. Meanwhile, in a distant city, strange graffiti appears as a dark omen of the chaos to come. A massive rift tears through the earth, triggering emergency sirens that scream across the terrified city. Within the command center, panic spreads like wildfire as the scanners pick up an impossible energy signature. Experts detect a massive spatial anomaly, signaling the imminent opening of a high-level dungeon gate. Deploy the red-spotted falcon. Use the broad-bellied worm as a scout at the coordinates. The rider glides over the crossroads, surveying the aftermath of the recent disaster. Below, eerie blue light glimmers through swirling black mist, obscuring the carnage. He mutters under his breath, "Damit. What the hell is that?" From the shadows, 4 powerful hooves rise. A monstrous silhouette begins to stand. A chill runs down his spine. "Pull up, higher," he screams at his mount. Too late. A blur of steel lunges. A massive blade cleaves both rider and falcon. The nightmare is revealed, a terrifying centaur beast, half man and half stallion. Human torso, horse, lower body, all wreathed in a sinister, pulsating dark aura. Blood drips from its blade as it vanishes into the encroaching black fog. Elsewhere, luxury meets safety. The grand estate of Jihanwu stands amidst crystal waters. Breaking news, a massive energy surge detected in Lusaka. A new spatial rift has opened. The world's elite hunters are being summoned to the base immediately. Gao Peng watches the screen, skeptical. "Grandpa, shouldn't we be more cautious about this rift? It feels like a celebration, not a disaster." The old man smiles calmly. "Danger is everywhere, my boy. But where there's risk, there is power. Permanent rifts are rare. Only 3 have ever been recorded in history. Temporary gates haven't appeared for 2 years. Until this moment. To the strong, a new rift isn't a crisis, it's a golden ticket. New monsters mean new familiars. Rare drops. And the chance to evolve. He hands over a key card. Access to my private laboratory. I've gathered those rare materials you wanted. See if they're enough? If you struggle, consult our top breeders. Don't go it alone. Thanks. Grandpa. Gao Peng replies, hiding his true intentions. Little does he know. My system interface is more reliable than any master breeder. Go on then. Rest up. This villa is your playground for now. Can I see your familiar Bai is somewhere around the house? Find him yourself. By the lakeside. Gao Peng scans the horizon. Where is this Bai? He searches everywhere but finds nothing. Finally, he heads to the pool, stripping down to his trunks. He grabs a floaty. Time for a break. As he drifts peacefully, his familiars keep watch. The summer heat finally fades. This is the life. He sighs. Ashwan relaxes right beside him. Suddenly, the water surges. Gao Peng is launched upward. Losing his glasses, gravity vanishes. He and Ashwan are suspended high above the surface. We reflying. Xiao Yuan spots a massive cold eye lurking beneath the waves. Xiao Yuan, help. Get me down from here. Gao Peng panics midair. The bird familiar dives, terrified to look at the titan below. Don't look down. From the balcony, Grandpa shouts. Bai, that's your young master. Stop playing. Xiao Yuan catches him. Master, I've got you. Gao Peng gasps for air. They land safely and turn around. Both are frozen in absolute shock. Good God. A massive, majestic white dragon looms over them. A living legend. Immediately, the system window flickers to life. Scanning the beast. White flood dragon, level 50, Lord tier. Quality perfect. Attribute cloud and water. Skills water mastery level 4. Cloud control level 5. Hardened scales level 3. Trait cloud weaver. Speed and agility increase massively within misty environments. Hydro buffs activated. Those scales are turning into impenetrable steel armor. System window. Select evolution path. Pure blood. Calamity. Or aquatic system. The path of water. Total dominance. That bloodline crushes the competition in every ranking tier. Analyzing traits. Passive 1, God tier agility. Passive 2, maximum defense and power. This beast is a war machine. Acting mode on. A top tier summon. Can I get a headpad in without dying? It suppressed its murderous aura. Just for its master. Sharp glint, those eyes are daggers. Whoa, just stretching, totally not scared. So stingy. No headpats today. Guess I'll just walk away. I am out. Thud. Trapped like a toy by those massive claws. A smug look. Then it turns away. Seriously. Whatever. Time to focus on a Swan's system upgrade. Quality decay detected. I must restore the squad to perfect tier. Lab session. The ultimate evolution reagent is finally ready. Injecting the crimson catalyst. Let's see some real results. Green last time. Blood red now. Evolution is always a wild ride. As one dives into the crimson abyss. The energy is surging. Mask off. Smells like a fruit stand. Green apples, the sweet scent of a successful evolution. Neon light explosion, the transformation is reaching its peak. Emerald water. Gray shock. Aswan Urisin. Neon. System interface void medusa. Rank perfect quality. Level 20. Weakness lightning. Well, at least it's stealthy in the dark. The squad is howling, a glowing jellyfish hat, pure comedy gold. Morning. Boss Junzong is already grinding hard. True dedication. Early bird as always. Let's see that fire. Mastery and synchronization. The bond between master and beast grows. First in, last out. This kid's hustle is legendary. He deserves a push. I help him reach the next tier. Xiao Yan. Dual target practice. Flames erupt into the sky. Devastating heat. His firepower has evolved significantly in 1 week. Double shot technique, mastered. The grind never lies. Summer heat plus fire beasts, this training is literal torture. Director Gao. A voice breaks the silence. Recruitment phase 1 started. We re-hunting for fresh talent. Orphan slots are open. As requested. Ready for your inspection. You handle the business. I am busy building legendary monsters. Power is my priority. The guild can wait. A heart of gold. Boss, the flattery is laid on thick. In this world, a job is a lifeline. Doing some good. Building a future for them. That's the real goal. Watch them carefully. Talent is secondary. Character is everything. Loud and clear. Loyalty is our top priority. Wait. What's that commotion in the distance? He turned to the person beside him. What's going on over there? Seeing Director Tit arguing with a man. Chief Vung explained. Word is, a monster breached the factory. Workers are missing. And their families are here demanding answers. The director is currently negotiating a rescue operation with Security Chief 𝐒𝐭𝐮. watched the heated exchange and whispered. Doesn't look like it's going well? He stepped forward, asking, Chief 𝐒𝐭𝐮, what is the status? Has the monster been located yet? Director Tit noticed his arrival. Supervisor Cao. The workers were rescued and sent to the hospital. They were badly injured. But they'll survive. But the monster. Chief 𝐭𝐮 interrupted. Those beasts were cunning. They retreated back into the sewers. Internally. 𝐒𝐿. Asterisk, who triggered it anyway? I hate these clueless young masters playing hero. The sewers, Cao Peng pressed. How did they breach from below? Is the underground perimeter damaged? He then commanded. We must handle this immediately. If more monsters enter through the drainage system, we in trouble. Chief Vung added. Supervisor. The basement has no defenses. Only one alloy gate. He looked at them. Stunned. No defenses at all. Chief 𝐭𝐮. How is this possible? 𝐭𝐮's gaze shifted guiltily away from him. He stammered an excuse. We thought the high water pressure would keep any beast from approaching. And besides, we had the alloy gate. Cao Peng's voice turned icy. You think we have time for excuses? Workers were mauled in what should have been a secure zone. The entire factory is compromised because of this. He then ordered. Chief 𝐭𝐮. Lead me to the breach. Director Tit. Stay here and manage the aftermath. She nodded quickly. Understood. Supervisor Cao. 𝐭𝐮 sneered internally. Hamp. Anyone can talk big? Let's see you actually do something. 𝐭𝐮 led him into the yard and pointed at a massive crater. Supervisor Cao. This is where the monster vanished. 𝐷𝐬 peered into the abyss while Cao Peng analyzed the scene. There were no Lord-tier signatures down there. He recalled his grandfather's familiar lived in these sewers. Any major threats should have been cleared out already. Raising his flashlight, he prepared to descend. I'll investigate. 𝐭𝐮 tried to stop him. Wait. Let us handle this. Cao Peng glanced at the beast behind him. With your four-winged drunken mantis, cramped, wet tunnels aren't eat terrain. It can't fight effectively in there. Chief 𝐭𝐮 froze. Unable to find a single word to counter him. Frowning. He swallowed his pride. Asterisk. Obviously, why do you think I haven't gone down there myself yet? Asterisk. Asterisk. These sheltered rich kids love playing hero. Leaving us to clean up their messes. He patted his familiar on. It's fine. I trust my beast. It can adapt to any environment. Right. The mantis vigorously shook its head. No. Cao Peng spoke firmly, leaving no room for argument. I respect your skills, Chief. But no beast is omnipotent. Your mantis needs open space to dominate the battlefield. This factory needs stability right now. Stay here and maintain order. 𝐭𝐮 finally yielded. Then, be careful. Supervisor, those monsters aren't high tier. But they re-agile and can climb walls. Watch the ceiling. Head west from the entrance to find the alloy gate. He thought to himself. Asterisk. This kid is different from the others. Asterisk. Cao Peng masked up and turned away. Ben. 𝐷𝐬. Xiaoyuan, let's move. He lit the way forward, seeing Xiaoyuan's brave, puffed-up chest. He chuckled. Do you think this is a field trip? He scanned the dark tunnels, concluding there was no immediate danger until 𝐷𝐬 bristled. What is it? Is there something above? He shone his light up. Holy, that is a massive cockroach. The Titan roach hissed, revealing serrated, spiked legs. Its tongue lashed out. Cao Peng shouted. The spider familiar instantly fired a web volley. The webbing bound the roach tight before 𝐷𝐬 blasted it with a surge of lightning. Their perfect combo left the beast roasted crisp, emitting a strange aroma. Ben sniffed the air. Smells good. It looked at Cao Peng hungrily. Master. Can I eat it, please? He laughed. Go ahead. Ben eyes the spoils. Nice, but as he rips the web, the roach suddenly takes flight. Stunned. Ben watches his dinner escape. Hey, my meal is flying away. Little Yuan sees a target. A UFO, a giant flying saucer. A precise fire blast incinerates the bug. Little Yuan beams with pride. Cao Peng and Big Purple cheer. Nice shot. Level up talent right there. Moving to the console. These alloy gates are usually locked tight. Did those monsters swim upstream during the waste discharge to get in? The gears grind open. Something feels off about this place. How did they fight the current? What kept those roaches so determined? Crimson eyes glare from the dark. Cao Peng freezes. You've got to be kidding me. The flashlight reveals a sea of roaches. Crap. Look at those numbers. The swarm surges forward. Do you hear that skittering inside? The monsters strike a ban. Frontline Big Purple. Watch R6. Little Yuan. Burn him. A massive fire breath engulfs the lead wave. Cao Peng scans the chaos. Wait. A massive roach is directing them. That fat one is the commander. The boss of this hive? The signal came from him. A-ban. Take out the leader. On it, A-ban tears through the swarm like a juggernaut. In a flash, A-ban lunges and decapitates the boss. Green blood sprays everywhere. The swarm scatters in terror. Cao Peng finally exhales. They're retreating. So these mutated pests caused the factory blackout. One slip and they re-inside. Suddenly, A-ban starts twitching uncontrollably. A-ban. Talk to me. He stammers. Something S. Crawling in my mouth. He opens wide. Dark clumps appear. System window dark rabbit larva. Rank level 19. Quality, perfect. Attribute darkness. Likes music. Weakness light. Trait parasitic bloodsucker. Skill. Boosts. Host. Spirit. Energy. And internal healing. A parasite. An infant form. The stats and quality are top tier. Cao Peng pats Little Yuan. Good work. Buddy. You've been through a lot. Little Yuan blinks. Totally confused by the sudden affection. Understanding the task. The bird picks the parasites from A-ban's mouth. Right there. To the left, Cao Peng coaches the gross extraction. Glowing eyes emerge from the fur. Little Yuan nearly gags. A-ban. Man. You really need to start using mouthwash. The clump retreats into shadows. Cao Peng's eyes sharpen. Big Purple. Track that scent. We're visiting a new friend. Follow the infant. And we'll find the mother parasite. The ground trembles. What now? Big Purple points. Boss. Something big is back there. Little Yuan senses no killing intent. But the presence is massive. Deep blue eyes watch from the darkness. System window level 39. It vanishes as quickly as it appeared. A narrow escape. Level 39. We're no match for that. Why is it in the sewers? A realization hits him. Wait. Is that one of Grandpa's familiars? Great. If Grandpa finds out I was scared, I'll never hear the end of it. Big Purple. Remember that scent. My soul needs some loot for compensation. 𝐿 stood confused. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his neck as tension filled the air. The shadow rabbit spawn was still desperately scrambling to escape into the darkness. A blinding beam cut through the shadows, freezing it. Gao Peng stepped forward. Found you. Xiao Yuan. Intercepted. Gao Peng barked. Flames erupted, chasing the frantic spawn as it fled. 𝐿 charged in. Joining the hunt, with the unstoppable force of a mountain storm, the parasite suddenly lunged at a nearby red rat, forcibly initiating a sinister symbiosis skill. Messi 𝐒𝐿𝐿. The possessed rat lunged. 𝐿 quickly raised his pincers to block the strike. Impact 𝐿 slammed into the cavern wall. Spider, webbing the rock. The rat smirked, raising lethal claws. Gao Peng's eyes narrowed at its arrogance. 𝐿. Release your lightning now. Golden sparks crackled violently as 𝐿's aura surged. Terrified, the parasite fled the rat's body. The rat bolted before the strike landed, leaving the helpless shadow rabbit squirming on the floor. 𝐿 rubbed his aching head from the collision. Gao Peng watched, speechless at the clumsy spectacle. Interesting. Gao Peng noted. This symbiosis lacks total dominance. It can't force its host to fight. No matter. I only need its unique trait, not its cowardly instincts. He thought coldly, trapping the desperate parasite with his familiars. Gao Peng let out a chilling, predatory smirk. Resistance is futile. Back on the surface, Chief Wang rushed over. Master. Is it done? Target secured. Have your men repair the structural damage in the lower levels. He replied, briefly. He turned to his skeleton. Dumby. Hold this tight. 𝐿. Return and rest up. The rabbit squirmed in Dumby's grip before a shadow fragment lunged, latching onto the skeleton's cheek. Watching the parasite probe Dumby's skull in vain, Gao Peng's expression turned utterly deadpan. Is this thing stupid? Searching for flesh on bone, Dumby simply crushed it back into place. Seeing the limp parasite, Gao Peng worried it was dead and asked with a frown. Dumby. What are you doing? The skeleton replied bluntly. It moved. It was annoying. I stopped it. Gao Peng sighed. Training this beast wouldn't be easy. reaching into his pocket. He pulled out equipment. Chief Wang. Bring a bulletproof glass containment unit immediately. He ordered with authority. His phone buzzed. Checking the screen. He answered. Grandfather, is something the matter? Peng. You can come home now. Jihanwu's voice boomed. Gao Peng blinked in surprise. Already, I just started, his grandfather laughed. Your private research lab is finished. Come inspect it. A wide grin spread across Gao Peng's face. The news was music to his ears. A lab. Perfect. Let's go. Jihanwu led him deep into a massive hidden lakeside cavern, stunned by the scale of the facility. Gao Peng couldn't help but gasp in awe. This is incredible, his grandfather smiled. This is nothing. Go ahead. Touch that light beam. He reached out, his fingers grazing the glow. Instantly, the light shifted into a deep crimson, gearwork word as a hidden door slid open. High-tech security, Gao Peng thought. Impressed, he entered to find a state-of-the-art sanctuary filled with cutting-edge equipment. He let out a yell. Whoa, Jihanwu chuckled. Satisfied, if not, we can always tear it down and rebuild, clenching his fists in pure excitement. Gao Peng shouted. It's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Now. Bang. His grandfather gestured to two figures. Meet the top experts of the company. Our only high-tier monster breeders Deng Yimiao and Xu Heming. The two men stepped forward. Deng Yimiao. At your service. The bespectacled man said. Beside him stood the stern Xu Heming. Xu grumbled about interrupted research. But Jihanwu instantly silenced him with a 20% budget increase. Xu's scowl vanished instantly. Chairman. You truly are a visionary leader, he beamed. And this is my grandson. Gao Peng, a mid-tier monster breeder. Jihanwu introduced proudly, mid-tier at his age. Pure genius, Deng praised. Jihanwu couldn't help but beam with pride. Haha. It's nothing, his talent is just average. Please. Don't spoil him with praise. The kid's getting a bit cocky. He noted. Turning to Gao Peng, he said. These experts will assist your research. Feel free to consult them. Gao Peng looked at Grandpa Ji. Grandfather. I want to synthesize a few evolution catalysts first. He scanned the room. I've stabilized a formula that halts beast degeneration. It's ready for direct application. Mass-producing this will skyrocket Southern Sky Group's prestige and market dominance. Everyone listened intently. The chairman's eyes gleamed with excitement. Is that so? My grandson is a literal god. A true genius, ha ha ha. Gao Peng winced. Grandpa. Your acting is terrible. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. Even Tang Tang is more convincing. Asterisk. He caught the expert's skeptical looks. You think I'm talking nonsense? Even high-tier tamers struggle with stabilization. But I've already cracked the code. He crossed his arms, radiating confidence. Fine. Let the results do the talking. Stepping to the terminal. His fingers blurred across the system interface. Glowing crimson fluid began flowing into the specialized test tubes. Moments later, he held up a sealed vial. Behold, my custom-made evolution serum. I've dubbed it the Blood Crystal Butcher. Key ingredients, crimson fruit, golden silk, and dark demon viscera. He initiated the sequence as his voice rang out through the lab. He gestured toward the test subject, a horned black ape. A common, aggressive monster. A black ape Ming asked. Confused. Why use such a common beast? Its evolution paths were mapped out years ago. Deng added with a sigh. Wait, these ingredients are much cheaper than the standard formula. If this succeeds, it's a massive breakthrough. Gao Peng's lips curled into a smirk. Asterisk. A breakthrough. Just wait. I'm about to leave you all speechless. He manned the console, flooding the chamber with high-grade anesthetics. Once the gas filled the room, the beast finally slumped over. The system injected the serum directly into the sleeping ape's veins. Instantly, the beast's body convulsed as thick red mist erupted. Crimson steam swallowed the subject. Impossible. I've never seen such a violent reaction. Deng pressed against the glass, eyes wide. The energy clash is unprecedented. Even if it fails, this data is a goldmine. This kid is the real deal. Asterisk. Maybe the chairman's grandson really is a monster in human skin. Glowing red eyes pierced the mist as claws tore through the evolution cocoon. It emerged fiercer. Its horn lengthened. A system window flickered into view. Name Blood Crystal Butcher. Variant Special Evolution. Level 10. Rank Elite.